How you pronounce Ritwik? Your name?
Ritvik.
Ritwik?
Ritvik Bhattacharya.
Bhattacharya. Ritwik.
Ritvik. And Sahib Kaur.
Dr. Veer Singh? Can I seek permission of Vora Saab to start the function? I request Professor Ritwik Bhattacharya to conduct this function. Over to him.
Thank you, Dr. Mohinder Singh. A very warm good morning to all of you present here for the international seminar on political economy and governance of Punjab. I have with me Sahib Kaur, who will be conducting the seminar for the 2 days across the events. Before we begin the formal paper reading sessions, I would request Sardar H.S. Nag, the Vice President of BVSSS, to present a small bouquet to Shri N.N. Vora. Thank you. Next, I would request Dr. Neena Puri to present a book on Guru Gobind Singh, the Prophet Non-Perennial. The book is the published proceedings of a seminar conducted in 2016 by Bhai Veer Singh Sahitya Sadan in collaboration with IIC. I request once again Dr. Neena Puri to present this book to Shri N.N. Vora.
I now request Dr. Avel Singh to present the book of poetry by Bhai Veer Singh to Shri Rameshandar Singh. This book is Kashmir, a Valley Non-Peril.
He's by Vora Saab when he was governor of J&K.
Now I request Professor Rominder Randhawa to present the same book to Professor Lakhwinder Singh Gill. I now request Dr. Mohinder Singh, the Professor Director of Bhai Veer Singh Sahitya Sadan, to introduce the guests and give the welcome address.
Respected Vora Saab, the management has given me pleasant but difficult job. How to introduce people who are too well known and who are punctual, who, when they were in power, they govern the state properly, and Vora Saab as Home Secretary, Defense Secretary, and as Governor of J&K, managed things very well and didn't compromise with his conscience. I thought I will not become emotional, but I do get. When he was to release our book, we were traveling in a taxi. No, I think government car. driver was Muslim and the protocol officer was Hindu. They said, what is the solution? Make Vora Sahab permanent. I said, no, you can't make Vora Sahab as permanent something. He has a term, and so that was the solution that the people were suggesting, but who listens to people? Anyway. Respected Vora Sahab, Sir Rameshinder Singh, Professor Lakhvinder Singh, distinguished scholars from different universities, India and abroad, and members of Institute governing body, and program officer, and other staff of IEC. I feel honored in being asked to welcome distinguished chief guests, the panelists and scholars, and participants who have joined us this morning. It's a matter of happy coincidence that the chief guest and the two distinguished speakers in the inaugural session began their career in teaching profession. Vora Sahab, a topper in MA English from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and Sir Rameshinder Singh, again a topper in Punjab University, Chandigarh, MA Political Science. They taught for a while before becoming civil servants. What gives me happiness is that they retain their academic interest. That's why they like joining in gatherings like this. Now, Professor Lakhvinder Singh is not only a known economist, but also an institution builder. It was through his initiative that Center for Development Studies in Economics was set up at Punjabi University, Patiala. With the permission of Chair, sir, can I say a few words about Bhai Veer Singh Sadan and the Institute of Punjab Studies, which has organized this function. Bhai Veer Singh Sadan was set up in the memory of Saint Poet Bhai Veer Singh, with the foundation stone of the memorial being laid by President V.V.Giri, and we have a lovely big building, thanks to Naksab. He constructed new centrally air-conditioned wing. And later on, we set up Institute of Punjab Studies in the Sadan with Dr. Gurdiyal Singh Dhillon as the chairman, and Professor Mulkaz Anand, Professor Amrik Singh, Professor Romla Thapar, Professor Bipin Chandra, Professor Mirzula Mukherjee, and Nina Puri as founding members. Beginning with the inaugural lecture, and that again was delivered in the conference number 1 at the top of the library by Professor V.N. Datta, presided by Dr. Manmohan Singh, and Vora Sahab attended when he was the director. We have been celebrating other important events of Punjab history and culture. To mark 50 years of India's independence, we organized an international seminar in collaboration with the India International Center. Fortunately for us, Gujral Sahab was the Prime Minister and Vora Sahab was his Principal Secretary. How he helped, I think I should not share those details. One day I was very disappointed. I said, Vora Sahab is not picking my phone. Dr. B says, Kaka tu, Vora is Principal Secretary. Why should he pick up your phone? Send him an email in the morning. Every evening you get, everything was done. And that was the best seminar we had. And Gujral Sahab, when he noticed the presence of 23 prominent scholars from Pakistan, with Azaz Hassan, their education minister, he gave up his prepared speech and spoke in chaste Urdu. Those were the days. Now, when Dr. Manmohan Singh took over as the chairman of the Institute's governing body, and later on that of Bhai Veer Singh Sadan as well, our research initiatives got a major boost. He asked me, what are we doing? I explained, he said, no, Gurdwara is doing better than you, so don't compete with the Gurdwara. Do something academic. So we took up some projects. First was locating, photographing, and publishing catalog of relics of the Sikh Gurus. Fortunately, there was a very intelligent member secretary of the Indira Gandhi Center of Art. They gave us good grant. We managed to allocate and published all the relics, and that resulted into publication of 8 pictorial books. At one stage, I was struck because most of the forts are occupied either by army or by police. My friend Sandeep Shankar and young scholar, they tried to take photograph of the floor fort standing on the car, and they were firing in the air. He said, how can you take photograph? So next day I went to Rameshindra Singh. He said, don't worry, you will get written permission for all the photographs. And that's how I, again repeat, he retained his academic interest. We took up another project, that is locating rare Guru Granth Sahib manuscripts. I can say it with pride that we are the only institution, I think, in the world which has 400 digitized rare manuscripts, with some of them with signatures of the Guru Bool Mantar. And to share our results with the researchers, we published the catalog in 4 volumes. Now, while era of liberalization of Indian economy was ushered in by Dr. Manmohan Singh, visionary Finance Minister of India, this was followed by an era of liberalization of liberalization of India's polity, which improved relationship with our neighbors. It was because of that liberal policy that we could visit Pakistan 2 or 3 times, cover those places which we couldn't cover earlier. So we completed our project. Now, as a student of Punjab history, I like to take you to the memory lane. We all know how the Punjabi peasantry suffered the most. We all know that there was massive loss of life and property, but the peasants suffered the most because in return for large tracts of lands in the canal colonies, they got barren lands in this part, and their area was small. It was genius of Sahitya Singh who devised, I think, standard acre, and that compensated small farmers. Now, with the assistance of great civil servants, Sahitya Singh, M. Randhawa, and P. N. Thapar, Punjab was rebuilt by visionary Chief Minister Pratap Singh Kairo. As I mentioned earlier, every month we arrange a book discussion. Once it was a book on Pratap Singh Kairo. I think Sir Ramesh Singh he presided. And when we check the views, maximum viewers have gone through this recording on our website again. This means Kairo, whatever you call him, he remains popular in the public memory. Now, 2 things were worth mentioning. Bhakra Dam irrigated the barren lands, and City Beautiful was built as a capital of Punjab. Nehru described them as temples of modern India. What has happened to these temples, I think I should not discuss. Punjab was again turned into breadbasket of India, but the pioneers didn't know the problems that will follow the Green Revolution and the prosperity brought about it. This is the theme which will be discussed by the experts present here. Now, one small comment, then I'll finish. Declining values in public life and personal and family interests taking precedence over interest of the people have slowly but gradually brought Punjab on the crossroads. As an institute engaged in the study of Punjab, we thought we should contribute our bit by way of organizing a series of international seminars on the overarching theme of Punjab at Crossroads. This is the first seminar in the series, Political Economy and Governance of Punjab, to be followed by 2 more seminars, Politics and Society and Cultural Narratives, details of which will be shared by my colleague, Professor Manjeet Bhatia, who has designed these seminars, and Professor Rakesh Bhattabyal, who has been helping us a lot. With these words, I welcome you again and hope presence of distinguished senior economists, social scientists, civil servants will encourage younger scholars to take up research on these subjects in a big way so that we can take out the state, Punjab, which is dear to us, from its present mess. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohinder Singh, for that wonderful welcome and a brief history of both Bhai Veer Singh, Sahitya, Sadan, and Punjab. After this welcome address, we have a small greeting by Dr. Manmohan Singh, the former Prime Minister of India and Chairman of the Institute. However, sadly, due to his illness, he hasn't been able to come. So he has sent his greetings, and the greetings are to be read by Sardar Jatinder Veer Singh, a senior VP of the Institute.
Thank you. I have the privilege to read the greetings of Honorable former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. I quote, Dear Shri N.N. Vora, Sardar Rameshwar Singh, Professor Lakhvinder Singh, my colleagues in Governing Council in the Institute, distinguished scholars from India and abroad, ladies and gentlemen. While going through the program, I am happy to notice that the seminar appropriately talks about Punjab at Crossroads in 3 series planned by the National Institute of Punjab Studies. It is a matter of satisfaction that first series of the seminar is being inaugurated by our old friend Shri N.N. Vora, a senior civil servant and former governor of J&K, and someone who had a long association with the Punjab state and has seen its governance from close quarters. I notice that distinguished civil servants, economists, and social scientists are participating in the 2-day seminar. The schedule is very well designed in sessions with experts in the fields, making their presentations and an established scholar chairing each session. I was particularly glad to notice that the Institute has been able to involve a number of younger scholars working on different aspects of Punjab studies in the universities of Punjab, Delhi, JNU, Cambridge, Paris, Bonn, and Hawaii. I am particularly happy to notice that pioneers like Professor Marg Jorgensmeyer from Center for Global Studies, University of California, Santa Barbara, and Professor Preetam Singh from Oxford Brookes University, UK, who have been promoting research on different aspects of Punjabi society, are also joining us online. I very much wish to join this gathering of distinguished scholars, some of whom are my old friends, but my health does not permit me to do so. I hope you will have meaningful discussions and come out with concrete suggestions which could be taken up with the appropriate authorities. I wish the seminar all success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for reading the message. I now invite Professor Manjeet Bhatia, the convener of the seminar, for the introduction.
Thank you. Well, Vora Sahab, Professor Lakhvinder Singh, Sardar Rameshinder Singh, Professor Susha Singh, Professor Sukhpal Singh, Professor Anupama, other delegates, our special invitees, council members, and participants. Dr. Manmohan Singh has given you the background as to why this seminar is needed. I want to give you an idea how this seminar came about. We, the core group at National Institute of Punjab Studies, mooted with this idea for a couple of months. We all felt and are feeling concerned about the continuous slipping of the state of Punjab on many fronts. It's agriculture, industry, finances, politics, education, health, and it is throwing up symptoms in the form of widespread immigration, loss of natural resources, increasing debt, suicide by farmers, changing modes of films and music, and shifting of political base, perhaps many more. We initially thought of one seminar, Punjab at Crossroads, but soon realized that canvas is very big and we cannot do justice to all that is involved. Dr. Yajwinder, for instance, wanted to talk about divided Punjabiyat, and I immediately said, well, we cannot address that in one seminar. Let us talk about this present Punjab, and later we would be able to take up wider Punjabiyat. Another member said, oh, nothing comes out of these seminars. Reality lies much beneath these academic presentations. So we decided to hold a series of seminars around the overarching theme Punjab at Crossroads, with slotting in enough time for discussions with members of civil society, scholars, journalists, and administrators. You would see their involvement in discussions. The three series of seminars, which I think Dr. Mahendra has already said, it is political economy and governance, politics and society, and the third is cultural narrative, spread over a period of 1 year. Our council members strongly supported us in this venture, and we are very thankful to them. A continuous thread of ideas and debates would be built through these series. The series are spaced enough to assimilate the outcome of one, and with that, we can take it to the next. Coming to this seminar, the seminar is conducted in hybrid mode. Presentations from abroad would be online. Many participants would join online. Over and above themes, theme papers, and valedictory address, there are 13 presentations listed in 4 sub-themes, namely Agriculture Crisis in Punjab, which has three papers, Crop Diversification and Corporates, Experience of Punjab. Second, Rural Economy, State and Politics, Public Policy, Exploring the Rural Crisis of Punjab. And the third, Evolution of Irrigation Systems in Punjab, Challenges and the New Directions. The second sub-theme is Issues of Agriculture Reforms. It is the last session today and has 2 papers, Non-Farm Employment and Income Distribution in Rural Punjab, Reforming Agriculture Markets in Punjab, and Assessment, Challenges, and Ways Forward. The third session, the first tomorrow, is on aspects of development of Punjab and has 4 papers listed. Emerging Patterns of Employment in Punjab, a study of rural labor force, Trends and Determinants of Female Employment in Punjab, Employment versus Sustainability Livelihoods, Development and Deceleration of Industry in Punjab, Some Reflections, and Alternative Model of Farming. The fourth session, titled Governance and Policy Issues, Way Forward. There is 1 panel and 2 papers listed in this session. The session is conducted in 2 parts. The first part has the panel, Punjab, a land riddled with fault lines, has 2 presentations. 2 papers in the second part are Interrogating Growth and Development in Punjab, Institutional and Policy Challenges. And the last paper is State Finances of Punjab, Issues, Challenges, and Options. Sessions are chaired by very senior scholars and administrators. They are Professor Midla Mukherjee, Professor B.S. Dhillon, Professor Aditya Mukherjee, Sardar Jatendra Singh, and Professor Salil Misra. Each session has a moderator for discussion. Moderators are well informed on the sub-theme they are placed in. At the end of all sessions and before the valedictory, there is an open house for discussion on all that would transpire in 2 days of presentations and discussions. If some of you cannot be with us for both these days, do join online to listen and participate in this open house, where we expect some debates, dialogues, and insights to emerge. We all are excited and anxiously hoping that something concrete would emerge and we will be able to contribute in some form to arrest this slipping of Punjab by suggesting some ways forward. I again welcome you all on behalf of National Institute of Punjab Studies and Bhai Veer Singh Sahitya Sadan to this two fully packed days of deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Manjeet, for that comprehensive introduction. I now invite Shri N.N. Vohra, our chief guest, to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Mahinder Singh and the Institute of Punjab Studies for thinking of Punjab and then devising a series of, planning a series of discussions to look at the challenges, the serious problems that Punjab has been facing in the past many years. Now, I may mention that I belong to West Pakistan. I'm a refugee. And I came to Punjab by the Firozpur route well after 15th August. So we lived in Punjab. I can't say we settled down, because by the time we settled down, then other things happened in Punjab which compelled people to leave the state. First and foremost, I think it is not irrelevant to remember that in the British period, Punjab was one of the very important provinces. Punjab was a strong state, especially West Punjab. It was politically very significant. It was a border state. It was a sensitive state. And the British administration devoted the highest attention to the governance of Punjab. Their very best civilians, generals, political analysts belonging to the political service, they served the state for long years. At the time of the partition, as Dr. Mahinder Singh mentioned briefly, East Punjab was the very backward area portion of United Punjab. There was illiteracy, very significant underdevelopment, imbalanced development, unemployment, poverty, and in certain areas, great deal of hunger. The areas which later on constituted Haryana, which is a very prosperous state today. When partition took place, there was endless arson, loot, rape, killing. Millions were killed. Millions. There is no count. Punjab bore the brunt, our present Punjab, that is old East Punjab. It bore the brunt of the entire exodus incoming people, because all those who wanted to shift to the new India, 99% and more came by the land route. There were no air services operative at that time. And the land route was via Tari, district Amritsar, and Wagah, in district Firozpur. So the total pressure of all the incoming millions was borne by Punjab. Sadly, not many of them were able to go beyond Punjab. They got killed. Around October, soon after the partition, a very ferocious flood came in Punjab, parts of Punjab. We were still in Firozpur when it had 4.5, 5 feet of water. All the railway lines got washed away, the roads got washed away, all supplies stopped. No medicine, no hospitals, no rations. Now, alongside with this very sad situation was a total breakdown of law and order. Anybody could kill anybody if he or she wanted to do so, and it happened. Now, the biggest challenge, the biggest problem at that time, in the end of 47, in Punjab was rehabilitation, resettlement, reconstruction of the new state of Punjab. Millions were to be provided shelter, food, clothing, medical care, and of course, later on, some mode for resettlement. So refugee camps, relief camps came up all over Punjab, some very large, as in Jalandhar, some smaller ones, Karnal, elsewhere. These camps and all the arrangements in dealing with the millions, the influx of millions, were dealt with by an administrative setup which was not very large. Half a dozen ICS officers, all Indians, two non-Indians, two North Indians, two Christians. They, along with the administrative setup, machinery was very splintered, very fractured. But I must emphasize that this group of people, rather small, took on the challenge and performed very well to deal with the enormous complex problems that faced Punjab. There was a severe paucity of financial resources. Financial emergency was declared. There was even bigger scarcity of food resources, essential supplies. So, as always happens in such occasions, hoarding, black marketing started. The government overnight set up ration shops. Families, individuals were given ration cards. There were 3-mile long queues, I remember, to get the rations which were due every week. But one way or another, over a period of months, the Punjab governance brought the situation under total control, including law and order. Now, I would briefly pause here and come to the political evolution, the growth of the polity in Punjab from 47 onwards. Because it is necessary when you talk of the political economy to talk of governance, the relationship between the polity and economics and polity, and then exactly what do we do in terms of policy making, and what do we do for the people of the state in terms of their welfare, their social growth, their economic growth, their development. So I would say that 47 to 2024 is a period of, say, 77 years. I would very roughly and perhaps crudely divide it into 3 parts. The first part or the first period being 47 to But let me say, first of all, that in the 77 years, the Congress Party ruled for 43 years. The SAD and their allies for 23 years. At the last elections, a new party, AAP, took over in Punjab, and they have been in position roughly for 2 years. In March, there will be 2 years. So 43 years, 23 years, 2 years. The missing 9 years, the president's rule, governor's rule, unitary form of government. Governor's rule was imposed 8 times in Punjab till today, starting from early on after the partition. The political situation was not particularly stable. We had Congress leaders who had participated in the national freedom struggle. There was perhaps lack of adequate amity amongst them. So we had Gopi Chand Bhargav, then Bhimsen Sachar, then Gopi Chand Bhargav again, and so on. But what I want to point out that between 47 and 56, when Mr. Cairo took over as the chief minister and remained as such for 8 years till 64, before that, before 56, he had held 3 crucial positions which are not normally talked about, not normally known. One was as a minister for rehabilitation. He performed a crucial role. He was also minister for revenue. He was minister for development. And during this period, from 47 to 56, 9 years, I don't have the exact figures, but from memory, I could say that he was almost throughout an important cabinet minister, except for a brief period during Bhimsen Sachar's time when he became president of the Congress Party. My friend Tilochan Singh here would know these facts much better than me. So these 9 years you deduct from 77 years, and the rest is shared between 2 major parties and their allies from time to time who were changing. Now, as I said earlier, I'd roughly divide this 77 years into 3 broad periods. The first would be for 20 years, say, just for the sake of discussion. 47 to 66, reorganization took place on 1st November 66. So there's a good landmark. But I would go on to 67, March 67, which marks the end of the Congress rule in Punjab and the beginning of coalition governments. Sardar Gurnam Singh took over in March 67. I had the opportunity to serve with him. So roughly, let's say in these 20 years, we had a series of chief ministers, nothing very much to mention about them, except to say that they succeeded with the great hard work, honesty, and devotion to performing their constitutional roles and bringing Punjab under control. But the one person who stands out and who I have, besides very many other issues relating to his life and conduct and his political career, I would focus only on his work as a minister and chief minister, that it was one person in these 20 years whose work and contribution laid the foundations of Punjab and its future development and growth, and that is Cairo. He had enormous acumen. There was other ministers around him who made good, valuable contributions, but I would say he was the unchallenged leader. He had certain qualities which are criticized, which are not particularly approved of or popular, but nonetheless, he ran through this entire period with enormous success and outstanding delivery. Amongst the things that he did, which are really fundamental and which stand out till today, and none of his successors, I dare say, did anything which came anywhere near his achievement was a consolidation of holdings when he was revenue minister. And settlement of holdings, district by district, and then protection of tenancies. The Punjab Agriculture Security of Land Tenures Act. And that is a milestone legislation. Not that we were the only state, but we were perhaps the only state which implemented it honestly. I was a field officer in the 60s, and I remember that we were ruthless in enforcing it. There was some political interference, as there always is, but we didn't suffer because we implemented this act strictly according to the law. So a lot of attention was given to the basis of good agriculture, that is holdings, tenancy, security, power. Bhakra was commissioned in 63, as I was mentioned a little while ago, but generators and other means to supply power to the farmers were mobilized. And after Bhakra came, naturally, the situation changed. But the government didn't rely only on Bhakra because the demand was growing at enormous pace. So the thermal power stations were also planned. And the first thermal station came up in Batinda in 69. Roads, Mr. Kairam was a great one for village roads, then inter-village link roads, that between the rural areas and the district headquarters, Pakka roads. I remember one occasion, I was in Kangra at that time. It was a very backward area in the early 60s. He used to address a gathering, but not for very long, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and say the relevant things in a certain order and not make political speeches. He would say, you mobilize voluntary labor, create a kacha road. I will then make it pakka. So he used to throw bait. Create a one-room school, I'll add the second room. Start digging a well, dig a well, I'll make it pakka. So this was a large-scale mobilization of rural labor. We did a lot of work. We built roads, we built schools, we constructed wells, dispensaries. That is no longer the current milieu, that is no longer the current approach to development. For many years now, we gave up all this. So roads, holdings, consolidation, security of tenure, extension of railways, construction of bridges for better connectivity, the rural dispensaries, hospitals in the towns, the postgraduate institute, which is well known in the country today, along with the All India Institute. This was inaugurated in 62. Again, the far side of Cairo, and backed very heavily by Jawaharlal Nehru from Delhi and Govindwala Pant. Schools, colleges, technical institutes, agriculture university. We were amongst the first to think of having agriculture university in Ludhiana. Then, but now I come to the most important thing besides this, all this infrastructure development, which would enable future growth, was the very welcome availability, thanks to Borlaug, of new hybrid seeds, high-yielding seeds. Alongside, we had virtual revolution in agriculture practices, pesticides, weedicides, fungicides, and furrows, plows, all mechanical. First tractors came. And this brought about a total change in the farming systems, particularly in Punjab. We were at the forefront. So this was a very important input, or a factor which led to rapid rural development in Punjab and laid the basis for very profitable agriculture operations. Because of the paucity of agriculture inputs, great attention was given to cooperative credit societies, multi-purpose cooperative societies. The farmer could go to the village cooperative society, you get a small amount of money as credit. He could buy his implements, he could buy seeds, fertilizers, everything was available that time. We went from village to ensure that these cooperative society stores were well stocked. They were not overcharging, they were functioning well. While Cairo's model of growth and development early in the 50s, 60s was for good reason oriented to agriculture and rural development, he did not neglect the industrial side. As it happened at that time, because of total lack of infrastructure and all that goes into having medium or large scale industry, we had tiny industries, cottage industries. In those days, the label was small scale industry, SSI. So I happened to also work for 2 years or more at direct industries. We had 1.25 lakh, or almost 1.3 lakh, registered small scale industries. Some of them were doing nothing better than making candles. And where did the wax come from? We had to supply them wax from a government supply at fixed prices. Then there were steel products, iron products, and so on for the cycle industry in Ludhiana. Then Gobindgarh, Batala, Phagwara, these centers came up. Small scale industries turned into medium scale. Some of them are well known across the country today for large scale. Banking system was given attention. Industrial estates were set up. Housing colonies were set up. Municipal administration was given attention. Sports, games, you can think of everything. In this period, departments were created, officers were appointed, borrowed from elsewhere. All in all, what I'm trying to suggest is that during the period of 50s and 60s, even though Cairo was asked to step down and he was shot on the roadside in 64, this momentum continued till well into the 70s. We had prosperity amongst the peasantry. We had business and commerce doing very well. Punjab, every passing year, stood higher and higher in the national indices of growth and development. And we were soon rated as amongst the best performing states in the country. Insofar as governance goes, naturally all this happened only because of good governance. The officers, there were, of course, instances of corruption and malfunctioning and other incidents. But those apart, which are always a part of any system at any point of time in any country, the overall productivity of the governmental system was, I would say, excellent. There was seriousness of purpose, there was a sense of direction, and there was, barring that minuscule minority which is always there and today is not a minority, integrity of functioning. So I would say the entire period of 50s, 60s, well into almost the end of 70s was a period of good foundation laying, nation building, Punjab nation building, and growth and development, and establishing momentum which was not easy to break. The Punjabi farmer especially is a hardy person who takes risks, works long hours, and produces results. So despite the 65 war coming in between this period, Punjab carried along, and I would say that this period which I'm mentioning, roughly 67, it ended very well. Reorganization had its own political implications. It was the culmination of the demand for Punjabi Suba. That's another story. But it didn't do a great damage to the erstwhile Punjab when it was cut up. Half of it was given away Haryana and large parts of it to create the present Himachal. Now I come to the second period. This period, if I say I conclude the first period around 67 or thereabouts, I could say the second period could commence roughly from March 67 when Sardar Gurnam Singh took over as a United Front plus Communist, CPI, so on. And this period could, for the purpose of discussion, go on right up to February 92. Why I say February 92? February 92 marked the culmination, the end of the longest period of governor's rule in Punjab. 87 to 92 was governor's rule. But I take this period from 67 March to February 92, roughly a period of 25 years. In political terms, marks end of Congress rule, marks the beginning of coalition governments, marks the rise of SAD on the political scene, on the governance scene. So if you take away the 5 years plus another 2 years of governor's rule after Blue Star, 7 years of governor's rule, that leaves us with 25 years. Out of 25 years, if you take away 7 years of governor's rule, it leaves us with 18 years. At these 18 years, I will not go into too much detail, roughly 9 years Congress rule, 9 years SAD. And in this period of 9 years, the Akali Dal and their allies had 6 chief ministers. The Congress in these roughly 9 years, a little less than 9 years, had 2 CMs. Both the same person. Now, the momentum of the 60s and early 70s or late 70s, I dare say, continued, irrespective of the political scene, irrespective of what happened between Delhi and Chandigarh. The people are hardy, hardworking, they continued with their efforts, and the momentum continued. If you, Professor Lakhinder Singh will tell us, if the look at the economic figures, economic data, you might find that some of the things I say in terms of turbulence, etc., were very serious, but they dented but did not disturb the economic growth for a long time. So this continued till as I said, from the early 70s onwards. If you move further, 75 to 77, emergency came. A Congress Chief Minister, Gyani Zail Singh, was in the position. Those of us who were working at that time in the Punjab didn't have a happy time, to say the least. We're running around, chasing our own tails and doing things which were ill-considered, unproductive, and purposeless. But so it was, and so it happened. So the pace of economic growth during this period, also, which was uneven period, maintained a certain balance, and we couldn't say that we had run into a trough. But difficulties and serious difficulties came up in the late 70s, rather in 78. On the Vaisakhi Day, on 13th of April 1978, there was a public clash between the group of Damdamji Taksal and the Sant Nirankari mission. And this led to firing, this led to killing. And in my perception, this marked the beginning of insurgency and militancy in Punjab, with the last of which we have not seen so far. This period marks the rise of radical Bhindranwale, support to him from various political quarters, support to him from SGPC. Harchand Singh Longowal was the chairman of SGPC, if I'm not wrong, at that time. He gave him shelter in the Golden Temple. Then Bhindranwale made Golden Temple his base. From there, things worsened further by the day. Demand for Khalistan, the various pro-Khalistan groups were not only in Amritsar or Punjab, they were in Pakistan, just across the border. They were in several countries of Europe. They were in Canada, and so on. But that's another story, the Khalistan story. I will not go into that. But Bhindranwale going into the Golden Temple, things going out of hand, the total law and order was disturbed. Then one day, a DIG who was going into the Golden Temple, he was killed at the doorstep. And after that, the police services, the civil administration, Ramesh had perhaps not taken over as yet at that time. Things were on the decline. I had been sent back to Punjab in late March, early April 84, saying that I was needed there. When I arrived, I found I was not needed there. But anyway, I was given some appeal work, which is normally given to a person who is not required on the scene. So I happily did appeal work from 10 to 7 in the evening, hearing 20-year-old cases of revenue and so on. And meanwhile, the state was smoldering, it was festered. And when the political mind could not grapple with this storm, which was self-created, they brought in the army. I will not go into the great details of the pros and cons of how army was brought in and why it was brought in. Anyway, army came in, and then Blue Star took place. Blue Star took place, and that was sacrilege of the Golden Temple. The world over, Punjabis, and particularly members of the Sikh community, they could just not accept this, that this had happened. So it was a very traumatic period of trauma in Punjab. But the political picture, by and large, remained what it was. A decision was taken by the then Prime Minister that we would reconstruct Akal Takht within 100 days, spend any amount of money, there's no limit. I was, besides my appeals, Secretary PWD, I was within hours sent in the governor's plane to Amritsar, along with architects and engineers, to start the reconstruction. And we worked 24 hours a day, and Akal Takht was reconstructed. The unfortunate part was a wrong political decision. The political masters in Delhi involved Baba Santa Singh of the Buddha Dal, one of the Kali factions, to be sort of theoretically in charge of this reconstruction project. Now, within the Akali organization and the SGPC, there were different views. So after we handed over the Akal Takht in its beautiful new shining form, it was duly demolished because the word used was Sarkari Seva. So they did Kar Seva, and in due course of time, they reconstructed the whole thing. But what we had done, which was not undone, there were several lakh pockmarks in the temple. On the walls, on the stonework, on the grills, on the domes, there's so much firing had taken place. 2.62 lakh, Ramesh, you would have the correct figures. We patched up this, we repainted the walls, etc., etc. We brought stone workers from Fatehpur Sikri. We did a lot of construction work. But the damage done to the psyche of the Sikh community could not be undone by painting walls and laying new stones. And this was a very serious, grievous hurt. So the governor's rule continued, and I was then overnight asked to be Home Secretary, and my charge was to restore law and order and conduct elections. Now, talking of elections in this kind of situation where magistrates were shot in courtroom and sub-judges in courtroom, lady teachers teaching their students out in the garden lawns under the trees were shot there. Cinema halls were burned, shops were burned, railway stations were burned. You couldn't, a normal person in Punjab couldn't venture out of the house. And what was happening in Amritsar was, of course, a totally different story. Anyway, we had a good bunch of officers who were devoted to nothing but the cause of Punjab and the cause of the country. And Ramesh was one of them. He served at DC for several years. but during the crucial period when I was Home Secretary, he was there. He and along with his colleague, the SP, Superintendent of Police, and a large number of highly devoted Sikh officers. And I'm sorry to mention that a large majority of these loyal, highly high integrity officers, they were killed as traitors by the terrorist militants, the Khalistani groups. Their families were wiped out. These stories, if you were to hear them and see what happened, you would not relate to President Punjab to what happened at that point of time. We managed successfully to hold elections, peaceful elections. There was no incidents of booths being grabbed and taken away and ballot boxes burned. We had about 67% turnout. And as was planned, the Akalis came into power and Sardar Surjit Singh Barnala was sworn in end of September 85. Among other things, which I will not go into detail, what the work we have been doing, some of us at least, had annoyed, angered a large segment of our Sikh community and even others. And the Khalistani groups then brought out a list of people who were undesirable and had to be eliminated. And amongst them was the then Army Commander Sundarji and two other generals, myself and one DG CRP and so on. So we were bundled out of the state overnight, virtually in the darkness of the night, to clear out of our own state. We belonged to the state, we were serving the state, but that was a very sad and tragic part of my memory. So now I would say that looking back to political economy and governance, that we were jogging along 60s, 70s, or the foundations laid, very strong foundations laid, and the good work done by the early rulers, particularly Cairo. Now but the disturbances, the scale and the intensity of disturbances, this increased. And Barnala Sahab couldn't last very long, also because of infighting within the Kali Dal, and militancy again reared its head. So again, governor's rule was imposed in 87. So he served for about less than 2 years. So lack of normalcy, economy shattered, exodus, business migrated, industry migrated, commerce migrated. And worst of all, besides the shattering of economy, the greatest damage done to the people of Punjab and the traditions of Punjab, deep distrust, divisiveness amongst the communities. Neighbor wouldn't talk to a neighbor. We wouldn't trust each other. Community harmony had gone. And this was not a small damage done to the Punjab community. So in summary, thus I would say that out of the 25 years, 67 to 92, out of which 7 years were governor's rule, a reasonable pace despite all the firings, killings, rapes, loot, everything. The Punjabi jogged on. The agriculturists kept working in the fields. The small-scale industrialists or the medium-scale mans kept working. He wouldn't get raw materials. His product wouldn't sell. There were no services. Trains stopped, buses stopped. But by and large, things continued, and you would have a more systematic view of this from the economists, how much damage was done and when and why. But I would focus once again that the failure of the elected government, yet again in 78, starting from 78, the failure to bring things under control, not allow the law and order situation to go out of hand on account of religious considerations or considerations which should not form part of a government policy. This has had lasting effect and lasting damage, which I dare say continues till today, because that great harmony, that great unity which prevailed got shattered. It permeated all ranks, bureaucracy, the police, the judiciary, and I dare say, worst of all, in the polity. So the societal divide which transpired after 84 and the years thereafter, I no longer had the privilege of living in Punjab since I had to leave it. I think that's lost from what my friends who come to see me once in a while. That is not a small matter. I think sociologists and political scientists could look at it with a greater focus for the years to come. Now, the last period that I would talk about, after the end of 5 years of governor's rule in February 92 till today, 24, makes a period of 30 years. Give and take 30 years. Now, in this period, the Congress ruled for 15 years and had 6 chief ministers, of which Mr. Marinder Singh was twice in position for a period of 9.5 years. The SAD was in command for 15 years, also 15 and 15. But the SAD had only 3 chief ministers in this period. And Mr. Badal ruled for 15 years. So one would have thought that with the 5 years of governor's rule and a Congress chief minister who was going from village to village, striving for peace and begging for amity, he was killed at the doorsteps of the Punjab Secretariat, Sardar Bhai Singh, in 95. He paid by his life for seeking to introduce, and he was killed by extremist elements, radical elements, who had permeated the security ring. Now, I had meanwhile come to Delhi, as I mentioned to you. I was in charge of various things here in whatever work I was doing. I was still not dissociated from the security side of Punjab in the Defense Ministry and later on in Home. And I had very much hoped and prayed that we will return to democracy and secularism. And Mr. Barnala had tried in his own way in 85, 87. And then subsequent rulers had also tried very honestly, but this didn't work. So I would say 95 onwards till virtually today, for me as a former civil servant, marks the beginning of a decline in 95, which hasn't come to a stop. A decline in soft government, passive government, religious government, indecisive, ineffective, fobbing along with no particular direction and sense of purpose and delivery. These are years of waste, years of great tragedy, years of waste. And besides, loss of trust of the ordinary person in what is called government. Now, after the decade and more, almost 14, 15 years of militancy and what Punjab had undergone, great difficulties, disasters, and the great sacrifices and human and economic losses, one would have thought, one would have expected, imagined that serious reconstruction, rebuilding, the political masters who got elected and elected for long periods, they were almost monopolistic in their regimes, that they would take the right steps to bring Punjab back on the rails. In my opinion, I may be totally wrong, I may be in minority, this did not happen. The decline continued and damage was done, damage was continued to be done. Let me give you a few instances of where I feel aggrieved. Over the years, you read newspapers and see what's happening, but agriculture, the business of agriculture, the process of agriculture production, and the lives of farmers. This is a large area because over 60% of our population is farming community or those who depend on it. So you cannot politically or in governance terms ignore it or give it low priority. Now, there has been overexploitation in agriculture. I remember years ago in the late 60s, early 70s, message coming from Delhi. I was serving in Punjab. I was not in the loop at that time. And I had done rural development in Panjati Raj for several years and shifted to industry. And I heard a message had come from Delhi asking our agriculture minister and CM to please do whatever is required to shift our farmers to the paddy wheat cycle. Maybe forgotten now. This cycle, which is much derided now, which is much unwanted in the past decade and more, was originally a suggestion or rather a request from Delhi, please help us, because we were the food bowl of India. 1/3 of the entire pool of resources was supplied, furnished by Punjab. So overexploitation of land, overexploitation of water, the micronutrients are all depleted, overuse of chemical fertilizers, water has been poisoned, the water table has gone down in large parts of Punjab. There are blocks which are critical. Then in certain blocks, we have waterlogging, we have salinization, color areas in Barnala, Sangrur, in that belt. So, and side by side with what has happened to land and water, over mechanization. The Punjabi farmers, great admiration for machines, 1 tractor, 2 tractors, 3 tractors, furrows, tillers. So you have lakhs of machinery in Punjab today, a large part of which, high percentage of which is not utilized. One of the studies I've seen, academic studies in Punjab, it said 2 years ago, it said 16 lakh, we have 16 lakh tractors in Punjab. And this is 5 times the number we need. Professor Lakhvinder Singh would know better, but this is a figure that I... Now, huge water consumption, input costs going up, weather failures, weather uncertainty, failures, distress, suicides, all kinds of things. Indebtedness, I'll mention very briefly because we have economic papers on Punjab. I couldn't lay my hands on anything more quotable, but one figure I quotable, that the Kisan credit cards at that point of time, this is a 2-year-old study, 21.98 lakh Kisan credit card holders are operational, they're active. And based on these 22 lakh KCC holders, the debt in the agriculture arena works out to 2.52 lakh per card holder. Even a person who has 1.5 acres, marginal farming, has a debt of 2.5, 3 lakhs. So overall debt is enormous and it is not decreasing. Now, next to this, the agriculture scene in indebtedness, youth, most affected. The education given to youth for the last 30, 40 years is not relevant. Is not the kind of education which would have equipped them, made them capable of getting employment within Punjab itself or elsewhere, vocational training and so on. So they are virtually unwanted. Large number have been migrating from Punjab outside, going to Europe, etc., mostly to Canada. I was looking at the figure again. There's one reply to a parliament question, which says during 16 to 21, 7.5, 8 lakh youth went out. And this gives us an average of 1.42 lakh youth leaving Punjab every year, 1.5 lakh. Going out for what purpose? Studies, stroke, jobs, if they get them. So on the economic scene now in Punjab, in our workplace, we have 70% outsiders and 30% our own boys and girls from rural Punjab. Drugs, a biggest disaster, which is Punjab has happily suffered for many years. The political masters have partaken of it. The police and mafia linkages, the smuggling chain, the supply chain has not been ruptured. People have not been dealt with. Addiction is unlimited. Here again, the figures I have is Dr. Goman's recent book on drugs and his studies of sociological studies. He mentions in his book, which came out early this year, that 10 lakh youth in Punjab is dependent on heroin alone. And there's another Punjab government publication, Punjab Drug Dependence Survey of 2015. This is 9 years old. It says 8.6 lakh youth are dependent on opioids 9 years ago. Now, the point I'm mentioning is that despite the destruction of our youth, family after family going waste, becoming bankrupt, and losing everything in their lives, we have not dealt with the smuggling into Punjab of drugs in that hard way that this matter required to be dealt with. And we have senior police officers in jail for being convicted for their role in drug smuggling. A DSP is in jail. A minister was arrested for his role in the smuggling of drugs into Punjab and the processing of drugs into party drugs to be exported to Canada. But still, all these gentlemen are there, and the misfortune continues. Unemployment, I need not labor too much on it. Naturally, with this kind of scene, where will the employment come from? And the labor market is sensitive. It shifts according to the technological changes which are rapidly taking place. So if our boys and girls are not tuned to be eligible to get work, then they don't get work. So I would say that there's a mismatch of the skills available in the market and the skills required. And even now, it is not too late to take a very serious assessment of the present and emerging skill requirements and prepare our youth accordingly. Now, finally, I'm coming to the end of my law and order. Now, I have spent most of my life in this segment, so therefore perhaps I'm prejudiced or I'm exaggerating or I'm overdoing it, but I'm extremely worried that New Delhi has not given the kind of attention, irrespective of which political party rules in Punjab, to help assist and support the state in an restoration of these infiltrations, smuggling, weapons, foreign currency, and drugs, and so on. This continues to take place. In the recent years, recent times, it takes place through drones. Earlier, they were tunneling under our barbed wire fencing in Punjab, in Kathua, Sama, our international border, which Pakistan does not recognize. It calls it a working boundary. So this history of militancy that we have acquired from, if you don't want to go into late 70s, at least from early 80s, is there. It has its roots. The roots have not been all cut off or wiped out. New Delhi cannot forget that, and anybody or any party which rules in Punjab cannot forget that. The smuggling business you cannot ignore, drugs especially and weapons. This will ruin our entire generation after generation. There'll be one way of winning a war is to ruin the peasantry and the youth of Punjab. So I would say that a great deal of work needs to be done, land, air, drones, and so on and so forth, to check everything. Police has to be made effective. And talking of police, I would say that I worked with the police very closely, day in and day out in 84, 85. Our police in Punjab acquired a bad name because they had inadequate leadership and they have been misused. Now, in 2015, the police, the ISI infiltrated right up to police station Dinanagar. And next year, 2016, the ISI managed to get into the air base in Pathankot. So I'm mentioning this to underline that Punjab is a very vulnerable, very sensitive, it is a very important border state, and we cannot afford to drift along as it has been drifting for many years now. And you take a political view and you say, हाँ बड़ा अच्छा है, fail कर गए, कामयाब नहीं हुए, then that paves the way for somebody else to come over. That perhaps will not do. And before I close, I mentioned in 2023, we had this incident of a gentleman called Amritpal Singh, lookalike Bhindranwale. He suddenly arrives on the scene in Punjab from Dubai somewhere, and he, along with his followers, he invades a police station and gets accused released from there. Now, this how did this happen? He's in jail somewhere in Assam, but that's another matter. I'm saying that the threats have not abated, and Pakistan and ISI and other adversary agencies and our countries who are not our friends, they will not leave us in peace. Indebtedness, overall state indebtedness, just a few figures. I have a gross figure of 3.47 lakh crores. Almost more than half of it is half our GDSP. Our average rate of growth between 15-16 and 22-23 is only 4.7%. If you look at the rate of growth of other states. Our per capita, Punjab was #1 in the country in 81. Now it is 20th or 19th in 2 years ago, perhaps lower than 20th. So to say that effective debt is very much less and the rest is servicing the debt liability, that's quite true, that's little. But the CM Punjab recently, in the white paper I saw, the present government has added 47,000 crore to the Punjab debt in 1.5 years, in 18 months. And 57% of this debt is to meet the interest liabilities of the earlier debt, legacy debt. So I don't know how you deal with this and what you say about such a situation. And I would say that, go back and say that Punjab has a glorious legacy. It waded through almost insurmountable challenges to establish itself. Its Green Revolution success was known the world over. The Punjabi farmer, the Punjabi soldier, and the Punjabi entrepreneur. And now, where are we today? And I think it is a gross failure of the elected polity, which has consequently failure of the appointed executive, the police, the civil services, the judiciary. I think all have correspondingly failed to hold the flag. And this obviously cannot go on. The nexus must be abated, and we must clean up the place to be able to move forward. Governance is a serious business, not merely to be discussed in seminars, but actually to be practiced and the outcome delivered. Internal security, law and order, normalcy, I think, is the first charge of any elected government to ensure this, to allow peaceful development if the state is to move forward. I trust that this would happen in the years to come, and the discussions in this seminar will give some pointers, but I think there is no lack of resources in terms of knowledge, in terms of expertise. Even among our Punjabi scholars all over the world, they can contribute, make suggestions how the festering problems of Punjab can be tackled, how at least a beginning can be made. And I will close by saying that we need more sympathy, more support, more active support of central agencies. I read in the papers a few days ago that law and order is a state subject. Yes, of course, constitutionally it is. But when there are serious threats to the very integrity and the unity of the state, then the central agencies have to play a very important role. So I'll close here. I'm sorry for having taken longer than I thought. And once again, congratulate Dr. Mahendra Singh for having a discussion on Punjab, which is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vora sir, for that comprehensive speech, for remembering for us and with us. And it is only perhaps in remembering that things which have been dismembered can be put back together. Thank you so much again. Now we have the two theme papers for the morning. The first one is by Professor Lakhvinder Singh, an eminent economist. And the title of the paper is Political Economy, Theory, Practice, and Policy.
Shri N.N. Vora ji, Dr. Mahendra Singh ji, Shri Sardar Rameshinder Singh ji, dignitaries sitting on the right side as well as on the left side, scholars, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must congratulate the organizers to hold a seminar in the premises of the India International Center. We have been always discussing in Punjab, sometime in Chandigarh, and we agree with Shri Vora ji that the central government has continuously ignored when Punjab needed most. So I think that the place, this place is realizing now the importance of that we have to talk about Punjab in a manner and at the platform where people can seriously listen about, policymakers can take note of it, and perhaps we have invited several times policymakers in Punjab to convince them that a serious support from the central government is really required if we have to revive the Punjab economy. So can you show these slides? So I would like to begin with, as organizers has asked me to talk about Punjab. We have been for a long period of time researching, discussing, as well as disseminating the situation of Punjab, where we are and how we are going there. So first slide, please. Now I'm showing you the situation of Punjab called scenario 1, where we have educated females. They are the teachers themselves asking for a tenure, and police brutally cane charged them, and next day morning they came up again with the slogan, which shows that staying in Punjab is very difficult. And if you have to make a fortune, you have to leave the country. I think large number of scholars, as well as people living anywhere in the world who have some sympathies with Punjab, they must seriously look into it, that where we are now. And therefore, you'll find that if you look at the female labor force participation is lowest in India, but still you'll find that how we meet the demands of the females when they come out to ask for a decent employment. we are not able to give. And I think that when we talk about unemployment, the quality of employment is so bad that people say that there is no future in Punjab. You have to leave Punjab if you have any future of yourself. And that is the kind of thing which is second scenario. Next slide, yeah. You can see this is a Pakistan border or Haryana border. Pakistan border, when you go to Wagah border, is very beautiful. You enjoy over there. But see, this is the kind of border which you have here in Punjab, and up even Delhi border. Those who have traveled through road, they know that what has happened to Delhi border. So this seems that this is war, but it is going to have a long-lasting impact on Punjab because investors, as Vora Sahab has talked about in the mid-80s, the people have fled from Punjab. This is the investment which we expect now to happen is not going to happen. So what kind of rebuilding we can talk about is very, very difficult. The next scenario. Now, these are the numbers which I have put forward to show two scenarios. One is being talked about that the overall development of Punjab in terms of per capita income, we have reached from the year 2000 to 21-22 a 10th position. When we convert into the per capita income into dollars terms, we are a low middle income state, as well as, except few Uttar Pradesh and Bihar and Rajasthan, all other states of India turn out to be lower middle income lower middle income states. But if this number is relatively turning gloomy over a period of time, but we have a rosy picture of Punjab as well. I have numbered the ranked life expectancy at birth. You see that Kerala has the highest 75, Punjab has 72.5. So that means we are very close to a very highly developed state in terms of social indicators. But I think that globally we are not much behind in terms of social indicators. Only 10 years gap is there, which can be filled up within 10 years period of time if social investment can be made. So I think that this is a very good. The second very important aspect, which I think is a rosy picture, is an infant mortality rate. Although Kerala has gone down to 6 and we are 18, but still you'll find that it is not a bad number. A few years ago, we were having more than 100, but now we have very low infant mortality rates. So that does mean that the conversion of per capita income has been highly successfully achieved in terms of social indicators. So this is very important. Now, I would like to have a multi-dimensional indicators innovation index where I think that the future of any state like Punjab lies, where we are almost 12th, that is innovation index. I know that is based on 7 pillars, but you know, some are very deceptive, but still you'll find that Punjab is relatively lagging much behind. Two important indicators. One, I believe, is an indicator of monetary policy, that is the credit deposit ratio. Punjab, since its Green Revolution period till date, continued to be high saving state, but low borrowing states. That means low investment state. I think this dichotomy, even at the high time of the state was being built, at that time, the credit deposit ratio was less than 50, and now it was little higher than 50, but continued to be lower than that. I'm not able to understand over a long period of time why this kind of situation has continued to occur, where large amount of savings done by the state has been used somewhere else. You will see that some of the states which are having more than 100 credit deposit ratio, and those are the states like Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and even you will find that Maharashtra, Gujarat continue to be on higher side. So the next important indicator which usually being talked about, which states the state's health, because largely the most of the expenditures are being done by most of the states in India, that is on a borrowed money from the Reserve Bank of India. So that is a deficit financing. Some of the states like Punjab, which is having a highest debt GDP ratio, that is 47% RBI states. We have a very high, this kind of, some people are saying is more than 50% if we include all liabilities, but 47 is not a lower number. We have proposed very recently last year that we have to, until we are not dealing with this debt, Punjab is not able to deal with the development aspect of it. So these are very important indicators, gives us some idea where we are. And I think that there is a possibility that through social indicators, Punjab can rebuild, and the per capita income will respond as well. Next slide. So let me take you now back that what happens actually in economic development over a long period of time. We have a global experience narrated by Karl Marx, W.W. Rostow. They have talked about that the evolution of the humankind is a dynamic and evolutionary in nature. It never stays over a particular period of time at a particular stage, but if that stays on, it distorts the development processes, creates a lot of challenges, and interlock itself very difficult to be cleaned. So bottlenecks which emerges over there are very difficult to be cleaned. But however, you'll find that both have agreed that there is a possibility of change, and change cannot be stopped. It has to keep on growing over a period of time. However, the post-Second World War period dualistic development theories like Lewis, who has a Nobel Prize winner, has talked about that we have to modernize society, because agriculture cannot take us to the development processes, because it is a relatively having a low marginal productivity, and large amount of the workforce can be shifted to other modern industrial activities, where you'll find that the dynamism can be generated, other indicators, social as well as physical, can be improved over a period of time. However, Simon Kuznets, another Nobel Prize winner, has examined the more than 2 centuries experience of the developed countries, how economy has been sectorally moving from one sector to another sector of the economy. And they have been talking about that the developed countries took nearly 2 centuries period of time to transform themselves from agriculturally to industrialized societies. However, the most important aspect which they have talked about is that services sector never dominated during the processes of development of the developed countries of the world. But the fundamental factor that has engineered change is innovation, epochal innovation, which is huge rise in productivity in the industrial sector. It has also revolutionized productivity in other sectors of the economy, generated linkages, as well as hugely changed the older institutional processes, and society has been resurrected. A new society has been built, where you'll find that the local kind of caste, creed, religion kind of identities disappear, and you will find a new society is being born. So the more important emphasis of this kind of studies is that it is the societal transformation. It is not only the economic transformation, where both economy as well as workforce moves from the agriculture to industry and then moving to the services sector of the economy in the later stages of development. However, they have been talking about that during this long journey of transformation, state played a very active role and has cleared the bottlenecks whenever happens. Vorosav has emphasized time and again, you'll find that this is the need of the hour. Next. Largely, the 1991 experience of India's liberalization has been fundamentally determined by how East Asia has grown over a period of time. And when the people of Punjab moving from Punjab to the Western countries as well as in the North American countries, they have dispassionately, they have been talking about that why we are not improving the way other countries have improved. So that is a attraction which happens. But the experience of East Asian countries where the 2 century or more time took in the developed countries, East Asian countries took 30 years period of time, 40 years period of time to become from a backward to a rich countries in the world. So what they have talked about from that experience is that transition is there, but you'll find that the level of economic development and the infrastructure, soft and hard, which ultimately builds a competitive advantage, is to be provided. You cannot say that if Punjab today needs a particular kind of infrastructure, but you are going to borrow the ideas from somewhere else and imposing on it, and you will solve the problem. This cannot happen. So that is the kind of role which we can talk about here. We have also very important developmental economics, Deepak Nair, who has been talking about how East Asian countries as well as South Asian countries have progressed over a period of time. And he has argued that the East Asian countries have followed a classical pattern of development process where the agriculture, the industry played a dynamic role and transformed the society from agriculture to industry. Services relatively remained subservient, but some of the countries like India, Turkey, Thailand, Philippines, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Vietnam, they are highly service-oriented and dominated one, but not following the standard pattern. And he has argued that why they are not able to become rich, developed societies. The reason is that they say that one of the sectors, at least, in this kind of transformation is very weak, which is not supporting. And he has identified that in the countries which are not following the classical pattern, it is the weakness of the agriculture sector of the economy. If you see, Indian agriculture is highly low productivity agriculture compared to the other sector. And he has argued that neglect of investment has been done over a long period of time in this particular process. But it is a reversal in Punjab. However, the latest study, which just appeared in 2024, talking about that East Asian countries' process of transformation, if one has to examine, they say that they have built capabilities in the innovation system. They have taken a different detour. That is not the innovation which are being done by the developed countries. They have, taken a detour, and then you'll find that they have been able to survive and, bridge the gap between the developed and less developed country. Here he has argued that state played hugely important role in terms of transforming traditional economies to the modern, especially through developing institutional as well as the consortiums for research and development. The highest R&D expenditure which is taking place in the whole world is Korea as well as in other East Asian countries nowadays. Next. Now I have put up the simple story of Punjab, how we have transformed Vora Saab, if you look this graph, your stages are very, very visible here. Now, the first stage of building Punjab, you will find that where agriculture has exceeded, instead of declining, it has moved up. And you saw that when agriculture started moving up from 1966, 67, the industrial sector was also picking up. So you have told this story. And services has relatively declined, okay? And then you'll find that when agriculture started receding in terms of its share in the state domestic product, you'll find that industry is also stagnating and services sector is moving up. So you'll find that the decline of agriculture sector in terms of its share is largely being occupied by the services sector of the economy rather than of the industrial sector. But if you see the period of post-turmoil 1991 to 1995, there is a little rise in industrial sector of the economy, where you will find that again, the services sector has subdued, but you'll find later on periods, services sector is dominating, agriculture is declining at a faster rate. The industry has not moved up as we were expecting from the classical pattern of development. So that does mean we have a weak industrial sector in the economy throughout the period of development processes, and that has not been able to allow us to transform from a agrarian economy to an industrialized one. So this is a kind of unfinished transition which was expected to happen. I think that if we look at the period of 1977, 78, when first industrial policy resolution of focal point was started bringing in, that was the time when you'll find that the political leadership, bureaucratic leadership, policymakers in the state planning board were thinking about that we are lacking industrialization, industrialization need to be built. What was the way that has been partly shown in that kind of processes. Now, what has happened was that that kind of enthusiasm was not lived even a year or so. You'll find that president rule came, and then you'll find that the development process taken a back seat, which even the period of the restoration of democracy in Punjab, and now we have more than 5-6 elected governments, but still you'll find that they are not able to rebuild the momentum of economic development processes. Next. Now, if we look at the agriculture income, that structure which I have shown, but still you'll find that the workforce engaged in agriculture sector of the economy continue to be very, very high. You cannot increase the land. So you cannot increase the engagement of the people with the agriculture sector of the economy. So therefore, you'll find that what is expected is that people have to go somewhere else. So I think this is a very, very important aspect where the workforce still continue to in the agriculture sector, and the other sectors are not lifting that. And even if they are taking those, for example, the wage rate in the industrial sector is very low, and the informal kind of employment, which is the quality of employment, is very bad. I think none of the good person is willing to join such kind of employment opportunities. Services sector, where you'll find all amalgamative employment has been shown here in terms of statistics, but still you'll find that the most important aspect is that even government services in the state of Punjab are so bad in nature. And you'll find that usually we consider that the government sector is a benchmark sector for the private sector of the economy. But the government sector has worsened its employment scenario, and the private sector has followed the suit to degenerate the kind of employment which is occurring. And human beings, as I've talked to you, that in the first scenario, which I've told you, that largely part-time, largely getting full part-time payment and full-time work. And that is the worst kind of scenario anywhere available in the world. And we have several times, pointed out the government that you have passed a decision that 3 years period of time, an employee who is even permanently employed is going to get a basic pay. But this is a ridiculous kind of, decision to save just money at the public exchequer from where. So that is actually the totally distorted as well as the kind of employment scenario which we have in Punjab. No youth which is honestly having a dignity is willing to work over there. And large number of reports which are talking about that those who are employed, what is their level of satisfaction? 87% of the youths of Punjab who are employed even is highly dissatisfied from their jobs. So that does mean why the new youth will seek job in Punjab. So that is the kind of situation which is next. Now, what lessons we shall learn from the kind of thing which I have just talked about? The most important lesson we have to talk about is that agriculture has given a stimulus to the economy in nearly 3 decades. And it has allowed us to reach the highest per capita income earned in the state, huge amount of impact in terms of reducing poverty, huge amount of impact in terms of generating relative status of the people in the society. And that kind of change which has occurred perhaps is very difficult to continue with the kind of development which we are going to have with the only agriculture sector development of the economy. So what is important here is that the factor endowment and competitive advantage, which most of the East Asian economists talk about, was present in the model of economic development in Punjab in the first stage of its economic development. And therefore, it turned out to be number one. Now, the most important weakness, as Professor Deepak Nair has talked about, is industrial sector, which is a low productivity, low wage rate. It is never becoming and not becoming an engine of growth. If we have to rebuild Punjab, we have to rethink about the industrial sector of the economy. If we are not doing that, you'll find that forget about whatever the kind of investment we will make, that will not allow us to take the takeoff stage. So services sector has emerged the dominant sector, but failed to provide much needed stimulus to Punjab economy. So those who believe the kind of services sector which we have now with us and evolved over a long period of time, it has no capacity to give a stimulus to the Punjab economy. So we have to move ahead. Next. Now, the structural transformation of Punjab has been distorted since the early 80s, and we are continuing with that. So until we are not changing that, it's perhaps difficult to take Punjab to a positive line, on the positive lines. So existing production structures actually hinders the growth due to lack of adequate linkages between the sector. Many economists, including myself, have worked out the linkages among the sectors of the economy in Punjab, as well as India and other parts of the country, other countries of the world. You'll find that largely the linkages of agriculture industry happen to be very strong, but services sector remain a subservient sector to both the sectors. Now in Punjab, what has happened is relatively linkages are very weak between agriculture and industry, and the services sector is autonomous, not serving to the agriculture sector as well as the industrial sector of the economy. So I think this is, and the industrial sector of the economy mostly focusing the export orientation, less on the requirements in this sector. So until we are not regenerating and the fundamental linkages where they allow to realize the potential rate of growth of the Punjab economy, you'll find that that requires at the level of economic development, we need hard and soft infrastructure. Nowadays, largely you'll find the solutions which has been proposed are the diversification of agriculture, or the diversification of the economy, which I have been talking about. But the fundamental problem of the agriculture sector is it is a high productivity, but low value added agriculture. How to address that, I think is important for all us. People talk about, like Sukhpal Singh, that we have to have move to the value chains. Are we looking into global value chains, or we are looking for local value chains? So I think that if Punjab policymakers seriously consider, we can have local value chains and our own global value chain because of diaspora. I have a recipe to profess to achieve that kind of particular thing. And partly some of the public sector enterprises had tried at subdued level to connect the agriculture products with the world diaspora. But that has not been the way we shall do it. So this is where you find. So now what is important here is that the current challenge is not to go back. We have to go ahead, and ahead is a knowledge economy. How knowledge economy is incorporated in the structure of Punjab economy to achieve a classical transformation of Punjab economy, to move the workforce as well as income to the other sectors of the economy. Next. Now, I think that Vora Sahib has, over a long period of time, talked about that how the institutions and policies and the persons who could have been employed positively have not been employed to restructure, rebuild Punjab. And they can be sidelined, and that is happening always. I think that the fundamental is the mid-80s, when turmoil happened. It almost raised all the institutional structure of Punjab. Education was almost smashed. Health system was smashed. And then you'll find that the state level, district level institutions were just looking at how to, pacify and build a peace. And nothing, development was not there at all. So institutions stopped functioning in the mid-80s. And you'll find that they are ruined over a period of time because it was thought later on by the policymakers that there is no need for such kind of investment. We can work without that, because if you have an experience to work without all these institutions for 30, 40 years period of time, and nobody demanded to restoration of the institutions, then you will find that you think that you are at the normal, and that normal is a low-level equilibrium where Punjab has caught in. So I would like to talk to you that fiscal policy since the mid-80s has not worked at all. That is the only tool for economic development with Punjab. Why it has not worked? Because the revenue surplus economy turned to be a revenue deficit in the mid-80s. And since then, it continued till today. We are not able to reverse that. Consequently, we have accumulated debt, which is of 3 lakh crores, and it is a 47% of the state domestic product. 92% of the borrowings done every year gone in the debt servicing. So we are borrowing to service debt. There is no money that is going to be kept for developmental purposes. So fiscal policy is in dire state. Now, the fiscal policy, both at Punjab at national level, has a serious problem. So fiscal federalism, which we call as cooperative federalism, is in a crisis. And I would like to give you a little bit of that, is that 62.5% of the total expenditure is incurred by the states. But the revenue transfer, which is happening at the peak period, 37%. The 14 and 15 Finance Commission of India has recommended 42% and 41% of the tax devolution. But what is happening? The 29% is being devoluted. So devolution is very low. That means states are being squeezed in terms of transferring resources from the center to state. And you'll find that what happens here is that large number of dynamic revenue resources like GST is in the central domain. So Punjab has been very difficult if we have to look into. Next slide. Next slide, please. So now, another important instrument of development can be monetary policy. But the monetary policy, we have done some studies on the state level monetary policy. We found that any state of India which is having a small unit structure, like Punjab, where we have small scale industry, small farming and all that, and in other states of India where small industry is happening, that monetary policy is not helping, adversely affecting. Credit deposit ratio is one of the very important, where you'll find that we are wasting a lot of our savings, not able to mobilize for investment. We have a long border with Pakistan, and our adverse relations we are enjoying always. And the private corporate investment has no preference. And despite a lot of claims by the elected governments, we are not able to get the kind of investment which we are expected to happen. Now, any state which is not investing in capital formation cannot reap the future rate of growth of the economy. So Punjab has gone to the lowest ebb. 14% of the gross fixed capital formation is the lowest in the country. And still you'll find that you see the yesterday report in the newspaper saying that we have not been able to achieve even 60% of the target of capital expenditure now. So this is the recent experience which we have. So what is important here is that the opening up of the border, which is bringing investment as well as dynamizing the economy and trade, generates a lot of industrial investment that is expected to happen if we have to, open up the borders, which is expected to happen, but are not happening over a long period of time. Usually people believe that Punjab has a highly good human capital because a large number of officers working in the central government as well as in the army, they give us the idea that they are marshals, they are superior human capital. When they go abroad, they prove their mettle, they seem to be very serious, very superior. But you'll find that the kind of quality which we are now producing through our educational institutions is a fundamental problem. 13% of the household of Punjab have stakes in other parts of the world, because 13% of the household reported that at least one member has been living abroad. So what we are now having in Punjab is both drain of capital as well as drain of brain. And that is a fundamental problem which we have to look into. This is a new constraint which is developing. So environmental and health is a drain which is happening because of the human capital, which we have to look, and drugs and other things which are important here. Next. Way forward. Last slide. Now, Punjab is small in terms of area as a share of population in India. But to my mind, it's very important globally, as well as in other parts of India other than Punjab. So Punjab state still has some kind of economic might, both in terms of providing goods and services to the Union Government of India, as well as the diaspora's presence worldwide is very significant, that contribute in terms of still remittances, we are second highest in India next to Kerala. So economic might is important when the political power is very, very less. That's why the central government is not even legitimately required to give attention, is not giving the attention. What we can do, let us engage all the stakeholders. Most of the political parties in power, they are only engaging two kind of people. One is the themselves, and another is the bureaucracy. And after that, they forget that third person is existing in Punjab, that is intellectuals and the people of Punjab. So that is, I think that if we take all the three sections of society together, I think there is a possibility that we can revive. Now, more emphasis in the revival process, we have to have an eye on fourth industrial revolution technologies and how to harness those technologies, how to build the base in Punjab. That makes a lot of difference. So here, reincarnation of the state, because since 1991 and after the mid-80s, state is not present in Punjab. Especially for developmental activities, state is only present for, having controlling law and order situation. So Punjab state is a law and order state. It is not a state which we expect to rebuild Punjab. So therefore, what we have to do is we have to meet the infrastructural needs as the level of development demands, not what is being given. So therefore, we have to look into. So a new model of development should provide linkages across sectors to realize the economy of scale and scope, and that can give a momentum to a higher rate of growth in the economy. But we have to learn lessons from the East Asian experience and constraint, that is an environment, and we have to have a strategy of green growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gill, for that paper. The second paper is by Padma Shri Sardar Ramesh Inder Singh, who is an author and former Chief Secretary of Punjab. The title of his paper is Governance in Punjab, Some Issues.
Thank you very much. Shri Anand Vora ji, Professor Lakhwinder Singh ji, Sir Inderpir ji, Professor Mahinder Singh, distinguished gathering. We are running behind schedule, so I'll try to be, to wind up within 20 minutes or so. Now, before we go on to Punjab, let's, at a conceptual level, see what is good governance. Because if Punjab is at a crossroads, it needs good governance. There are many attributes of good governance, but I would put three things at the top. The first is rule of law, and not just procedure of law. A open, liberal, transparent, and just governance machinery. Number two, the quality of living, ease of living, quality life. And this means when the state and citizen interacts with each other, what is the quality of the public institutions you are dealing with? Do they help you to live because nobody lives twice, as we know. Thirdly, I would say sustainable economic development, which is also equitable in its composition. Now, these are broadly, I would say, what any government or what any political party should try and strive. And the governments do try that. But given the structure of polity, very often these do not get priority. The reason is that democracy to us has come to mean only governance by politics. It means to gain power and sustain power. And politics is the game of numbers. So like a corporate company tries to adopt strategies which will enlarge its profit base, the same way political parties try to adopt policies and programs which will enlarge its profit, which is you and I, the people. So the policy framework does not necessarily aim at good governance. Good governance comes in to the extent it helps you to gain power and retain power. This is the basic issue which we must understand if we want to know why good governance doesn't happen, you see. It's not that Punjab is bad. Let me tell you, 2020-21 Ministry of DOPT's grading on good governance, Punjab was clubbed with A states, and it is #1 ranked in human resource development. It is at serial number 3 in citizen-centric governance, which means interstate services delivery. 4th in judiciary and public safety. 4th in infrastructure and public utilization, public institutions. 5th in commerce and industry. But it falls back to 8th number in environment and agriculture. Mind you, despite being an agricultural state, there are reasons for that. But it performs very badly on economic governance, in public health. I'll not go into details. You can Google it and see it for yourself. Similarly, in ease of doing business, Punjab is ranked among the top states. But industry still doesn't come to Punjab. That's a separate issue. There are reasons for that. On a lighter side, when I joined as a probationer, I'm talking of 1976, we were sitting in the Writers' Building in Calcutta, which is the first Secretariat of India, originally of East India Company. Mr. Lingdo, who later on became election commissioner, he came and we were interacting, and he cautioned the Bengal probationers that Bengal administration has a habit of writing long winding notes, indulging in analysis, hair splitting, without being aware of the outcomes. The focus is not outcomes, focus is on analysis. I couldn't resist. I asked him, sir, what about my home state, Punjab? He says, you don't analyze at all. You do it. And while doing it, you are crookedly efficient. These are the exact words he used. We deliver, yes, give a task. Vora sir has narrated how Punjab has delivered all these years, partition and so on and so forth, you see. But while doing it, one could give instance after instance of crookedness, but simple is, of course, this culture is changing now. Show me the man and I'll show you the rule, you see. And just to give you one instance again, in the last 4 years, 43,000 calls were made by the jail inmates from the jails. And yet, mind you, the crime rate in Punjab is one of the lowest. You Delhiwalas, please remember this. You are here, the cognizable offenses are 7 times more than Punjab. So it is, you see, what happens is, at times, the perceptions are built, and those perceptions do not have really the foundations. But yes, there are other problems. Drugs is one. And if we are talking of challenges, in the next today and tomorrow, the speakers, and we have a large number of eminent scholars, will tell you But the challenges, if I were to sum up, which the governance in Punjab is today facing, it is stagnation in agriculture, which has been dealt with, falling water level, GDP growth rate, and per capita income. The physical structure, the state debt, debt at the private household level, then demographic challenge, migration is taking place, poor industrial base and contribution of industry to the state GDP. It's just about 24-25%, violence, ecology, and environment. These are major concerns. Unemployment rate in Punjab is higher than the national average. It is hovering around 8%, at times even going up to 9%. Then there are gender issues and so on and so forth. These you will hear, all this, canvas will be discussed in the next 2 days. But what I want to emphasize, because of the time constraint, I'll touch only on 2 or 3 things, that we often ignore what I would call attitudinal economy. We talk of political economy, we talk of this, that. The social structure of a community or a society or a country, their value system, their responses, their attitudes, they determine largely the outcome of economy. And this doesn't happen overnight, you see. It's an evolutionary process which is built over centuries. So what is the attitude of a state towards commerce and industry? What is the attitude of a community towards authority? And that includes central authority. What is the attitude of that geographical population towards violence, towards financial institutions? Now, I would request sociologists particularly to analyze these aspects because they determine largely the way Punjab has grown, and it also lays down the limitations in the growth. If you see our history, you see Punjab suffers from a politico-geographical curse, I would say, as gateway of India, geopolitical curse. For centuries, we have faced invaders. What are the consequences of that? You see, we became a consumer state. Today we say Punjab is a consumer state, but there is a historical past to that. Because savings was not a value which our society built because of continuous aggressions. That you see, you are familiar with that. Ke khade pite da laha, baki Nader Shah le gaya sara kuch. You see, so you don't save. Where is the capital formation? You talk of industrialization. You see, when you talk of industrialization, yes, there are financial institutions to give you, but there is a debt equity ratio. In Punjab, a ordinary village trader having 2-3 lakhs was considered ke Shah aega. And that determined the pattern of industrial growth of Punjab into small and medium scales. You had no Birlas, you had no Tatas, you see. So the historical baggage of Punjab limits, and same way, I mean, of course, Baba Nanak gave us a lot of wisdom. But what happens is that often we do not see the context in which those things happened. For example, one saying which is often quoted, and it defines our psychology, is ke uttam kheti, madhyam vyapar, te nikhid chakri. You see. Now, Baba Nanak ji said this in a certain relevance, in certain context. You see, that context has changed. But that agriculture is still stuck in our minds. And Punjab is not just an agricultural economy, it's an agricultural ethos, I would say. And as Professor Lakhvinder has said, agriculture is basic raw material, no value. So how do you grow? See, to draw lessons from history, we have a glorious past. We fought the invaders. We secured freedom for our great role in freedom of India. We have great role in defending our borders post independence. All that is very fine. But to a community which draws lessons from history and then contextualizes these to the modern times, will grow. But a community or state which lives in history, and Punjab has a great tendency to live in history. If you live in history, you live by the graveyard. And this is a very big constraint in our social structure in Punjab. Issues keep on reviving time and again, which impact our psyche and growth and violence. And these include issues which are given a color of religion, but basically are political issues. For example, this sacrilege issues. Sir Amir Singh will tell you for the last 10 years, it is dominating the political ethos of the state, Bargadi and Babel Kala and so on and so forth. The interested parties will not resolve it. They will not conclude it, punish it this way, that way, whatever it is. Because it touches the vibes of the people. Because it touches the sentiments of the people, it is revived time and again. There were 14 sacrilege-related killings in the last few years in Punjab. So issues like identity and so on and so forth, they are important. But do not allow these to stop your growth or to hinder your growth. See, it's very, very critical. Punjab has to realize it. And Vora sir referred to emergence of Amritpal. Of course, I would like to caution here, there are many forces, national, international, which give flip to these. Sitting in Dubai, a young boy, clean-shaven, taxi driver, lorry driver, suddenly he comes here and talks of, all kind of religion and there are forces behind it. But then we have to be conscious of it. Do not allow yourself to be manipulated by other forces. This is a challenge for governance of Punjab. Similarly, when we are talking of the historical background, the emphasis on agriculture, the emphasis on physical dynamism, on bravery, what happens is that we are psyched. Everyone who dies even in a bus accident becomes a shaheed. This is the classic example of how you define your social structures. So do not get carried away by these. Move on. Today, the attributes which Punjabis have: bravery, physical strength, dynamism. Unless these are, tweaked and I would say fine-tuned, these are handicaps today. You joined army, but today you don't see your enemy physically at all. Where will you show your bravery? It is on a screen. You are firing missiles and you are sending drones. You need brains, not brawn. And that is calls for a shift in our entire emphasis and focus. Professor Kulwinder Singh talked of knowledge. In terms of our strength, we are very, very microscopic. You are not even 3% of the nation's population. In terms of your representation in parliament, you are only 13 of you. And there also you are divided. There is no unanimity, So what happens? How do you gain... we can go on accusing central government, and there may be some merit in that Punjab was not treated justly. But, think that is not in your hand, because you can't control central government with 13 members. in parliament, and that also divided among the political parties. What is in our hands is our conduct. And that is where the governance, it's a great social challenge. And, it's very easy to talk, bring industry, bring this, bring that, but how will it come? If you have all the roads blocked, if you have all the railway tracks blocked every 4th day, 10th day, So these are very serious issues. Considering the time, I will not touch the other issues, but demography I will certainly touch on, because this is one area I find is not really listed in the discussion schedule for the two days. I have a take that please do not worry about people migrating from Punjab. Let them go. Why? We have always migrated. 40% of Punjabis were not originally Punjabis. They were, I would say, Scythians, from the gateways of Mongolia to East Europe and Southeast Europe. They were inhabitants of those parts. They moved on, came to Punjab, they moved on further. And do you know, Sardar Bhai Patel was a Punjabi? How many of you know? 400, 500 centuries earlier, his family migrated to Gujarat, So today, if people are moving out, there's nothing wrong in that. And let me tell you also, there is no brain drain, because it is not your scientists which are going abroad. It is not scholars who are moving out. It is this 12 pass who can't get a job here, who are moving out, you see. They'll only add to the labor crisis and unemployment crisis if they stay on in Punjab. And Punjab has an urge to move out. It's natural. And let me also tell you that if you want me to tell you, that take for example the Punjab regiment. It was raised in 1761. And do you know what is the insignia of Punjab regiment? It is a sailing ship of landlocked Punjab. And why was it given that? Because soon after recruitment, they went abroad and fought the wars for the empire. The first African organized army, East African Rifles, which was raised in 1895 in Mombasa, had 3 companies of 6 soldiers. In 1890, Punjab police went along with their British DSP to manage Hong Kong. What I'm trying to tell you is that this is a natural urge of Punjab. We are a moving society, we are a moving people. So do not worry about it. Those who are going, let them go. In fact, train them, skill them also, you see, so that they cope with their situation where they are going. What we need to address is our physical structure of the state. What we have to manage is send a message to the people that we are not a violent society. We are not an agitational society. Investment is welcome here. Come and set up your industry. And that over a period of time, because agriculture will, agriculture we talk of, the average income of Punjab household, which is considered to be the second highest in the country after, I think, Manipur, is 27,000 crores, 27,000 rupees per month. And given the average size of land holding, and the ceiling law, for example, included 18 standard, this thing, you have MSP of C2 plus 50. How much money will you get? All right, A2. No, but I say even if you get Swaminathan's package of MSP, what will be your income with the ceiling laws? I mean, you will still be struggling a life of basic existence. So therefore, this single sector development, which is the story of Punjab, overemphasis on one and dependence on one sector, it will not carry us forward. Again, historically speaking, though the rural population is, of course, in majority, the political top leadership also came from the agrarian background. If you analyze the ruling elite of Punjab, it came from agrarian. As a consequence, that is also one reason why commerce and industry was not probably did not get the kind of attention it needed. So, but let me conclude by saying that please don't get disappointed after hearing all these economists here that Punjab, basically, we are go-getters. We do things. The only thing is we have to do the right thing. Once we are told that this is right, there is no reason why we will not achieve, and we will be back as #1 state of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and for being emphatic about attitudinal economy particularly. I now request Professor Jaswinder Singh to come and deliver the vote of thanks. He's the General Secretary, Bhai Veer Singh Sahitya Sadan.
Shri N.N. Vora ji, our chief guest today, Ramesh Singh ji, who has been the Chief Secretary of Punjab, my friend and mentor in a certain sense, even though younger in age, Professor Lakhwinder, Sardar Jatinder Bir Singh ji, the former chairman of Punjab and Sindh Bank and a former bureaucrat, Dr. Mahinder Singh, Professor Manjeet Bhatia, and all the distinguished scholars who have gathered here today. I express my gratitude on behalf of Bhai Veer Singh Sahitya Sadan to all of you. When we discuss holding this series of seminars, we had a very small discussion that whether there is any need to discuss Punjab at all. Because as Sardar Ramesh Singh has said that, we hardly listen, but we do think, but sometimes we do not think constructively. All the three speakers, Professor Vora has given the complete comprehensive history of Punjab, especially the economic history. So he very intelligently handled the pre-partition Punjab and its core strengths. We knew, but we did not have any, this is not being taught, in fact, as part of our curriculum also in any of the textbooks today. But then he also divided very intelligently the three phases in the post-partition era. The first period when the institutional and land reforms were introduced in a very, very comprehensive way, and which in fact set the tone and the attitude of the Punjabis in Punjab for further development. I think that was the reason why in the second phase, when the entire country failed in meeting the food security, the Punjab farmers took this as a challenge to adopt the new agriculture technology, and we succeeded very, very efficiently. The challenge was given to them, and I think Vora Sahab has very rightly explained that how this challenge was thrown to the Punjab farmers. Of course, it was at that time not only the Punjab, but the Western Uttar Pradesh, Haryana also in a certain sense, and certain parts of the rest of the nation also where the agriculture technology was adopted in a very big way. But in Punjab, the expectations were very high. And as a result, because of the history which is there, we reduce ourselves to the two crops because of which we are facing the difficulties today. And MSP, of course, was the major instrument in this.
and that is the bone of contention even today. In the next phase, which is the phase of liberalization, Punjab slipped, and this was introduced by Professor Manjeet in a very, very succinct, very, very beautiful way. But I think Vora Saab explained this, how this slippage has also been caused by the failure of the governance. And we need to understand this very, very seriously. Then Professor Lakhwinder has given us not merely, almost compatible with the views of Vora Saab, but he has also, given the hope that how we can restructure the Punjab economy. Can we reprioritize our schemes? Can the bureaucracy again play a constructive role in bringing, the whole economic debate back to the table? And how we can use the surplus in agriculture for initiating the industrial development, which is the reason, and how the service sector should not be the leader, rather it should be the supporter. It should play a supporting role for the agriculture and industrial development. And then Sardar Rameshendra Singh ji has given us a very good hope that we must change our attitude from merely to MSP to a much, much wider range of economic options. And also, even though, sir, we do believe that it is impossible to, check the migration, the out-migration, especially the youth. But I think the basic institutions, whether it is the education or it is the health or the basic responsibilities of the state, they need to be reprioritized in Punjab. It has failed on these fronts, and this will be discussed very succinctly, during these 2 days. And we will come out with the recommendations also, which we will pass on to others. I want to express gratitude to Dr. Mahinder Singh especially, who is the brain behind this series of seminars. And also, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who gave us the permission to start this debate and also to understand how we should, frame our policies again and what are the reasons for these slippages of the Punjab economy. I express our gratitude to the entire team of Bhai Veer Singh Sahitya Sadan and the National Institute of Punjab Studies for putting this labor, together. They have been working very hard. And all the guests who have come, we will have the opportunity to listen to Sardar Hameed Singh ji, Professor Sucha Singh Gill, and many other scholars, both online and offline, who will be delivering their intellectual talks. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your very constructive suggestions and participation. Thank you very much.
After having delivered the vote of thanks, I don't have much to add, except that lunch is waiting for us in Fountain Lawns, beautiful place. And Sir Marg is waiting to meet Vora Saab. He says, I can't come up. I told him there's a lift. He says, okay. Marg and other friends, they're waiting outside to meet delegates. Please allow the senior citizens to have the privilege of having food first, younger and others in a second. Marg first, yes, Marg will first. Vora Saab is the host. Thank you, sir. Please join us for lunch.
been one of the most active, I should say, scholars. I have known him from the 70s, and he's been one of the most active scholars in the public domain in Punjab. His work has always had an imprint of being concerned with the important issues of his times, but not just in terms of being concerned with it, but it's also been always informed by very deep scholarship. Professor Giri.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Virdala Mukherjee, then Shergill, then third, Anita Sarkar, learned delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In the morning, we have set the tone of the seminar, and I appreciate the effort that it's being held in Delhi, because something which is being discussed in Punjab, a lot of churning is going on, but it's not reflected at the national level. So the significance of this seminar is that some of the things will come to the notice here, and they may become part of the national debate. Now, the history of development of Punjab has passed through various phases, as discussed in the morning, that we started with the extremely bad situation of partition, recovered very quickly, and then by 1955-56, we became #1 state in per capita income. And we continue to be in this position till 92-93, when Maharashtra crossed us for the first time among the major states. And after that, we have been drifting, going down and down. And for the last, particularly nearly 32 years, we are sliding down in terms of per capita income. And we have also gone down in terms of physical quality of life index or human development index. Because the weight of economic elements is bringing us down. Though in terms of social capital, we are still up in terms of health indicators and education. But slowly and slowly, we are going down. And as pointed out earlier, that a lot of capital is going out of the state, not only out of the state, out of the country also. And capital formation has suffered. And as the capital formation suffers and then a lot of industry gets shifted, talent also goes out. And the state then is involved in the cobweb. And how to go out of that cobweb, that is a basic question that if we want to rebuild the Punjab. Here, my focus is limited to the issue of agriculture-industry relationship. Because in economic theory, particularly in mainstream economic theory, it is being said that after agriculture development, you have to move towards industry. So industrialization has to come in any region where a lot of agriculture development takes place. Now, Punjab took a lead in agrarian transformation, and our agriculture is most modern in terms of machinery involved, in terms of processes involved. We are as modern as the Western countries are. Our productivity per acre is one of the highest in the world in wheat and paddy. At least we are a front-ranking region in the world. And good soil and hard-working peasantry has done it. But we are unable to break the trap of drifting which is going on in the state. And one of the reasons is that industrialization is not picking up, and the relationship between industry and agriculture, they are not building up. Now, whatever produce we are producing in the state, that is being sold in the raw form, whether wheat or paddy, vegetables and fruits, all are sold in the form of raw farm, and value addition is not taking place. That will take place if processing takes place. Now, this was realized when the color of green revolution started becoming a pale. That is, in early 80s, its sign began to appear. And you know that in 84, not only Operation Blue Star took place, before that, the BKU at that time crowd Punjab Raj Bhavan for several days, and they were threatening that movement of grain will be stopped from the state. That was the issue and the issues were the same, that high procurement price of various crops, particularly wheat and paddy, and then lowering the input cost, the electricity rates, fertilizer prices, chemical inputs which are used in agriculture. The issues were the same. Now, as the situation started becoming complex, then 85, when Barnala government came up, they appointed a committee under the chairmanship of Professor S.S. Jol, who gave us a first report on diversification of agriculture. This is how the idea of diversification came up. And then we tried to do things in certain ways, but those things failed. And then again, second time, we started doing it. Again, the Jol Committee 2 report came in 2002. And in 2003, we started again diversification program, and it also failed. Now, what I am planning to discuss with you is first the history, that why we failed in that area. And in the second part, I want to discuss its theoretical framework in which we are trying to do, and why we need to think in a different way. Now, the first thing which we started was after Jol Committee 1, and what we did was that we involved Pepsi company. Pepsi company entered India via Punjab. Till that time, Pepsi was not allowed because it's a soft drink companies, and in 1977, soft drink companies were made to pack up and go from the country. And this company entered via Punjab, and they said that we will diversify your economy. 20% of the area will be shifted from wheat and paddy to other crops. And then they also said that we will generate 40,000 employment for the youth, because at that time, the terrorism was going on, and common thinking was that unemployed youth were joining that movement. So companies sold out those things in a big way, and they also said that we will not sell that output in the Indian market, we will export it, and we will earn a lot of foreign exchange. So majority of the output will be sold abroad, and the agriculture produce will be processed, and there will not only be diversification of agriculture, there will be diversification of economy. So this is what is required for moving to next stage of development and solving this crisis. It was also visualized at that time in 85, 86 that the water table has started going down. So therefore, paddy was identified as one of the major water guzzling crops, and it has to be retired in a major area in a phased manner. So the company made those promises and set up 2 plants. One in Sangrur district, which started producing soft drink concentrate, and another in Hoshiarpur district at Jahura started processing the agriculture produce, producing chips from the potatoes, and also processing of tomatoes. And they also brought a new technology in production of tomatoes, deep tilling technology. The yield of tomatoes increased very much, and they said that we will buy that and process it. And this is the way we will like to add value. We will induce the farmers to cultivate crops other than wheat and paddy. So Jol Committee has suggested not only the shift towards new crops, and also the processing of the produce. the committee has suggested that we should have 20 sugar mills so that we have a lot of area under sugarcane also, other than wheat and paddy. They also suggested dairying as a major shift towards that, and large number of other allied agricultural activities they had suggested, but Pepsi was made as the model. And in this process, they involved Punjab Agro Industrial Corporation. Then Voltas was made another partner in that, and this whole model was started. Now, the experience was that in the first round, for 1 year or 6 months, it worked very well. But as farmers started growing those crops, which they have contracted with them, then companies started using excuses, sometime of quality, sometime entering the market late, sometime buying the produce outside the market when market prices fell, and they did not pay the right kind of price to the farmers. So farmers at that stage threw tomatoes and potatoes on the streets of Jalandhar. So which mean they said that contracts are not working very well, and therefore ultimately the company when started working after 89 to 91, the new economic policy came. Under the new economic policy, which Dr. Manmohan Singh announced, you could not discriminate between domestic companies and foreign companies. So all those conditions which are imposed on this company, they had to go. So the company started shifting away. By 1994, this company has sold the Jhura plant to Hindustan Levers, and now it is a closed one. So this story ended because of the conflict between farmers and the corporate companies. So conflict which you witness today between the corporates and the company, it has roots of that period, that those contracts don't work and corporates do not pay the agreed price and at agreed time. So therefore, this experiment failed, and in 1994, the Voltas, the company Pepsi made a proposal to Punjab government and Voltas to sell their share at high prices. So they sold those shares, and then it became the sole ownership of the Pepsi, and then it later on they sold their plant, and then the Hindustan Levers, and ultimately this plant was closed. Now, second time, again, not learning from the earlier experience, in this whole process, PAU was kept out, and Agriculture Department of Punjab government was also kept out. This is a very important thing, that how things were working, that Punjab Agro Industrial Corporation got involved, then Voltas were involved, Pepsi was involved. Neither Punjab government Agriculture Department nor PAU, which is foundation head of the agriculture development and new crops, they were kept out of the loop. Second time, when second Joel committee report came, then they tried to extend this experience. Along with the Pepsi company, they involved more companies in this process. They were Mahindra, Shubh Labh, then Pepsi was again one of them. Then two more companies were involved in the process. And this time they involved PAFC, Punjab Agro Finance Corporation, in the whole show. Again, PAU and Agriculture Department was kept out of this whole show. Now, this time what they did was that PFC was asked to get performance filled with the farmers, that you agree to supply the produce to the agreed companies, and company will supply new seeds, and in case of any problem, they will also provide the services, consultancy services. And what companies did was, they appointed one person with a phone, appointed that person at the district headquarters, and to attend the complaints. So when farmers faced the complaint, they were not attended. Even then, farmers made produce those crops because they had bought the seed from those companies. And when in certain areas, the seed did not mature, because companies has purchased seeds from outside Punjab. They were not tested in the Punjab labs. Companies did not have their labs there. The labs are with the PAU. So PAU was out of the loop. So when farmers faced problem, they approached district agriculture officers, and they were ignorant about, because PAFC has got those performa filled from the commission agents. So where farmers were bringing their produce. So then when crop failed, there was no one to pay them compensation. And then when basmati crop was matured, the companies deliberately did not enter the market to buy those crops for 10 days. As a result of that, the prices fell down and farmers were forced to sell those things at a low price. The consequence of this was that area under wheat and paddy means the mota chawal crop, that increased instead of decreasing. So companies failed the farmers. So this led to mistrust among the farmers about the companies. This also created a mistrust among the farmers about the government officials involved in this. They began to look at government officials as protectors of company interests rather than protecting the interests of the farmers. So two types of mistrust was created. One was mistrust against the corporate companies, and second was the mistrust against the government officials. This was further confirmed when the farmers who had sold their sugarcane to the sugar mills, they did not pay them for many years, sometimes 4 years, sometimes 5 years. So when farmer defaults and does not return the loan, he has to pay extra interest rate. Some extra charges are made. But when sugar mills did not pay them for 4-5 years, no interest was paid to them. The value of their money had diminished considerably, and then the area under sugarcane fell, and now only 4 or 5 sugar mills are left. All other mills got closed. And several sugar mills which were under sugar fed, they were sold out to throwaway prices to the private parties. So this is the story of involvement of corporate sector in the transformation of agriculture and diversification of agriculture. Now, to this question, I want to apply economic theory. Why does it happen? Now, most of the policy planners, even now, they believe that there is a perfect competition, that two parties which are entering into agreement, they have equal bargaining power. Actually, the markets are monopolistic. Corporate companies are big companies. They have large marketing power. They can buy in bulk. They can refuse to buy in bulk. For some years, they can pay high price. Later on, they can reduce the prices. So most of the policy planners at Delhi as well as in Punjab still believe that there is a perfect competition. Actually, this is not. When there is a monopoly power, in economic theory, we have been teaching, when there is a monopoly power, they buy at lower prices. They pay the worker at lower wage rate, and they sell in the market at a higher price. So they earn extraordinary profit. So they have no interest in diversification of agriculture. They have only interest in the profitability. So consequently, they do not want to share the gains in the process with the farming community. And our bureaucracy, which is involved in the whole process, they are unable to protect the interests of the farmers. That's why when 3 farm laws were created by Government of India in 2020, suddenly farmers erupted in revolt, because look at the corporate companies as big players. They want to take away the land of the farmers. They want to convert the farmers into agricultural laborers. And they know that because of mechanization, there's no work left for agricultural laborers. So in this situation, we need to look things differently. So if we continue to believe that some corporate companies will come, they will start agro processing, and then diversification will take place, this is not going to happen because there is a break of trust between farmers on one side and companies on the other side. And at policy level, most of the policy planners are committed to support corporate capital, and they want to promote their interest, whether it's a tax concession for 5 years, no income tax. If you set up a new company, after 5 years, they close that company and set up another company and get again tax concession. So consequently, income distribution is going against the farming community. And the prices of the way they are fixed by the commission and the government, there's a lot of problems with that. Now, if we look at Punjab, the rent of per acre of land is sometimes 60,000 rupees, 70,000 rupees, and they want to have 1/3 or 1/4 of the rent as a part of calculation. So, which means a farmer who is leasing in land, and the 2013 data shows that 24% of the agriculture land in Punjab is under lease market. And those who are leasing in land and they're producing commodities, their sometimes rent is not recovered fully. And what to talk about earning profit over that. So farmers are saying that formula must be changed, and they picked up a Swaminathan report, which says that it need to be changed. And Ramesh Chand committee has also suggested change in the formula, but government is adamant not to change it. Rather, they are trying to cheat the farmers that C1 plus 50% we are paying. And that is also paid in certain region and for certain crop, 2 crops, and 6% of the total farmers are getting MSP. So it's a big tanda, gorkh tanda chal raha haiga. So under this situation, if you are unable to pay proper prices, if you are unable to ensure the marketing of those things, how do you create confidence among the farmers? And therefore, I think in the corporate framework, the traditional model of transformation of agriculture is not possible. In this situation, strong government intervention is very, very important. And what we talked about in the morning, Ramesh Inder Singh ji, governance is very, very important. If you can't deliver justice in the market to the farming community, they will not allow you to move in any other direction. So therefore, I appeal to the policy planners in Delhi as well as in Chandigarh that they should look beyond corporate companies. Even now, the present government, it is also following the same path, and they think that we will invite Tatas, we will invite such and such companies, and they will make investment, but no investment is coming in that kind of situation. And you know, nearly 40% of the population is dependent on agriculture in the Punjab state. And at all India level, more than 60% of population is dependent on that. Now, by keeping those people in a difficult situation, how you can ensure the support of those sections of population to this kind of transformation in agriculture. Now, if some kind of processing is started in the agriculture produce, and a different kind of formation is possible, and some people have been suggesting that a model in Spain has been developed, that the Mondragon model is called. It is a cooperative model where involvement of farming community is there. They are allowed to create their own cooperatives. Cooperatives are involved in processing. They are involved in marketing. They are also involved in storage of that produce. And therefore, the middleman who gets a large chunk of profit in the process, that is eliminated. This is one of the possibility where such kind of a future way can be worked out. But the tragedy of the situation is that a lot of churning has been going on in the state. And I want to refer to 3 reports of agriculture policy which has been prepared in the state. Now, first agriculture policy draft was prepared by G.S. Calcutt in 2013. It was submitted to the government and government never presented it to the cabinet. So it was never adopted. Second report was prepared by Ajay Bir Jakhad, who was the chairman of Farmers and Agriculture Workers Commission in 2019. Again, this was not submitted to the cabinet and got approved. A third report, Sukhpal Singh, he has got prepared and submitted to the government on 17th of October. And now March has come, nearly 5 months have passed. It is not presented to the cabinet. It is lying, gathering dust somewhere. So problem is that there is no paucity of new ideas, new thinking. Innovative thinkings are possible. A large number of people are also making experiment. But to make it a policy framework and make it a pro people, this is something which is missing. So unless and until you involve people in the process and you ensure that the benefits of the development are transferred to them, they will not participate in the process. Now, when we compare with the earlier period of 50s and 60s, you find that farmers were able to do wonders because they were involved in the decision making and the benefits were also transferred to them. Now, land to the tiller, consolidation of a holding, then electrification, the village link roads provided them benefits. And this model got derailed in 80s because the maximum yield which you could get from the wheat and paddy, you have achieved that kind of level. Now, after that, marginal increase is possible, and that is at the higher cost of production. So benefits to the farmer decrease. So shift has to take place, but that shift requires a kind of leadership which is committed to have inclusive kind of development, welfare of the farmers, agricultural laborers. Now, for this, even if you have to adopt a Mondragon model of development, the old Act of Cooperative Act, which we have framed in 61, 62, it will not work. Because under that act, only landowners can make cooperative societies. Those who are landless, they are out of it. Especially those who are leasing in land and exclusively working on that, they cannot get benefit out of that. So that act has to be amended, changed, and they have to be, you have to allow those people who are not owning land but cultivating land. Even NSSO says that agriculture laborers are some kind of farmers. So they should be allowed to be member of that. So this is one area where some kind of development change is required. Second area is that cooperative societies are den of corruptions. And one of the source of corruption is the audit department. Now, farmers make cooperative societies. Many times they do not know how to maintain accounts. Now, the auditors come, they make objections, they charge huge money to clear those accounts, and societies fail. So cooperative movement has got derailed. So on these two accounts, the act has to be amended. And in that, the farmers have to be involved in 3 things. If they are involved in 3 things, at present, they are only producing crops. So they have to be involved in marketing. They have to be involved in processing. And third is the storage, so that they could store when there is excessive supply in the market and they can release it when the prices are stabilized. Now, this can be ensured via cooperative kind of thing, and where government support and training of the cooperatives, training of the farmers is very, very important. How to maintain account, how to build those stores, how to give them initial seed money, provide them funds, support of the banking sector. Lakhvinder was talking about that we have very low deposit advance ratio. So we can instruct the banks that you give loans to those cooperative societies, and governments can stand guarantee for that, and we can raise that kind of ratio. Several things can be done at Punjab level, and several things have to be done at the national level. The thinking need to be changed. Now, I worked on the figures of income. Now, corporate income in this country is 40% of our GDP. 40% of the GDP is with the corporate sector, which is less than 1% of our population. Now, if we want to promote this kind of things, then most of the people will not be able to get the benefit of that kind of growth. So some kind of thinking where the middle path, I'm not saying that you go for nationalization of companies and only public sector. Wherever the competition is between public companies and private companies, things are working better. Milk fat is one of the examples. Now, milk fat is a success story in Punjab, and it is a cooperative foundation. And the benefits of this is that the farmers get the same price for the milk, whether it is summer or the winter. So prices have been stabilized and farmers have benefited, and 58% of the price which consumer pays, farmer gets. Whatever the profits are, they are also reverted back to the farmers. So this is one of the models which can be worked out. So several ways you can work out. And Amul, which has worked on a cooperative basis, in the state, it is working on a private company basis. Batala milk plant, they have started. This is not on a cooperative basis. So we should ensure that the marketing and other kinds of things where farmers are involved, their involvement in the form of committees, companies is there, so that no cheating is there, and they are getting payment on time, and their produce is also getting cleared in the market. So in this context, I believe that a lot of churning is needed, and a lot of pressure on the government, on the bureaucracy is needed, that what is the right kind of things which are needed. And I think Punjab is one of the state, in spite of decline in the standards of education, decline in the standards of health, still it is a better placed in the regional context. We have better universities, public universities still compared to Jammu, Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan or Haryana. We have capital assets which are better. So local skill can be involved in the whole process. People can be involved in the whole process, and transformation is possible. The only thing which is missing is that we are not willing to implement anything. We are not willing to experiment new things and make those experiments which are workable on a large scale. Now, some of the suggestions that we go for organic farming, and we know that in organic farming as yet, you are not able to get yield level which you get in the chemical farming. We worked on cotton cultivation, and we found that in BT cotton, the income level and yield level are 4 times the desi cotton. So we have to think in a creative way. We have not to ignore scientific discoveries and changes which are taking place, and we have not to revert back to the old kind of things that we do with farming with the bullocks and produce desi varieties of things. They may be success stories at individual level, but they cannot be made the mass movement at the state level. So therefore, I think the churning and discussion is very, very important, and ideas which are generated at those places, they have to be implemented. And without strong state intervention and regulation, it's not possible. If you leave it to companies, they try to exploit the people, consumer, as well as the suppliers of the raw materials. So with these words, I want to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, Nirdala.
Thank you very much, Sucha Singh ji. I think it must be some solace to the farmers who've been sitting for days on the borders waiting to have their voice heard in the capital, that there are people who are speaking up on their behalf. So we'll make some comments later. I'll move on to the next paper now. I request Professor Shergill to make his presentation. He's head and assistant professor of economics at the Guru Kashi Department of Social Sciences, Punjabi University, Talwandi Sabo campus in Punjab. He earlier taught at the University of Delhi, and he's published widely in journals such as the Economic and Political Weekly, Journal of Development Policy, etc. And he's edited 2 books on related subjects. Thank you.
Thank you. So many things have been said about the rural Punjab economy as a whole. So I focus on the rural economy particularly. So when we talk about the rural economy, then many people have said that there is a crisis in the rural economy. So the crisis of the rural economy and in agriculture, which was well underway by the late 1980s because of loss of priority of the public provisions, because of the loss of the public spendings on it. So this is the beginning when we see the how rural economy has been into the crisis over the period of time. So a large number of proximate and structural factors have been combined to the decline of agriculture and its allied subsectors and activities. The foremost among them is the reduced development role of state in investment in irrigation and flood control, research, extension, and the institutional building. So how state transforms its character. Slide. Its character from institutional building to pro-business to market-oriented kind of thing. So the close observers of the Punjab economy take it as an incontrovertible conclusion that the region has witnessed a serious rural economy crisis, the worst since the independence. The most gruesome manifestation of the crisis has been farmer and laborers' suicides. Moreover, these suicides are the symptomatic of the deep-rooted crisis of the rural economy. So when we call about the suicides of the farmers and the labor suicides, then I would like to call it the social murders, because it is just because of due to the long-term ill effects of the conservative economic policy, as Engels, while discussing the labor condition of the industrial workers in England. So therefore, there is a need to understand the changing priorities of the state since 1966, and consequently the crisis of the rural economy by examining the various levels of the public expenditure on the rural economy over the period of time from 1966. So these are the 3 main objectives: to understand the rural economy crisis, to understand the macroeconomic aspects of the rural economy, to understand the changing priorities of the state since 1966, to understand the crisis of the rural economy by examining the varying patterns and levels of public expenditure on the rural economy as a whole. So, but the next slide, please. So rural economy comprises agriculture and the allied activities, rural development, fertilizer subsidy, irrigation and flood control, and cooperation. So then we see the macroeconomic condition of the economy. Then there is a conventional view. There is a conventional view of structural transformation is transformed by the three stylized facts of economic development, as Professor Lakhvinder already talked about how economy transforms from agriculture to industry and service sector. But Punjab economy and Indian economy didn't follow the same path. Kunal Sen argues that this presumed path of structural transformation may no longer be the root of the economic development in the low income countries like India and many other South African countries. So Punjab is also the same case. So while examining the structural transformation, so Kunal argues that so we can classify economies as structurally developed, structurally developing, and structurally underdeveloped. So Punjab is the case of structurally underdeveloped, where there is a mismatch between the SGDP share of the sectors, as well as the workforce involved in the agriculture sector and other sectors. So when we see the primary sector, then there is a overall decline in the GSDP share, and secondary sector also there is a slight increase, and tertiary sector increased near about the half of the total state domestic product. So these are the basically I already told about the Kunal Sen's arguments, how he classifies the economies as structurally developed, structurally developing, and structurally underdeveloped. Next, please. So this is the percentage distribution of workforce in Punjab. So when we look at the workforce, so still primary sector involves approximately 40% of the labor force in the primary sector, and there is nearly 21% in the secondary sector and 38% in the tertiary sector. So this is the case. Next, please. So this is the rural-urban population. So when we look at the rural-urban bias in the policy, and when we look at the public expenditure, so then we see then we keep in mind how much rural population stays in rural Punjab as compared to urban Punjab. So approximately 63% of the population lives in the rural areas. So when we look at the total expenditure during 5-year plans in the rural economy, then we look at from 1969 onwards, there are 4 main heads: agriculture and allied, rural development and cooperation, irrigation and flood control, rural economy. So first thing, when we see this, then there is only 11.76% expenditure on the rural economy in the fourth 5-year plan, and it declined to 12% and slightly increase in the 12th 5-year plan, that is development 42%. So this is the total expenditure on the rural economy as a whole when we look at the public expenditure in context. So when we look at the next, please. Yes. Yes. Next. Achha, yeah. Previous one. So when we look at the non-development expenditure and development expenditure, so there is a huge gap between the non-development expenditure and the development expenditure. So over the period of time, in the case of non-development expenditure, there is a decline in the public expenditure. It was 62.8% in 1966, and it declined to 46.3% in 2015 and 16. So when we look at the development expenditure, so there is a slight increase in the economic services, and there is a slight increase in the social services. So next, please. So when we look at the revenue expenditure and the capital expenditure in Punjab, so there is only 8.94% expenditure in revenue expenditure, and it declined to 4.9 in 2020-21. So when we look at the capital expenditure, it is very less. There is only 3.77% and declined to 1.07%. If there is no capital expenditure, there would be no capital formation, then economy can't grow over the period of time. So this is the case. So when we look at changing pattern of government expenditure on various rural development programs, so there are many heads, for example, local level administration, block headquarter, infrastructure development, communication, human development, health and rural sanitation, education, and there are many. So there is the only prioritized sector in this case, that is the local level administrative administration expenditure. So it was around increased over the period of time, and it was almost half of the total expenditure, government expenditure. So when we look at particularly human resource development, so there is a increase in the human resource development expenditure, but when we look at the health and education, then we can look at there is a slight decline in the health and rural sanitation, and there are many other, for example, in the education, so it declined over the period of time. So there is only 2.37% in 2020-21 in the expenditure in the education sector. Next. So when we look at the human resource development expenditure, which is very low over the period of time, so this is the primary survey done in the village. So we will look at the education attainment. So how we can see the see some results at the field level. So when we look at the things, then there is only 6.23% students graduate at in the case of general caste, 3.44% student in the backward caste, 1.52% students in the case of scheduled caste. So there are many schemes available for the scheduled caste students, but they didn't turn up in the higher education because of there are many other reasons due to economic crisis, and there are many other factors. Next, please. So when we look at the mean year of schooling in the same village, so when we there is only 2.73% value, mean value in the case of general caste, 2.50 value in the backward caste. There is only 1.17 in the case of scheduled caste. So the average mean year of schooling in the whole village is up to 3 classes. So this is the situation of education attainment in the case of, there is slightly increase. This is the grant figure. Survey has been done in the 2023. This is the village in the Bathinda district. So this is the case of rural Punjab, yeah. Total population in the village. Total population. Yeah. I think average maybe less than primary, 4 point something, like that. So this is the case of mean year of schooling. So this is the state-wise percentage expenditure on rural economy over the period of time. So when we look at how public expenditure has been declining in the rural economy over the period of time, then we can see the after the 1991, that's the main policy change over the period. When we look at state comparisons, then in the case of Punjab, in 1991, revenue expenditure was 8.94. It declined to 4.9 in 2020-21. In the case of capital expenditure, it was 3.77%. It declined to 1.07. So this is when we look at this, then there are small variations across the states, but all states have been facing the same problem. So public percentage expenditure has been declining over the period of time in the case of rural economy. Yes, next. So when we look at the state-wise expenditure share on agriculture and allied activities, so this is the very particularly main sector of all the economies. So in the case of Punjab, in 1991, the share was only 5.4%. It declined to 3.63%. And there are same happened in all the states, but still there are some states which are marginally better than the Punjab state. So next, please. So this is the percentage share of rural development. So rural development, when we talk about how we can juvenile the rural sector into the modern development process, then rural development expenditure is one of the important indicator to analyze the situation. So when we look at rural development expenditure in 1990, it was 0.77%. It was only less than 1%, and it remained less than 1%, even less than half, 0.47 in 2020-21. So there are many states which are comparatively better. For example, Madhya Pradesh has been spending 3.07%, and West Bengal is spending 2%, and there are many other states which are spending more than 1%. Next, please. So this is the state-wise expenditure share on irrigation and flood control. So when we look at this, then there is a decline over the period of time. In 1991, in Punjab, the expenditure was 6.51% and it declined to 1.97%. So even there are many states which are spending less than 1%, for example, Haryana, Kerala, and West Bengal. Next, please. So now this is the question of policy and the role of state. As Professor Bardhan argued that policy is the vector sum of the bargaining among the three proprietary classes, owner of the industrial agriculture and the professional elite, which exist in the uneasy alliance, united mostly by the common interest in the pressing privilege. So basically, this is the interrelationship between the society, market, and the state. So how the relationship has been changing over the period of time. So when we see the public expenditure in context, then there is a rural bias in the context of rural economy, particularly in the case of Punjab. And when we do comparison with other states, this is the same story. There is no much change. So next, please. Now I would like to conclude my presentation. First, we need to think about the structural transformation, how it is no doubt Punjab is structurally underdeveloped state. So the mainstream theory argues that how we can basically increase the share of industry in the case of gross state domestic product. So there is a need to rejuvenate manufacturing-driven structural transformation. It must be focused on policies that can increase the productivity of manufacturing sector, as well as on exploring options for growth that are based on the non-business service sector, because people are shifting from agriculture directly to non-business sector, which is already very low productive, low wage sector, how we can increase productivity of this sector. The contemporary situation of the Punjab rural economy has been subject of serious concern. While examining the public expenditure on rural economy, local administration emerged to be the most important and human resource development most neglected aspect of the public policy. So when we look at the average share of the public expenditure on rural economy, it was almost 11 to 12%, varies over the period of time, which is very negligible share. So when we look at the public expenditure on agriculture, it is very low. So there is a need to increase public expenditure on agriculture. So how we can basically look at the revival of agrarian economy in the context of agricultural distress. So there are two dimensions we need to look at. One is the agricultural development crisis, and another is the agrarian crisis. How agrarian crisis crippled the rural economy as a whole. So rural Punjab is an urgent need of an alternative vision for its sustainability and well-being of the majority of its people. Investment in human development, such as those in education, health, housing, and basic amenities, have long-term implications for the economy and quality, as well as the quality of the masses. So the quality life of the masses. So there is a need to re-examine the public expenditure policies. There is a need to relook at the basically revisit the role of state over the period of time. And there is also need to policy shift from the neoliberal kind of policies to at least in the case of investment in human development, particularly in the case of education and health. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Shedgil. We'll now move on to the last paper in this session, which is by Professor Anindita Sarkar. And she is a professor at the Department of Geography at Miranda House, University of Delhi. And currently she's on leave and is working at the Department of Ecology and Natural Resource Management, University of Bonn in Germany. Her research looks at how policies facilitate or impede water access through institutions, influencing food security, water security, and livelihood security of communities. She has worked on research projects in Kenya, Bangladesh, and India, and has received various awards such as the UGC Research Award and the Delhi University Excellence Award for her outstanding contribution to research activities in 2023. I welcome Professor Anindita Sarkar and ask her to make a presentation on evolution of irrigation systems in Punjab, challenges and new directions. It's online. There she is. Yes,
Good afternoon, esteemed scholars, guests, and participants. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Oh, thank you so much. And I will be sharing my presentation on screen. And thank you for that very kind introduction. Without wasting any time, and I think we are running a bit late, I'll start my presentation. So I talk today on evolution of irrigation systems in Punjab, challenges and new directions. So first, I will like to contextualize my study. And here, why we are looking at irrigation evolution, because irrigation has helped Punjab, and now irrigation needs to be revamped and looked in a different way so that it can help Punjab in a renewed way. And why we talk about irrigation today is because Punjab is known as the breadbasket of the country, because we are all aware that it is because of the Green Revolution, the country became self-sufficient in food grain production, and that's we have the procurement and subsidy. Today we talk of MSP and the debates and the Punjabi farmers asking for several kinds of policy changes because profitability is decreasing. But we should not forget that this is because of this the country has become self-sufficient. And hence here we talk of role of irrigation, because role of irrigation in Punjab is not risk reducing, because it increases production and increases productivity and increases production. So because of this particular reason that the farmers shifted from surface to groundwater irrigation, because groundwater irrigation is more productive, efficient, can be controlled, and hence even in semi-arid area where rainfall is so less, we have rice, paddy cultivation, and Punjab seems to have very high yield of paddy. So this intensive irrigation has also brought about intensive use of energy, and that in a mix has created a unique kind of water energy food nexus, which is also creating a major challenge, and this nexus needs to be broken so that Punjabi farmers can come out of this bottleneck and again become prosperous. Here I will focus my presentation on these various themes. First, I will look at irrigation development. Then I will show how the source of irrigation or the structure of irrigation has changed and why it has changed. Then shifts in cropping pattern and why those crops are grown, why it has shifted. Then I will talk about productivity and profitability. And then energy use in irrigation, because now irrigation requires water as well as energy to harness that water. And then we'll get into the complex nexus of energy, groundwater, food. And lastly, I will discuss some of the steps, what can be done next. So my first slide, this is the trend of irrigation development in Punjab. And clearly we can see that net irrigated area, gross irrigated area has been continuously increasing since 1970s. And I take this era after Green Revolution because that is when the major shifts and changes are happening. And two important points here to highlight is that though expansion has happened in both gross and net irrigated area, but since 2018, Punjab's agriculture is completely under irrigation. That means there is no rain-fed cultivation in Punjab anymore. The other thing, this line that I have drawn here is the time in 1997 when Punjab starts free electricity in agriculture, and hence there is this time I will show time and again in some of my successive slides how the trend has changed. And this is a very landmark year in the state. But here in the next slide, it's very interesting to see that expansion of irrigation had led to intensive agriculture, but after 2007, it is stabilized, plateaued, or maybe we can say it may be declining also. So maybe these have reached its optimum level, and now a new energy or new way of irrigation or a new crop, some innovative technological shift is required if we wish to carry on this pace of growth. So after irrigation development, next I said I will look in changing structure of irrigation and how the source has changed. Here clearly we can see that the source has changed from surface water irrigation to groundwater irrigation. In our last presentation, we have also seen that how public investment in irrigation has declined over the years, and that is because irrigation has increased and improved in Punjab slowly because of private investment of farmers who have invested in installing wells, taking to electricity connection. And of course, as I have already mentioned, that groundwater irrigation has its own benefits of being more efficient, productive, and it can be controlled in a better way. The interesting thing is to see that this reliable and flexible mode of irrigation has here again, this is that line I show where the tubewell irrigation is really surpassing canal irrigation. So on one side, it's in many people say that Punjab has been giving electricity subsidy, but at the same time, we have to also see that Punjab has stopped investing on canal irrigation. So in one way, irrigation infrastructure investment has come down, and maybe this is the other way of investing in it. So groundwater irrigated area increased very sharply since mid 1990s. And you can see the canal irrigated tract is declining because canals are getting dry, no investment is there, and of course the farmers have shifted to their own source of irrigation because tube wells are privately owned. If you look at the changing structure in different parts of Punjab, it's interesting to see that northern Punjab was a latecomer because it is the foothill zones where tube well irrigated area was, it also increased over a period of time, but well, it is much later than the other areas of Punjab. Whereas here you can see in the central part, it was already very high, but since again, it has consistently grown. And now we can see it has stabilized. And in fact, in some places, it is declining. Why it is so, I'm going to give this explanation a bit later, that why at this moment in the past decade, we are seeing that tube wells have, tube well irrigated area or tube well yield is also declining. This is southern Punjab. Again, the southern Punjab mostly grows cotton, but it shifted to rice majorly. And this is how the irrigation structure has also changed. Wells again increasing and canals decreasing. But what I'm trying to tell here is that the three distinctive regions in Punjab had a similar trend direction, but their turning points have been different. Different regions increasing or surpassing canal irrigation at different point of time. And this exactly corroborates with how they have shifted in their cropping pattern. So now after the structure of irrigation, we want to see why the farmers have changed this irrigation structure. Why? Because they are cultivating a different kind of crop, and that required a shift in irrigation. So here, of course, as we have I have already mentioned, and we have been discussing that Punjab has been the food basket of India, and it has always been growing food grains. But interestingly, over the years since Green Revolution time till date, it has increased, continues to increase food grains. And that's why many scholars say that it has been a grain revolution indeed. But what are the grains? The two most important grains that Punjab has been contributing is wheat and rice. And in this graph, we can see that it is consistently increasing over the years after Green Revolution. But the interesting fact is that rice and wheat, they are closing the gap. It seems that rice area in some districts are in fact surpassing the area under wheat, which I'm going to show in my next slide. So this is how the cropping pattern has changed over the years 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010, and 2020, 21. So I have taken Weaver's method to calculate the cropping pattern. So of course, we can see the mixed cropping pattern has been replaced by 2 crop season. Cotton has been replaced by rice completely in the last 10 years because of pest attack. Farmers prefer growing rice because cotton is completely unreliable and rice is a better crop. That's what they feel. So, and even rice has been taking over wheat and rice becoming first crop in 4 districts. So, in fact, I would say the grain revolution is actually wheat rice revolution, or now it is rice wheat revolution. And this diagram, it's a chorochromatic map which shows that how the blue map, which was a multi-crop Punjab, is now becoming green. The green one is wheat rice and the red one is rice wheat. So we can see how the geographical distribution has been in terms of crops and how farmers are deciding to grow wheat and rice. So why do they want to grow wheat and rice? That's also an important point to understand, because although we say sustainability, but at the end of the day, we must look at farmers' choices, because farmers choose to grow certain kinds of crop combination because they grow for crops for income, for their livelihoods. That is the first thing they would like to see while choosing a crop. So for that reason, next I will look at productivity and profitability of crops, why these crops are chosen by the farmers. Well, we can see that yield of rice and wheat, and it has been mentioned in the morning, it is one of the highest in the country. And well, wheat productivity is more than rice, and rice is really catching up with wheat. Although I would like to mention, yield of wheat and rice is unstable. Now, this is the trend of net returns from wheat and rice, which I have taken from several articles that has been published. And here in the table, I have mentioned that. But it is important to understand that, yes, the net returns have increased. But over the years, I can see that in the later years, in the last 10 decades, the net returns, I mean, the yield is more, yield of wheat is more than rice, but farmers grow rice because the net returns from rice is high. That's true. And why it is? Because rice is procured by the center. So here is the MSP picture in Punjab. We can see that MSP is growing, increasing, but MSP of wheat and rice almost becoming same. Here, there is a limitation in this data. I would like to mention that these are current prices. So probably if we look at, calculate the inflation, the picture may be very different. The point what I want to emphasize here is that if you look at this graph on my right, this is how Punjab has been contributing to the central pool of rice and wheat in India, which has been clearly declining. So this is in the 2021, this much of wheat was procured and rice was procured because, the reason is that in 1997-98, central government introduced decentralized procurement, and hence it started procuring from all other states of India. Earlier, during the Green Revolution time, it was mostly procured from Punjab. Whereas, if you look at the graph on my left, here wheat and rice by Punjabi farmers are totally sold to the central pool. That means the Punjabi farmers completely depend on the center for this procurement. So we can see that in 2021, it seems that some farmers have sold to the private market, but by and large, they have been selling it to the central pool. Here, I would like to mention that means the profitability of rice and wheat in Punjab will truly depend on how center procures the grains. And well, we know the debate between these procurement prices, and if any case center doesn't want to procure, changes policies, it is the farmers whose income will be very much disturbed. So next I will talk about the energy use in irrigation and why it is important. And we will now come to see that why sometime in the last decade, the well irrigation is also declining. Electricity operated wells have been increasing at a rate, that's true because diesel prices are very high, increases by the year, whereas electricity is free in Punjab. And here the purple bars are for those years when the electricity was paid at a flat rate of 50 horsepower per month, and later on it was free. Now, I will tell you from my experience from the fieldwork in Punjab, when I usually present this picture, telling people that Punjab electricity, agricultural electricity is free. We should also tell them that it is not free. I would say it is intelligent rationing. Although it is free, the farm electricity is supplied. Initially, it was 10 to 8 hours, then it became 6 to 8 hours, and maybe now it is much lower. So it is up to the state electricity board about how much time the electricity will be supplied. And since diesel prices are really very high, farmers will have to depend on that time period when electricity is available. Barring a few very large farmers, most of the farmers use electricity for running their tube wells. So very briefly, the flat electricity came between 2002 and 2005, but it was again reverted back. So area expansion, irrigation expansion and electricity usage in agriculture is so much correlated. These graphs are testimony to that number of tube wells increase in a way, and the gross irrigated area, net irrigated area increase in exact the same way. So pump energization brings about corresponding shift in gross irrigated area. And now if we look at the energy groundwater food nexus, it is the next discussion that I'm going to do. Here, clearly we can see that electricity consumption per unit of cropped area is increasing. Yes, but the concern is that agricultural production per unit of electricity consumption is declining, which is a concern for policymakers to understand why is it so. This is probably because they are using more electricity and irrigating excessively, not needed, hence using energy but not increasing their production in correspondence to that. And this is relationship between rice cultivation and groundwater irrigation. Again, it has a very positive relationship because rice cultivation is totally under tube well irrigation. And yes, an increase in rice area has intensified groundwater irrigation, and with expansion of area under rice, tube well irrigation has also expanded. And these relationships are different across different regions of Punjab that I have already showed you when I was showing you the map of the crops, and it is according to that. And this is how the groundwater situation looks in Punjab. So these dark blue ones are totally overexploited. So in 1990s, it was the central zone that was overexploited zone, and it completely was overlapping with the rice wheat zone. And now in the last decade and to very recently, 2021, you could see that entire Punjab is rice wheat. And in fact, the south western region become rice has come up as the first crop. And how the overexploited blocks look in Punjab is completely dark, barring some of the northern foothills districts. So this is it. Now how the overexploited blocks are increasing over the year that I have given in this diagram. And this diagram has been taken from Central Groundwater Board, and well, it is the map, the central groundwater shows the levels. It is very, very critical, all in the red overexploited zone. So this is what I want to mention now, that because the groundwater is overexploited, only way to stop Punjabi farmer is to ration electricity, because once the electricity becomes paid, the government may lose election. So instead of doing that, what the government does, they supplies electricity very less number of hours. So that is why we can see that well productivity is declining. That means number of wells are increasing, but it doesn't increase the net irrigated area in that proportion. Now let's look at the nexus. So this is a very, very complicated thing which has bound the farmers in Punjab with electricity and MSP. That is what I would like to say. So rice wheat cropping combination, in fact, is becoming wheat rice combination is becoming right wheat cropping combination. Electricity policy is one thing that encourages farmers. The other is the MSP, and all the rice that the Punjabi farmers are growing, they completely depend on the central pool, and that is where they are selling. So this is a very delicate situation, and there will, if not sold, then how is the profitability going to be? No wonder this reform is required. Or as mentioned in the first presentation by Professor Gill, that yes, crop diversification has been recommended a number of times, but it has failed. And it's very difficult to diversify crop and tell the farmers that you grow some crop and take less return. That is, again, a very difficult thing to suggest. So what should we do? What should be the next? Should we always depend on the center to give subsidy? I suppose that is one thing that the Punjab should look at now. So 3 things that come out in all the articles and newspapers that you look at, and on this theme, they talk of, should we save groundwater because natural resource sustainability is important? Punjab will become a desert if in that way water is used. Then the question is, should we change the crops? Should we go to crop diversification? What crop should the farmers grow? Or should we save the groundwater and electricity both? Or would we go for other options like that? We will discuss later. Let me just discuss these 3 possibilities. If we do so, or if the government is already doing something, what is the result? So how to save groundwater? So first thing that Punjab farmers did and Punjab government did, I would say this is a very successful plan by delaying paddy transplantation, and it has reduced groundwater usage by 9%. This is very strictly followed, and I think the dates could be made flexible depending on early warning and weather forecasting. When the monsoon is going to come, accordingly, the date can be fixed. Then next option is that if you want to save groundwater, would we increase canal irrigation? So extending canal network in unserved areas. This is a very these are not my recommendation, by the way. I must tell you. So these are recommendations I'm discussing, which has come from various kinds of scholars, newspapers, and articles. So I believe if you if you extend the canal network, it will require lot of investment by the government in irrigation infrastructure, which clearly is declining, that we have seen in our last presentation. And whether at this point of time, when tubewell irrigation has greater flexibility and control, will the farmers really turn towards canal irrigation is a question. But the good point will be unlined canal network can help in groundwater recharge. So that conjunctive irrigation is one of the sustainable ways, one can say. Then there are farm water management practices that are coming up in a very large way, mulching and laser labeling. So these are very new, smart, we call it climate smart technologies, yet to see what kind of benefits these will have on productivity and water productivity and grain productivity. Then how to save groundwater and electricity both. So there are some schemes which talk about saving both groundwater and electricity. There is one scheme which talks about Pani Bachao Paisa Kamao scheme, but this scheme is not taken by farmers because only uptaken by around 5% of farmers, because the scheme is that if they save electricity by saving water, that is not irrigating the crop, the additional money they will be getting it in their bank account. But the farmers complain that Most of them have not got money back from this scheme, hence they do not want to save water. Then there is this pilot scheme that came in 2018, which is like they will pre-specify the time when they will supply uninterrupted electricity. And this claims to reduce 30% reduce in energy without impacting paddy yield. But then the question is that it will still be growing paddy. So may not be so successful. And it will be very difficult for farmers to coordinate this, because there is a large amount of farmers who are also buying water. So there is a informal groundwater market also. How this will work is also very debatable. Then, of course, that is now working is intelligent rationing. And to my mind, this has been so far quite successful. So if the electricity company wants to reduce the hours of pumping, then farmers can use less water. But on the hindsight, there is a problem. There is voltage fluctuation, the pumps burn out, and farmers are not able to plan how they are going to irrigate their crops. So this is also one has to see. But to remove intelligent rationing, I would say then the farmers need to go for massive metering, which is not there in Punjab yet, and that is another political struggle to deal with. So I think to avoid all these, the government just resorts to supplying less hours of electricity and give less electricity in villages. Then the other thing is shifting to solar pumps. This is coming up in a very, very large way, especially there's this PM Kusum scheme. Farmers could buy solar panels and irrigate crop. The only doubt here is that it's a very new scheme, very less uptake has taken up. But the problem with this solar pump will be two-way. Number one, the groundwater is very deep in Punjab, so they will require a higher horsepower to draw the water. So not sure how that will work. The second problem is that if farmers get solar pumps, then there will be no way to govern groundwater use. So there is also a concern in this. The very radical recommendation some scholars give is fixing energy water quota coupled with volumetric pricing of electricity. I'm not sure how much this will go with the farmers, having a strong farmer lobby. Even metering the tube wells have not been possible. Doing this is going to be a political suicide. So I don't think any political party is going to take this suggestion. So my point is that we have to give suggestions that are win-win, doable, as well as do not harm farmers' income. So should we change crops? That debate we really had, and we already know what are the problems of shifting to different kinds of crop. So should we shift to less water intensive high value crop? Yes, that is one of the best solutions to do. In that way, the farmers can have more returns and also maybe save natural resource, particularly groundwater. Now, in a study that was done by World Bank, and I was involved in it, so we did a econometric calculation which says that to shift 25% of area under paddy cultivation, additional 2,500 crore will be needed. So is the government ready to invest so much money in this? Because right now, Punjab has a very good infrastructure for procuring, and that's why Punjab still continues to contribute a lot in the PDS, which West Bengal cannot. Even with more rice productivity, the rice farmers in West Bengal are not able to sell it to the central government because of one reason, because the central government pays the state governments later. The state governments first will have to procure and then sell it to the center. So this is again a very, very difficult but doable, I suppose, but it will require a radical change in the investment structure. So what are the other options? So I think there are some other options which has not been thought of and could be given a thought. So first of all, research and development on new seeds. The way the cotton seeds have been attacked by pests, even rice and wheat seeds more scientific research is needed for that. Because Bangladesh has been doing a lot of research on rice seeds, and now they propose to grow 4 rice seeds in a year, which will be like a big radical change. So Punjab could also look at more research on seeds. Then processing of agricultural products. This picture is from Vietnam, and Vietnam is doing really well in processing of food. They are processing corn. And I have shown that how Punjab has shifted from maize to rice. So maybe processing of these kind of products give higher value. Then storage and transformation. When we do processing, especially horticulture, and these kind of processing will require a lot of investment in storage and transportation. And last thing, this is again, this line I added while I was listening to the presentations in the morning. In one of the presentations, it was told that agriculture was given main focus for Punjab because all people who were formulating the agricultural policies came from the agricultural background and thought that Punjab's economy could only improve by improving agriculture. But maybe it is time that other sectors could be improved and developed, because we cannot deny the fact that agricultural products are price inelastic and income inelastic, and there is an inherent disadvantage in trading in agricultural products. So it is time that the way the enterprising farmers are, the way investments happen in Punjab, the way Punjabi farmers are risk-taking, maybe some kind of radical shift can happen in Punjab, and Punjabi farmers can do it, provided the policy is directed in that way and policymakers are able to see through it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anindika. We
Thank
now
you.
move on to the moderator, Dr. Amanpreet Singh Gill. He teaches political science at the Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College in Delhi University. Has written a number of books on Punjabi literature, Punjab politics, Punjab on Sikh history, etc. And he's been teaching for many years over there, and he's going to initiate the discussion on these 3 papers, and we'll then open it up to the audience.
How many minutes I can speak? 5 on 3 speakers. Okay. 7 minutes on 2 total. Okay. So my task is a bit difficult than anticipated. Very quickly, I have felt that all the speakers before me, they are recommending the same doctor who killed the earlier patients. It's again, all the hope is being pinned towards the state, the decline of state intervention, the declining investment in the state, the idea that corporate has failed and the state will help the agriculture diversification. So if that is the position, we cannot move forward even a single inch. The reality is, my question from Professor Sucha Singh Gill is that if corporates have cheated us, as your case studies tell, so from where will the capital come to bring the change for diversification? Will it come from the government investment? And what happens with the government investment? It is the bureaucrats who lead the politician. And which bureaucrats? Punjab bureaucrats. There are 2 kinds of bureaucrats in the world, bureaucrats and Punjab bureaucrats. And Punjab bureaucrats are sincere only after retirement. I'm sorry. All the fancy answers they find after retirement. So the state cannot solve the complex problems of economics. State cannot solve. State rather adds to all the decline of all the problems in rural economy, especially in rural education that we see. My friend Baldev Singh has told us. It is created by the bureaucratic intervention in the Punjab government schools. 18,000 schools are there. But one bureaucrat tried to run these schools. So it is largely, again and again, cooperatives. Just look at the anthropology of Punjab farmer. Punjab farmer is not a cooperative. Punjab farmer is a libertarian anarchist. Not socialist, not a kind of, means a totally different creature. And it were the British colonialists who knew Punjab farmer better than the present policymakers. Yes, because the first thing they did, first thing the British colonial masters did was to know the psychology of Punjab farmer. The first thing they found that Punjab farmer does not know the ABC of economics. ਇਹ ਮੁਹਾਵਰਾ ਕਿ ਜੱਟ ਗੰਨਾ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਗੁੜ ਦੀ ਰੋੜੀ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਗੰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦਾ. What does it? ਭੇਲੀ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਗੰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦਾ. What is indicate? It indicates that he does not know calculation of the cost. No, doesn't know calculation of the cost. ਚੜਿਆ 100 ਤੇ ਲੱਥਾ ਪਾਓ. Doesn't fear the greater the debt burden, happier he is. So this is why I'm saying that they knew us better than our own grand policymakers know us. So that's why the state is not going to solve the problems. The problems were created by the state, and state will not allow us to leave this paddy wheat trap. And I have reasons to prove it. For long years, I was also thinking that we will go to the state and state with central government, and central government will help us in the diversification. Now, 2 years, central government, first they did export ban on broken rice. Then they did export ban on white parboiled rice. Third thing they did, minimum export price on basmati rice. Fourth thing they did, export ban on onion. And if I'm not wrong, I think export ban on potato is also there. So government will not allow inflation in food grains and the food price. Okay. Now, as a result of the rice ban, we give 40% of the global rice trade. For the first time, IMF asked us to rethink that why are we playing with the global food security? Thailand yesterday, a few days ago, said that we are selling cheap rice in the world. And IMF said that our abstention from the rice market will lead to the inflation in the global food prices. IMF simply asked India to reconsider its rice export ban. And from where the surplus rice is coming? Only from Punjab. There are reports in Business Line in 2022 and 23. In 2023-22, Jharkhand gave 100% of its rice, but Punjab, this year, Chhattisgarh gave 48% of its rice. They withheld their rice from into central pool. Punjab gave 102% of rice. We gave more than the last year. Rest of the states, much less than the last year. So there is a scramble for the rice in the global market. There is scramble for the wheat. When this is the case, why will they let us leave wheat and rice? Number one. Number two, we are into rice and wheat, just like Ludhiana is into hosiery and cycle. Surat is into diamond. Can we convert Ludhiana into Surat? Not possible, because all the policy, all incentive, all the ecosystem, all machinery, everything is going towards the sustenance of persistence of the wheat paddy cycle. 137,000 stubble management machines in Punjab. What they are for? They are only for paddy and rice. So to see that paddy and rice, we will have a different thing. It's a kind of only imagination and very remote future. So that is the real problem. Then, as Professor Baldev said, it's true. Rural economy is in very much crisis. I also come from a village. Rural economy has been in crisis in a very long time. One thing my friend ignored, that is the aspect of formalization of rural economy. How much of the rural economy is actually, how much transaction actually takes through the bank, how much it is recorded. All the land lease market in Punjab, that is purely through the word of mouth. That's why whenever there is natural disaster, as a few days ago in Bathinda, there was natural disaster, no compensation is possible for the cultivators of the leased land. I suggested one simple mechanism. It was called ticket informing land rent payment, tiller pay. So this was ignored, of course, means I am not a I'm a small fry in the policy making of Punjab. So that if that is the level of Punjab for rural economy, such a high level of informality, unrecorded things going on. And in rural economy, my friend ignored one thing, that there are 40% Dalits in Punjab. Their livelihood, their crisis of habitat, they are gasping for a space under the sun. They are simply living in the ghettos under Laldora, while all the rest of the land is there for agriculture. So these are the crises Punjab economy is facing. Now coming to the third paper, a really interesting paper by Anindita Mitra ji, but Anindita Sarkar. Anindita Mitra is an, I think, IAS officer in Punjab. That's why I was fascinated with. So third is Anindita Sarkar, she gave good data, but one thing in Punjab irrigation that I have seen with by change in the Punjab irrigation energy relation, that is the change from centrifugal, Hamir Singh ji knows it better, the change from centrifugal motor to submersible motor. That is a big change. We don't know how many motors, means there are close to 90% of the electric motors out of 14 lakhs in Punjab are now submersible. And they consume big electricity. And they are just simply the enemy of, they are underground mining, water mining machines. They are underground water mining machines. There is a lot of talk on sand mining, but Punjab, there is underground water mining crisis. 97% of Punjab's underground water being used for agriculture only. Which agriculture? To serve the market. Which market? Which is shown as the central procurement. But then actually all the surplus. If there is a crisis of food security in India, why India is supplying 40% of its rice to the world? 40% of India's rice going to the global market. Yes, they have banned it, but this ban is not permanent. So this way, if you don't sell your rice to the government, government will come knocking to your doors. I must tell the Punjab farmers that asking the government to buy the paddy is in the same way Arab Sheikh are asking the people to buy their petroleum. Arabs are not asking for MSP on petroleum. They only know the quota, how much to supply in the market. So that's the only difference between Punjab farmers and Arab sheikhs. So that way, Punjab, all things means we are asking for solutions from the government that has put us into this quagmire. And yes, it is a quagmire. We will see, I will just quote, we will see a great social conflict in the days to come. Once now we have produce and still farmers are at Delhi's border. When we will not have water, underground water, when there will be irrigation crisis, And there are studies that water and social conflict go together. The loss of underground water, and who owns the underground water in Punjab? Do the 10 lakh farming household own all the 100% of underground water in the Punjab? Has anyone courage to ask this question? What happens to the rest 40 lakhs families? In Mansa district, 99.9 of the underground water is consumed for the agriculture purpose. So now this is I'm sorry, but then I had to do this unpleasant job. This is an unpleasant job. I seek forgiveness from the bureaucrats, present and former, but the problem is that 5,000 in the entire India. There were 4,000 in British times. There are 5,000 now. So now I seek questions. I think I have been immoderate rather than the moderator. My task has been immoderate. So, okay. So,
Dr. Gill,
Yes.
I have just an observation. It's neither a question nor anything. Because when we talk about Punjab and the success of Green Revolution, we should not overlook the role of farmers, policymakers, Punjab bureaucracy, government administration, researchers, Punjab Agriculture University, and a whole host of stakeholders which worked that miracle for the country. Now, it would be a very far-reaching, sweeping generalization because it was the same stakeholders which had brought about, which ushered in this Green Revolution. So probably we should look at it in a very balanced perspective. There could be some distortions here and there. So that is the only thing that we cannot we cannot ignore or disregard the creative collaboration of all the stakeholders which brought in Green Revolution. Of course, that Green Revolution had its evolution in the next 50 years because it was supply deficit at that time. Now it is supply surplus. So there are a whole lot of issues. So I just wanted to make
this collaboration ended 40 years ago.
no, that's a debatable.
Can I have more questions? We'll get in more questions and then we can. Yes, please. Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Kamal Batta from Punjab Agricultural University. So I just want to talk in response to Anandita.
Yes.
I think I would like to tell that the subsidies which we are talking about, and we all believe that, let's be very clear that subsidy alone will not, removal of subsidies will alone not lead to crop diversification. Subsidies are only 7 or 8% of the cost of production. And even if we start putting price on the electricity, even then the profitability of paddy is much higher than all the alternative crops. This is very, very important. And I think one reason when we start thinking about that 2,500, you see 25% of the area diverting away from paddy is a very tough task. Being Punjabis, we always aimed at 1.2 million hectares. It's a big area. But even if you see the data year-wise, not even in a single year, we have been able to divert even 1,000 hectares. So even if we are targeting 25, it is 7.5 lakh hectare. Yeah, that's how you know, 7.5 lakh hectare, if 20%. And I think the outlay which we are talking about, which is 2,500 crores, is very small. We are just talking in terms of the comparative profitability. Profitability, but you see the system we require, because the moment we shift this 7.5 lakh hectare away to other crops, what will happen to their marketing prices? Because nobody has been able to even estimate that one. So we need a substantially higher outlay if we have to go for crop diversification. And another thing is that when we say that we are becoming inefficient in terms of productivity and electricity usage, I would like to say that we are consuming electricity more and more per unit of output every year because our water table is falling. So we are pumping the same amount of water, but by using higher energy. Thank you very much. And I have some doubts on the data you have presented, but that we can discuss on mail. Thank you.
Go ahead. Just a minute. Did I see a hand here? No? Yes, please.
Yes, still on. Foreign employee of PU. First thing is to Madam Sarkar. Yeah, that is a very good idea to reduce hours of supply. But how to compensate revenue loss to the farmer? Farmer will not agree. He has gone to some standard of living. If you want to reduce his net income, then and a request to Gill Sahab. सबको alternative ही दसो. आप पॉइंट जो रेज कीते बिल्कुल ठीक कीते. And it's always a plea to listen someone from who is looking from the outside. क्योंकि ऐसे we are working same field for years and years talking of this diversification and then wasting hours of Dr. Sucha Singh Gill and Lakwinder Gill who know better about economics. I'm not from economics. I'm from genetics. So alternative to this. Sheikh, don't compare the Sheikh. Sheikh has large money. He has much holding capacity. 33% of the farmers have average holding is 1 hectare. Or maximum is 2 hectares, small margin, 33%. Panjab ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਰੇਜ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਕੀ ਕਰਨਗੇ. Thank you.
No, wait, please. I'm collecting questions. Yes. Anybody else? Harish Puri ji, would you like to ask a question? He's online. Professor Harish Puri, would you like to ask a question? I think no, he can hear. I think he's trying to put it on. We'll give him a moment. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll see if he comes back. Yes, Professor Tuteja, please.
It's just a very brief comment, and I'm not a student of economics, but whatever I have heard about the role of the state, and particularly in the case of farmers and then diversification of crops. And the point which has been raised that what happened during the early years when Green Revolution took place, and one important thing that was witnessed is a kind of collaboration of different stakeholders. Now, as a student of history, I always see that state has a crucial role to play. But the question is with which perspective? The perspective at that time was raising production, welfare of the farmers, and overall economic development of the country. So there was a need of a consensus, and probably an effort was made to that direction. Then when we go to the later period, that is 80s onwards, and then when the kind of crisis which started emerging, one thing which we generally see, the declining role of the interest with the welfare in mind, with the farmer interest in mind, and with what kind of improvement they have in mind, I don't know. Now at this stage, farmer is a stakeholder but is not recognized as stakeholder. We have been talking about it this morning also, that we should think on those terms, but the question is, who would talk? Who would talk? Farmer is given an impression that you are supposed to follow. We decide. The question is that when we decide, with what perspective? Are we deciding from the perspective of the state? Are we deciding from the perspective of certain big capitalists, corporates? Or are we deciding in the welfare of the common farmer? And what I have seen all these years in India in particular, that the role of the state as a protector of one of the stakeholders, particularly in Punjab, is extremely on the decline. This is a very small point.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Yeah. Yes.
I would request Aditya could share the climate new technology she was talking about, if she can also explain that.
Anindita, there's a question here that would you like to share something about the new technology that you were talking about?
New technology about what? About the solar? Or I talked about mulching and laser labeling as the new technology.
Yeah, do you want to quickly explain that?
Actually, the laser labeling is a technology. I showed a picture also. So it will level the ground in a way so that the water is equally distributed throughout the field. And scientifically, it will lead to using of less water. Okay. So usually in many developed places, agriculturally developed regions of the world, especially if they do drip irrigation, for example, and the ground has to be absolutely leveled.
Yeah.
So, and mulching is also, it's like a plastic kind of a thing that will help so that the water doesn't seep in, stays at a particular level, and water to be controlled in a way so that it doesn't seep in, and also evapotranspiration doesn't happen. And it is coming up in a large way where scientists call them as climate smart technologies. And yes, Punjabi farmers are using laser labeling, and one of our students in ZEF, Subhash, I think he was there, he's not here. He's doing extensive fieldwork with CIMET and IMI to look at this technology and how it can improve productivity.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you in a moment.
Yes. Maybe we will have to say something about laser level. Laser level was introduced 2007-8 from Pakistan. It is accepted very well. And every third year, PU recommends that we should level it. And I will say that we can simply say that it is very good that it has been accepted very well. Almost every farm is using it. So
where? In India?
In Punjab. I'm talking about Punjab.
So they are using it already.
And second is mulch. Mulch is very good, simple also. Even we can leave the crop residue also as a mulch.
Yeah.
But mulch cannot be there in case of puddle rice. With पानी transplant so there cannot be any mulch. We have mostly puddle rice. When we go to direct seeded rice, then it's entirely different. Direct seeded rice is not picking up so far. Please.
So what I'll do is I'll give all the speakers and the moderator a chance to make their final comments. But before that, can I add a question so that you can answer my question as well? My question is addressed generally to all of you, but more specifically to the points raised by in the morning by Professor Lakhvinder Singh ji and Sucha Singh ji, that why has this decline happened? You know, what you all described is a kind of idyllic situation of the Green Revolution years, whether it was Kero, Nehru combination at the ground level, popular mobilization, you know, and the way the farmer responded, you know, all the different sectors and with the different players all working together. What happened? Where did this begin to change? Because what you are describing is a crisis not just in agriculture. You are describing a general crisis in society, which is reflected in many ways, including, I think, by the kind of out-migration we have. It's okay to say that we don't worry, we have enough people in India, we are a huge population, we have enough brains left over. That's not the point. The point is that no society can be a healthy society if the best of that society, and that's what's happening today, don't see a future in that society. You know, I think that's a deeper crisis that we're facing. So I think what you're describing is a withdrawal of governance, a withdrawal of, you know, why is the Punjab Agricultural University, which was the leader in the Green Revolution, recognized by everybody. Why is it ignored today? I mean, what has happened that this total dissonance, if you like, where the politician, the bureaucrat, the farmers, the intellectuals, you gave a call, all stakeholders need to come together. But I think we also need to understand, it's not just a question of wanting it to happen again, but we need to understand why it broke up, to be able to even start mending it. So there's so many people with so much experience here in this room that I thought I'll pose this more general question before you as well. Thank you. So now we'll just do a round. I'll ask Professor Sucha Singh to reply first, or just make any general comments, and then I'll come.
Begin with the last question. If you look at the economic history of Punjab after 47, then one thing which emerges that from 47 to 80-81, the Punjab state was having an orientation which is development. The major part of public expenditure, government budget, was for development purposes. But from 78 onward, as the system got derailed, major turmoil took place, long period of president rule changed the orientation of state from development state to law and order oriented state. Now the priority of the state government is not development, but to maintain law and order. And even on this front, the state is failing today. It's unable to do so. 78 gangsters group are operating in Punjab. And you find that IG level officers are involved in some kind of bribery or some kind of drug trade, and they are in prison. So therefore, you have to have a benchmark when this turnaround took place. So if you look at the state finances, up to 80-81, major part of government expenditure was development. In the subsequent period, it became major part of expenditure started going towards law and order. Number of police personnel that doubled. Then the expenditure on that has more than doubled. Expenditure on health and education declined considerably. I looked at the budget of 80-81 and then the latest period. 23 to 24% of the budget up to 80-81 was for education. Now it is for 12% or 13%. For health, it was around 12%. It's around 6% now. So which means your priorities have got changed and the state has increasingly withdrawn. And if you have to build a linear relationship, say correlation, you can build it, that declining role of state and decline in the performance or economic performance of the state. It's a very well explained. Then if you want to go in detail, you find that since in 80s, the role of state was maintenance of law and order, tax collection machinery got derailed. The priority was not to collect taxes, but to maintain peace. So you allow the people to evade taxes, not collect taxes. And then corruption creeped in on an increased scale. And now you are unable to pay salaries on time, pensions on time, and you have no funds for investment and for development. You borrow money to repay the loans. So you are involved in a cobweb of a resource poor government. The state is not poor, but government is very poor. So you look at the situation. So in 50-51, our per capita income was hardly $100. Now with the 3,000 per capita income in the state government is a very poor. No money to fund the universities. So first question is that of change in the orientation of the state. That is very important. And I think Amandeep should understand it, that state has very important role to play. And nowhere in the world corporate sector has solved the problem of economy and development. Now, ever since the neoliberal policy came from 80s onward, Thatcher, Reagan kind of thing, now the distribution of income in the world has got so derailed, and the amount of poverty which has come up in the Western countries, it's amazing to see. 30% of the Americans are living below poverty line. You can find Jhukki chompadis in America and Canada now because of that kind of policies. So if you completely wipe out the state from the situation and say corporate sector will solve the problem, it is going to create a number of problems and social strife on an increased scale. You must have a moderation and balance in the system. State has to play its leading role, and stakeholders have also to be involved in that kind of situation. In 50s and 60s, in the rural development, the Panchayati Raj institutions was involved in a big way. The community development program, the Mitti Sadak di Pind de Loki paunge pakki sarkar banayegi. That happened, and we have to restore that kind of situation. We cannot wish away the state. We cannot wish away the capital. So, in order to maintain a balance, you have to have a kind of a consensus where what are the limits the corporate sector has not to cross, and what are the limits which government have not to cross. So to swing from one side to another side is absolutely bad. So it must be a mixture of the two. The capital has to play its role, and government has also to play very important and regulatory role. Without that, it's not possible. Coming to data, Amandeep is saying is 99% of water is used for agriculture. From where do you got this figure?
99% in Mansa district.
Even in Mansa district.
It is Ruchika.
No, this you are absolutely wrong.
This is central groundwork.
Maybe your sample is wrong.
It's a Indian Express report. Indian Express.
You don't depend on Indian Express. I don't believe in media. Media cooking data, wrongly putting data. No, media is reporting data that absolute poverty has been abolished in India, and more than 80 crores of people must be given free food. What does this mean? Whom do you believe? Are you believing that poverty has been eliminated, or are you believe that 80 crores of people who are being given free food, they are not poor? How do you come up with the situation? Try to understand and learn the method how to read data. This is very important. At absolute level, you find that 80% of the water is used for agriculture. And this proportion is declining because urbanization has gone up, the urban water use has gone up. Similarly, industrial use of water has also gone up over a period of time. So agriculture is not consuming 99% of the water. Correct your data. Then you say that the farmer says is different. More the debt, the more happy is the farmer. How do you ignore that farmers are committing suicide because of the debt? N number of studies are there which point out that large number of farmers committing suicide because they are involved in the debt trap, and downward mobility is not acceptable to them. It's humiliating. So you say that farmer is happier, more the debt is. It may be the case with the industry because they borrow funds from the banks and then they don't repay the loans. It's not the case with the farmer. If farmer does not pay debt, he is put behind the bars. The state's role is double standard. One rule for farmer, other rule for the corporate sector. So this is what is need to be corrected. And it's very important that you don't go swayed by goody media. The way the things are being presented in this country and also the world around, that opposite viewpoint is not being allowed to be presented to the press. It's not reported in the press. So farmers are committing suicide because of feared downward mobility of land, fear of losing land, fear of losing tractor and other assets, for want of saving a kind of a social problem. the farmer commits suicide. So farmers are not happier with the kind of debt trap in which they are involved. I think this is enough on my side.
I just want to make one point in the context of landless labor and particularly scheduled caste population. So when we talk about public spending on human resource development and employment generation, then particularly in the case of health and rural sanitation, it's about the landless population. So we see the public expenditure on all the areas, then landless labor will get benefit out of it.
Yeah, that's the natural way.
Yeah.
Anita?
Yes, I have been asked a lot of questions. So first of all, the simplest question about data. So I have used secondary data and they're all published government data. Then, so the question was asked that where will the money come for diversification? Yes, that is what is the problem. But then if you see how the center behaves with the states, where the center and the states do not agree and do not have similar governments, the states will have to devise their own ways. Otherwise, at the end of the day, the farmers suffer. So that is, if I may, Professor Mridula Mukherjee is smiling. And man, I have been your student in JNU. So I feel there is, yes, that is a big problem. And then that's why I talked about investing in food processing. Then I give the picture of maize. So how it is to be done, one has to be seen. The second was about the electricity. Now, Punjabi farmers are very active politically. They take decisions, and if they are not allowed to take decisions, they are on the road. So that is one of the reasons that metering has not been possible in Punjab. So without metering the tube wells, we do not know how much electricity the farmers are consuming. Because what the state electricity board does, after subtracting everything, they put the rest in agriculture. Even their transmission distribution loss is in agriculture. So I'm sure agriculture is not using so much electricity as the state electricity board is saying, because they are not metered. Right. And the other thing is about the deep tube wells. It is correct. When the tube wells will be very deep, electricity usage will be more. And if by God's grace, one has to pay, then profitability will be less. And at this moment, because of paucity of data, we surely do not know how much is the actual net returns. So it's like a doable thing that the government does, because once they take a solid step, then they will lose election. And another thing we are saying, Punjabi farmers are very much stakeholders. Suppose I do a intelligently form a policy and then recommends, and suppose that recommendation also comes up, like Ashok Gulati gives lot of recommendation, that Johal committee give lot of recommendation. Punjabi farmers will not grow maize. It is their wish. If they don't get profitability, they don't want to grow cotton. The other thing is that it is not about more income. If I grow cotton, I will get more money. It is about stability in income. They want assured income. That's why they are growing rice and wheat. Otherwise, they will grow apples. You don't know. They will. Because of that, they are not growing cotton, because year after year, the crop is failing due to pest infestation, and then they cannot sell it. So at the end of the day, they need assured income. That's the most important thing, like all of us. So the policies will have to be doable. That's why I just said what's next and how to think about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a small question to anybody of the experts who wants to answer. Why is it that the Safal NAFED cooperative model is not applied in Punjab? You have the Milk Federation example. So, I mean, you know,
Let
we,
me try and attempt in the answer. Actually, NAFED, etc., are not cooperatives really in the real sense of the word. They are statutory institutions of the state, you know, where some formality of involving farmers is conducted. But in a sense, they are like public sector undertakings. Possibly one solution could be to have corporate companies. You see, the objection which Professor Gill from Delhi raised over Professor Gill from Punjab about the cooperative nature and the failure of cooperatives. Yes, Delhi Gill has a point that cooperative model has not really succeeded in Punjab. You know. What has succeeded in Punjab, like for example, Punjab Marg Fed, Punjab Milk Fed, or even Agricultural Development Bank and the Cooperative Bank, the recovery rate is one of the highest in the country, you know, because it was so, but in a sense, they are operated as public sectors. Because people participation is not coming. For example, I'll give you an instance. Markfed, which supplies the inputs and also procures, created societies at the mandi level. That instead of Artia, you know, intervening in the purchase of produce, let these farmers who were members otherwise of their Markfed and the society, they intervene. They didn't work, you see, because sense of participation, cooperative participation is missing. And purely statutory cooperatives, yes, they have succeeded. They are informed cooperatives was essentially run as public sector. Amul is, yes, but that's not in Punjab. That's in Gujarat. And I think Professor Gill said that in Gurdaspur, they are operating more again as a public sector now. You know, the answer is a mix of two. And I've seen this model work in England, for example, United Kingdom. They have what they call corporate. In India also, this was discussed some years back. Company cooperatives, which is a kind of a hybrid between company and corporate.
Quickly, when the first phase of BKU movement started in the early 80s, they demanded that farmers have contributed shares in the cooperative mills and the management may be transferred to them. At least they should be on their board of directors. The government did not allow it. So had they allowed farmers' participation in the management, these sugar mill might have behaved in a different fashion. Certainly they would have paid the dues of farmers on time, or they would have made sincere efforts to make those payments on time and convince the farmers. So the problem is our cooperatives model which have been operated in the country is not really cooperative model. In fact, in the Cooperative Act of Punjab, any person, a registrar of cooperative society, can suspend any cooperative society without assigning any reason. And when there is a political intervention, somebody from the top says that suspend the society because it belongs to opposition party, they will do it. So this has killed the very spirit of the cooperative. Second thing is that in the earlier phases, when the cooperative movement was started, there was a training department, the cooperative department. They will train the farmers how to run the cooperatives. Now, for the last so many years, no cooperative training is being held. So without training the farmers, providing them support system, the system will not work. And without ensuring their participation in the management, it's not a cooperative system. It is something different. So therefore, if you want to work out alternative, the real kind of cooperative need to be built. I refer to Mondragon cooperative model in Spain. It's a big, huge system which is working, but it is also paying to the farmers. So that's why it's successful. What we need to try as an alternative is a alternative to public sector, alternative to corporate sector, a cooperative model which may succeed. And in Punjab also, in certain regions, there are certain cooperative societies which are working very successfully. We need to study those models and then we need to implement it at a large scale. In cooperative societies, at least there are 12,000 villages. Sukhpal has studied that model. They have built machinery banks that farmers need not to buy tractor, combines and other things. The half of the price has been paid by government. The rest of the have been paid by the cooperative societies and the machinery banks are working very well. So there are hundreds of other ways you can look at how and what type of cooperatives are suited to the state. For this, we need to work out the alternative. And alternative can be worked out provided the state is serious and the scholars and the stakeholders are involved in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. No, it's okay now. I think at tea, I've been given very strict orders now.
Maybe some fresh idea comes.
Go ahead. I'm not in a hurry. The organizers are.
I am talking about what I told.
Yes, go ahead.
What I am talking about the state is a state in a globalized world. Ji is talking about state.
I think your mic is not working. Mic on, karo.
The current state is a state in the globalized world. Its character has drastically changed. It is not the same state in a pre-globalized world. The made success that sir is talking about. 1. 2. Data. How much water for agriculture? CP groundwater board report. If you don't believe data, then I will invite all of you to visit Punjab from June, July, August. 3.5 million hectares constantly flooded by 1.4 million tube wells, submersible tube wells. So 99 or 97 or 90, the Punjab agriculture is the biggest consumer of underground water. This is third. I interpreted a muhavara, chadya saw te latha paw, that tells that farmers becomes insensitive to the risk of debt. This is what this is say. It's not that he becomes happy. He becomes insensitive to the pain that will bring. So these are my responses to the questions.
Okay, thank you. Quickly for a break.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Mukherjee. Thank you to all the speakers, to Aman sir. Since we're running very late, let us move for tea. I think it's across the hall. And we should begin in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. So we begin with the next session in another 15 minutes. The tea is across the hall.
at Punjab Agriculture University and Guru Nanak Dev University. He worked at University of Hohenheim, Stuttgart, Germany from 1976 to 1978, from 1988 to 1990, and 2007 to 2011. The International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center at Mexico from 1993 to 1994, and at the University of Birmingham, UK, in 1989 in maize breeding, genetics, and biotechnology. He has published 350 research publications and has many books to his credit. Welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for very kind words. I will only say that I have been lucky to get a very good team wherever I went. Credit goes to team. One colleague is here, from whom I have learned a little bit of economics also. So Professor Kamal Vatta, he is going to the first speaker. But before coming to introducing, I was thinking that agriculture reform is a very, very broad subject. There are many issues. And only two esteemed colleagues, Dr. Sukhpal and Dr. Kamal, they are going to speak on two issues. So I will put some more question to them, and if they can give some hints, not going in detail. But before going to that, yeah, in the morning, Vora Saab and then other colleagues, they talk about what happened in Punjab. I'll go to the history just very briefly. It's not that revolution, green revolution happened all of a sudden. Seed came, and in fact, government of India started grow more food in 1950s. Under that, the infrastructure was consolidated, or it was built up or created. Consolidation land holding is a wonderful example. And I always quote that whenever I meet farmers, that when refugee came from Pakistan, they paid for consolidation holding. If I remember correctly, Dwani for 1 acre, 2 annas. That was a good amount at that time. But nowadays, they want everything free. That is something else. Anyway, then irrigation facilities, electricity, roads came, of course, later on. FCI at national level, Marg in Punjab, APC, now known as CACP. Then Verka, Sindri, NFL, NSC, National Seed Corporation. Then came the seed, and it acted as a pivot in 1960s. Fulcrum. This is how everything, and it was supported by policy. There are some people think that, oh no intervention required. Has MSP not come? 1968, I think the government was of Sadan Lakshman Singh Gill, and wheat was stored in the schools. Next year, no farmer would have gone for wheat. So without government intervention, need-based intervention, I don't think, so not only MSP, as I said, Food Corporation India for procurement, and Market, another National Seed Corporation, and universities came. Pantnagar was the first university, PAG was the third, second one was at Orissa. Then policy, and then collaboration and will or seriousness. The word used Vora Sahab in the morning, seriousness, devotion. So all these things have to be there if we want to bring some reforms. Otherwise, yeah, farmer agrees. Puri Sahab, your question was there. Farmer become readily stakeholder, whatever PAU says. Aapka question tha. And PAU has the strongest relationship with the farmers throughout the country. I have seen India, traveled a lot because I was in ICR. He will agree. I say that, oh, this is the wheat seed, new wheat seed. He will carry it. Next year, he will come and quarrel with me. No, it was not, it didn't germinate. Such a faith he has in PAU. And we pass on those input to the government. Not that government doesn't listen. It all depends on that. It's altogether different thing, but they do listen, may or may not, depending upon the resources. So whenever there is new pesticide, new seed or something, either things become easier, we decide. They readily agree. But when it comes to conservation of resources, because he is not getting anything therein, When we say quality will be better, they will purchase MP wheat, but not the wheat seed from PG, because for that they have to do separate sowing, separate harvesting. But now they have combined and just we develop better atta quality varieties, I think 10 years back. And all MP varieties have C306 released in Punjab, PAU variety 1963. It is the parent of all. So there has to be seriousness, sufficient, all stakeholders should be there, and farmer is important stakeholder. Now I will briefly touch, though there are some discussions also, because you are discussing only market. Market is very, very important. But
You are the chair.
no, I am not the I am not the chair. No. क्यों नहीं डालूंगा? अगर यारों दोस्तों में डालूंगा तो किस पे डालूंगा और कौन सुनेगा मेरी? So ground water depletion ਚ ਸਿੰਪਲੀ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਰਾਈਸ ਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਿਸਯੂਜ਼ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਠੰਡਾ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਨੂੰ। ਅੱਗੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਮੈਮ ਨੇ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਫ੍ਰੀ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ we are even putting lot of burden on the Punjab economy. Then paddy straw management is also due to rice cultivation. Soil health also, when we do puddling, there is effect a little bit. And when we talk of paddy straw management also, then human health is also, not only soil health, is human health is also. So here, there was sort of discussion that, or general feeling, I think there is scope of saving cotton crop and increasing area in under basmati. So this is one point which, if you can, we have to have some sort of crop planning for the southwest districts, and basmati we have to have good marketing. Then overuse of applied inputs. This is another issue. Urea, it is not only farmers using more inputs. We all take more antibiotics. We are Indians. We are not Western. Then pesticides, pesticide residue, water and energy. Everything we are overusing. Over mechanization. Do we want air conditioned? Number of tractors is something else. Secondly, air conditioned AC also, when we are already under so much burden. Air conditioned tractor, I never allowed in the Mela. I said, please get it on the back. And I used to say that we don't, India needed earlier, now air conditioned okay, in the beginning desert coolers. And we are already over, we are under debt. Underemployment, of course, you are discussing that, please, with non-farm. Underemployment, non-farm, education, skill development, teaching shops, if you can say something. Decreasing net profit, which is the problem, because output input balance, this prices, that is a major. Then slow upgradation of yield, can we increase? And there comes biotechnology. If there is policy paralysis for so many years, Dr. Deepak Pental applied for that, I think 5-6 years back, and now they say it is less yielding. It will be less yielding. Meanwhile, the other varieties have come. So if you want to particularly meet the challenge of climate change, we have to go to biotechnology tools. And for that, we need some policy. Then easy availability of the credit or misutilization of the credit, we all know. I also come from farmer family. Then indebtedness and suicide, that has been discussed. Again, you can migration again. Then decreasing land holding, operational holding is increasing, but land holding is decreasing, which is not in our hand. Climate change is not in our hand. Location disadvantage. When you come to marketing, this point, I hope you will be. We are not only that we are away from the sea coast, we are located on sensitive border with no hope of improvement of. Why should foreign policy be linked with our internal policy? Both things are being linked, and that way we will never be easily placed. Punjab will never be. And then crop planning, I have touched. Then MSP will not do anything unless we compensate for revenue loss. Processing, yes. Processing also. Then basically I will say, focus on subsidies. Focus on subsidies should be conservation of natural resources rather than exploitation. It is not difficult to say, let us generate faith the farmers, convince them that amount of subsidy will not be decreased, whatever is at the present, and the percentage increase every year during the last 10 years, it will be maintained, but it will be diverted to something else. Let us say for water conservation, for soil health, for processing, for marketing research, for them. Then something about research and ma'am was here, in between I spoke when she talked about PAU, but she said something which is correct. Why research and development is suffering? Why education is suffering? So these are some points, because it is about reform. So I'm putting more burden on both my very dear and very competent colleagues. With that, I move on to information, brief information about Dr. Kamal Vatta. He is PhD from Punjab Agriculture University, had advanced diploma in agriculture research and development from Wageningen, Netherlands. He was head department of economics and sociology for 4 years, and he is continuing as director of marketing research and intelligence institute of PAU. It is part of that department. He is honorary fellow of Research Institute of Economics and Business Administration at Kobe University, and also a collaboration with the Columbia University, Cambridge University, Kyoto University in Japan. So that we are internationally very well connected. He worked on rural non-farm employment, village studies, groundwater conservation, and other areas, nature resource sustainability. It will be good if you share in 1 or 2 sentences your experience of groundwater conservation in Tarn, which you did in Nishara Panwapint. Then he is teaching agriculture economics, econometrics, quantitative methods for PG classes, and has interacted with large number of farmers in lakhs. 30 research projects he has handled, published 150 research publication, and participated in nearly 200 conferences, workshops at national and international level. So, Dr. Vatta, I request you, please. And please, as you agreed, stick to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
If you wish, I can remind.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chairman, before I start, I would like to thank all the organizers to invite me to make a presentation on this non-farm sector. I agree with you that the topic is the reforms is very bigger topic, but I was asked to speak on non-farm sector, so I'll confine to this sector. But before as you have asked me to speak, I have worked with Columbia Water Center for 5 years, and we try to work on water sustainability in Punjab agriculture and in other parts of India. So that was, I think, one issue which we talked in the beginning, in the last session, was that when we are talking about water conservation, a lot of effort has been put on the crop diversification as an instrument to achieve the long-term water conservation. But I think very little has been explored on the smart digital technologies, which probably can lead to almost equal amount of water saving. And we have done one report on water energy agriculture nexus with the Columbia Water Center in 2018. And we could show that the technologies and practices, smart technologies and practices, probably can lead to almost equal amount of water saving and energy saving if they are taken up at a larger scale. The only problem is that when the allocations for crop diversification annually are very, very large, there is no not even a small allocation for promoting the intelligent technologies in agriculture. So probably some reforms on promoting these smart agricultural practices will go a long way in agriculture. Today, my topic today is non-farm sector and its role in rural economy of Punjab. I would like to say that with the Green Revolution, actually, they paved the way for agricultural intensification in Punjab. It created a virtuous cycle of rising productivity, crop profitability, public and private investments in agriculture, and rising farm incomes. However, in the recent more than 2 decades, there are rising costs, falling profitability, and declining farm size, they have caused a perennial distress in the rural economy. There are many studies on that. And many studies have documented this increasing indebtedness and suicides as a major challenges of Punjab economy. And many scholars have talked about the exhaustion of agricultural growth potential and worsening terms of trade for agriculture. And these have been the major reasons for emergence of this vicious cycle in Punjab economy over the period of time. The next one. So we did a study by Fujita et al. In 2023, and now we find that there is a shift in the stage of economic development of Punjab from food problem to agricultural adjustment problem, which was highlighted by Hayami. And there is a lack of viable and remunerative non-farm sector which could have diversified the rural livelihoods. This lack of a viable sector, non-farm sector, actually has aggravated the distress in the rural economy further. And the existing non-farm sector is dominated by less remunerative employment opportunities, which don't provide any alternative path for significant improvement in rural livelihood and diversification of rural economy in future. So we have done some papers on this as well. And in our recent paper by Fujita, we see that in the rural areas of Punjab, due to large variation in the inherent conditions, we have witnessed contrarian agrarian changes in different villages. Like we studied two villages, one in Doaba and one in Malwa, and we found that the issues like migration, long-term migration, it eased the demand-supply situation of land in the Doaba villages, and due to that easing, the land rent was not as high. So it could help the other cultivating households to have a decent livelihood, but this was not happening in many of the villages in Malwa, and that is a more common picture in the economy of Punjab. So there are different contrarian strategies being followed in the state of Punjab due to varying rural situations, and that is leading to different kind of adaptation strategies which probably are not optimal everywhere. So if we see the recent NSS surveys, although they rank Punjab at the highest income levels, the growth in income compares very poorly with the other states. And it also shows the sign of stagnation over the period of time. And the surveys also highlight the lack of income diversification. Almost 90 to 95% of the incomes of agricultural household in Punjab, it is coming from agricultural or farm sector related sources, and very small amount of money is coming from the non-farm sector. So this is a major challenge in the time when agriculture is stagnating, and it shows poor prospects for growth in future, and the other sectors probably are inaccessible to the people of Punjab. The composition of household income and past trends in growth, they clearly indicate that target of doubling of incomes are not easily achievable and may fall behind by more than 1/3. We did a paper at the All India level by using the NSS data, and we found that even if we look at the most optimal growth rates followed in the last around 10 years, during the period of 5 years each, we used the best growth rates, and we found that even if we follow the best rates of growth in all the states, on an average, we fall short of the doubling income target by almost 1/3 in each and every state. And in Punjab, it is even more than 1/3. So the revival of rural economy of Punjab needs a better understanding of the recent situation of rural employment and income distribution. So our study is an attempt in this direction. I would like to say that there is a lot of reliance on the NSS data, and the sample size for the agricultural household is around 700 something plus households. So we find that even that sample size is probably not very representative of the state, because when we do the estimates of the average land holding, I think it comes at around 0.55 hectare in case of NSS data. So there is problem of representativeness of the data. So keeping that in mind, we conducted a primary survey where we try to cover all the state actually. So I think this is one of the a unique kind of survey in the sense that it covered all the state, and we did a survey of 3,532 rural households, and we followed a multi-stage random sampling procedure. And out of 142 blocks, we selected 141. One was missed, and in each block we selected one village, and we selected a medium-sized village to make it more representative, in the sense that we selected a village with population 500 to 2,000 and area cultivated between 400 to 4,000 hectare. And the map gives actually the number of samples and the number of villages selected in each district, and the number varies because of the variation in the number of blocks. And we prepared the complete list of the farmer, the agriculture, the households, agriculture as well as non-agriculture households, by using the voter list and by the key informants in the villages. And we divided them then into different land size categories, like landless households, small farmer households, medium farmer households, and a large farmer household. And this is the sample. It is quite a large sample. I will say that the number of landless sample is more than the NSS sample. And this sample was quite representative because we used the multipliers for our study. And when we estimated some key data figures for the state, we found that the area cultivated area estimated was around 4 million hectare, and the population estimates were very close to the actual estimates. And on an average, we selected 22 to 25 households from each village. So I would like to talk about the workforce participation. And if we find that the workforce participation is very low in the rural areas, this we found above the age of 15, and it is very low. And if we look at the workforce participation for females, it is extremely low at around 5%. So the participation is lower for the landless and the highest amongst the small farming households, and it declines slowly with the farm size category. In the morning, we were talking about education, and Dr. Shergill mentioned about 3%, 3 years of education. In this study, which probably is very large sample based, we estimated around 7 years of average years of education. And what we find is that the females, the proportion of females as a senior secondary or above, or graduates and postgraduates, they are much more than the males in the rural areas. So this may also be one reason, because there are no good employment opportunities for the females in the rural areas. They are going into longer years for education, and they are also withdrawing from the workforce in the rural areas. More than 70% of the workers are engaged in the farm sector, and the rest in the non-farm sector. I've given the table, and I've divided the data in all the different land size categories. While male workers are engaged majorly in farming, the females are more engaged in the non-farm sector, because there are no employment opportunities. And I would like to say that most of the agricultural activities in Punjab, they have now been mechanized. And we did one study where we found that there has been a considerable reduction in the employment hours in crop cultivation in Punjab agriculture. Very, very little employment is there. So, and especially for the females, now there are no employment opportunities. And almost 3/4 of the male workers work in farming, and more than 3/5 of the female workers work in the non-farm sector. And the situation is different for landless households, because majority of the male and female workers from the landless households, they are engaged in the non-farm sector, because they don't have access to land and crop cultivation. So amongst farming households, the engagement in farm sector increases with the increase in farm size, because then more land and more employment. And it is a slight reflection of less remunerative character of rural non-farm sector in Punjab. Overall, in the non-farm sector, community, social and personal services engage more than 9% workers, followed by construction, transport, storage and trade, hotels and restaurants. And the proportion of workers in farming increases with the holding size due to obvious reasons. Agricultural, labor and construction activities, however, dominate the employment of the landless household. So we can see that the landless households, normally they are in the more distress activities, and the proportion of such workers declines from landless to large farming households. So in most of the non-farm employment activities, we find that the proportion of engagement is declining as the land size increases or access to land improves, which probably indicates that they are not as remunerative even as farming activity, and they are not preferred by the landholders or large landholding households. Next one. Yeah, in the principal status of workers, it reflects that majority farm sector workers are self-employed in agriculture, but majority of the landless workers, they work as casual workers in agriculture. In the non-farm sector, regular sector employment, government employment is less than 5%. Self-employment and casual work in the non-farm sector also declines as we move from landless to large farm household categories. In nutshell, the issue is that it is more a casualization and of work in the non-farm sector, and it is more for the landless people as compared to the farming households of any category. We did some regression analysis, and we tried to identify some key factors, and we found that family size, age, education, gender, farming, land size of the and household income and remittances significantly affected the participation in the non-farm employment activities. The younger people, they were more likely to participate in the non-farm employment activities. If a worker from a larger family was more likely to participate in the non-farm activity. With the higher education, there was more likelihood. Females were more likely to participate in the non-farm activity, and non-agricultural or landless people were more likely. So majority of these factors, they indicate the distress-driven employment activities. But one thing is that if we look at the annual remittances, so if remittances increase, the participation reduces, because remittances, they give you the staying back power not to get indulged in the less remunerative non-farm activities. Then we did the analysis of the household income sources, and on average, a rural household in Punjab is earning around 3 lakh rupees per annum. Crops and livestock account for more than 60% of this income, and the wage work and non-farm work accounts for 15.6 and 6.1% respectively. But I think the findings are almost similar to NSS data, that if we leave the landless people out of this sample, we will find that majority of the income is coming from the farm sector activities. So this is very, very important, which I think I wanted to highlight only 2 to 3 things. One is that employment opportunities are lacking, and that is why there is less labor force participation. And another thing is that the income sources are very lowly diversified. So this probably will limit the future growth of employment, because we are completely concentrated in the farm sector, and farm sector is showing either decline or stagnation of profitability or incomes. So any strategy in future to depend on agriculture sector to have a big push to the agriculture or rural household income will probably not bear any fruit. So this is So this is important, and rental remittances and pensions, they also contribute 3 to 5% of the income. And if these are transfer things, so if we remove them, the concentration of farming sector even becomes more intensified. In the next slide, the landless households obtain almost half of their income from wage work, and the proportion declines considerably across land size categories. So we can see the dichotomous character that if we don't have access to land, then probably we are highly dependent on the wage work for our livelihoods. So this is a huge distress, as mentioned in the previous session, that 40% of the people, they belong to other caste categories, and maybe they are landless also, majority of them. So that kind of another distress structure or dichotomy comes in the rural area, which is already suffering from severe distress. Share of other income sources also declines. When the decline in share, I don't say strongly indicates, but it weakly indicates that most of the income activities or employment activities, they are distress driven. They are not much more remunerative. On average, while landless and small farming households, they are small and landless households, they are earning less than the average income of the rural areas. And only the large farmers are earning almost 3 times the average income in the rural areas. So majority of them, they are below the average income of the rural households. I try to little bit do a declassification in the next slide. Yeah. So I try to again divide like as as the inequality analysis done by Piketty also. So I try to divide this rural areas into top 10% income category, middle 40%, bottom 50%. And I want to see if there are differences, because the land size wise analysis is clear, is based on the assumption that most of the variations in the income, its distribution and employment, they are largely due to the differences in the land size. But I think there are other sectors or other factors other than land which are also in the play. So I wanted to analyze them differently. And I try to divide these into 3 categories, and I found that in the top 10% of the rural households, 49% are the large farmers. So majority of the large farmers, they fall in the top 10% category. Middle 40% category is dominated by the medium and the small farming households, and 3/4 of the landless household, and more than 3/5 of the small farming household, they fall in the bottom 50% category. So this is the division, although it is highly correlated with the land size. And another table at the bottom, it shows the land distribution, the owned land, the leased in land, the leased out land, and the operated land. And almost 32 to 35% of the owned or operated land is owned or possessed by the top 10% households. And we find that majority of the top 10% farmers, the majority of the land is leased in by those households. So 40% of the leased in land is being leased in by the top 10% of the households. And majority of the land is leased out by middle 40% of the house. So this is some difference. And I have taken the ratio of the top 10% to bottom 50% or average households, and an average 10 household in the top 10% category is leasing in 10 times more land than the average household in the bottom 50% category. So there is a huge land activities are going on, but they are in a highly differential manner. Like 6 to 7 times more land is being owned or leased in by an average household in the 10% category. Then I have seen the income distribution across income groups. Like I try to find out the share of all these 3 groups in the income, and top 10% households, they earn almost 40%, 1% of the total income. So overall total income goes to the 41% people. And as compared to the bottom 50%, a top 10% household is earning 16 times more income. So this is the income inequality. And if we look at the crop income, it is almost 174 times. And I have given the remittances are 63 times higher in the top 10% category as compared to the bottom 50% category. And I have tried to find the income diversity index, which is on the the bottommost row. And higher is the value, means higher is the income diversity. And it shows that as we move to the lower income groups, our income diversity is increasing. So most of the diversification in the income and employment activities, that is probably coming out of distress or in order to just maintain their already very low levels of income. I did a little bit of a sensitivity analysis. This is not a very robust kind of analysis I would like to claim. So what we did, I did was that I separately, because I have question over this kind of distribution of income in the rural economy. I believe one is that at the overall level the incomes are lower, but within that overall income level there is a lot of diversity and a lot of inequality which is going on. So I have two things to mention over here, that from here, the lower level of diversification or very high level of concentration of the income sources, they provide very little potential to show a significant growth over time. So a more diversity in the income sources may be helpful in future. But with this kind of existing income employment opportunities, whether this is possible to raise it is questionable. And another thing is its implications for the income distribution, as Professor Sucha Singh mentioned. So I tried to did a little bit of simulation that I separately increased the income under each heading by 50% and kept all the other income sources same. And I try to find the overall income distribution ch koi change aa rahi hai ki nahi aa rahi. Overall income distribution 41, 46 to 13%. So I try to find, for example, if I increase the crop income by 50%, what will happen to the overall income distribution? If livestock income is increased by 50%, what will happen to the above ratio? If wage income is increased or like that. So there is only one way of wage income, I can say, where the income distribution is going to improve a little bit. So that is what I want to highlight in presence of this audience, that there are no attractive or remunerative employment opportunities. So we probably, in order to, we cannot recommend that wage income only should be improved, but this is the only. So in the existing set of employment activities, probably there is no way to improve future income distribution in the rural economy. And if we look at the remittances and all other things, they are all being captured by the larger income households. So this is something which is some we have to think about. And I have only one slide. Yeah, next one. So I conclude here with that the lack of remunerative income generating activities in the non-farm sector is causing an increasing reliance on agriculture incomes, which are also not growing considerably. Employment opportunities for female workers are meager, as evident from very low workforce participation rate of females. Almost all the activities under different subsectors of the non-farm sector show their less remunerative character, as the proportion of the workers declines as we move from landless to large farm households. Majority of these activities fall in the casual wage work category. Household income is highly skewed. On average, a household in the top 10% category earns more than 16 times, and crop income is earned almost 174 times. And with the present structure of income sources, there is not much potential for a faster growth in the rural incomes and its distribution. Any improvement in the current income sources will also not contribute much to the improvement in the income distribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vatta. Thank you very much for finishing within 26 minutes, 4 minutes. Now, Professor Manmohan Singh is going to make a presentation on farming, agriculture, markets in Punjab, and assessment challenge and way forward. So, there I will say comprehensive presentation. Professor Manmohan Singh earlier was chairperson of Center for Management and Agriculture at IIM Ahmedabad. He was also earlier Director General, Center for Research in Rural and Industrial Development, Chandigarh. He was also present head in the Institute of Economic Growth of the Department of Agriculture Economics Research Unit. He is fellow Indian Society of Agriculture Economics. He has been visiting fellow of IDS Sussex in the UK. It's quite difficult. University Bank of Highland, University of Manchester in the UK, and Copenhagen Business School, Denmark. He is founding editor of Millennial Asia and International Journal of Asian Studies since 2012. Has 15 books. The latest is Regulating Agricultural Markets in India, a smallholder perspective. A smallholder perspective. I'm emphasizing it. 150 research publication, 100 review articles, research article, review article, 100 review articles and article in popular dailies. He has been a member or is member of any committee you name. I will name some. Various committees and working groups of Planning Commission, ETO, National Development Council, Food Safety Standards Authority of India, Mission on Integrated Development of Horticulture, also in some committees in Punjab and Chhattisgarh. And presently he is a member of Government Committee on MSP, Natural Farming and Crop Diversification, and Committee on National Cooperative Policy. So you can question him. He has provided research support to AFCO, World Bank, Oxford, ICCA, the Netherlands, Tradecraft, and Government of India. His research focus has been on contract farming, organic farming, value chains, food supermarkets, small holders, farm workers, agriculture input and output markets, and farmer producer organizations. With that, I request Dr. Sponsor to make presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Dhillon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to the organizers for making me part of this event. Given that Chair has requested me to also make a few remarks on some of the remarks he made, I just want to say two things before I make a couple of more qualification to my presentation and then get into the presentation. One is that Dr. Vatta shared a lot of data about land holding based on two village studies. But those who are not very familiar with Punjab's landscape, let me tell you that I look at everything from small farmers' perspective. The small and marginal farmers in Punjab may number as households 33%, but they just cultivate 9% of Punjab's land. 91% of land in Punjab is already in the hands of non-small farmers. Yeah, so we should keep this in mind when we discuss issues. Second issue is about mechanization. The chair mentioned that Punjab is perhaps over-tractorized. And some people say it's over-tractorized but under-mechanized. But today I feel Punjab is over-mechanized in every sense of the term. But still, let me also tell you that because Dr. Vatta talked about landless labor, and in the morning session also somebody asked questions about that. There is already plan in Punjab that whatever crops use labor should also be mechanized with harvesters costing 1 crore each. Yeah, it will be there very soon. I was also told it was tried, but didn't go ahead very successfully. And for bringing those machines, the state is also thinking of changing the way cotton is grown in the state. So there's a lot which we need to question in terms of policy, in terms of governance. And two more points before I get into this focus on governance in terms of policy and regulation in the state of Punjab. I will only talk about that. One, that we should remember that there are various stakeholders and institutions which have a role in development in the state, whether in agriculture or general economic development. That should not be lost sight of. Two, the state may have withdrawn in the state of Punjab in terms of role of the state, but state should come back, state should strike back. There are no two views about that. Thirdly, cooperatives may have failed, but cooperation must succeed if Punjab has to succeed. Yeah, I think I'll work with these three things in mind. Slides, please. Challenges. I will talk about reforming agricultural markets in the state of Punjab, make an assessment, what is wrong there, what are the challenges in reforms, and what can be done about it. The major challenge, which nobody wants to talk about in the state of Punjab, is that there's serious interlocking of factor and produce markets, especially in these two crops which the state has learned to grow and only grow these two, which is wheat and paddy. And all this is happening because the state has encouraged, perpetuated, and supported this interlocking. By this, I mean that other than the farmers, there is another agency who has taken charge of state's markets and doing everything possible to do things which are not even allowed to be done as per the license given to that agency. Yeah, I mean the Artiyas. Yeah. The guys are given license to operate in government setup and government regulated APFC mandis to do facilitation of farmer produce selling and others buying, or engage in trade in that notified commodity, notified mandi, but they are doing money lending. Money lending, which is totally illegal, totally informal, and state doesn't want to look at it. And this is all related to MSP culture, MSP mindset, because if somebody today says in Punjab that without MSP, we can't grow any crop, there are two crops in Punjab which have been grown for decades and decades. It's called basmati, which the chair mentioned and wanted to be expanded, and potato. These two markets, the farmers dealing in these markets, growing these crops, incidentally, basmati is about 17% total area under paddy in Punjab, are doing well despite all the risks and so on, production risk, market risk, for the last 3-4 decades. So it's possible to do farming in Punjab, even if you don't have MSP for every crop. We should keep this in mind. Second, when you look at markets to Punjab and stakeholders, mandis mean only dana mandis. It's a grain markets, but Punjab also has fruit and vegetable markets or sabji mandis. The state has forgotten to regulate sabji mandis. There are only 90 of them. When you talk of dana mandis, there may be 160 or whatever, and many purchase centers which are in the range of hundreds and so on. The state has only 422 cold storages, which are mostly used for potato and also mostly for seed potato. Warehouses are almost non-existent, and the farmer experience of these markets is bad. Can you please go to next slide, then I'll come back. Yeah, this is what I found in Punjab about 10 days back. I visited 3 mandis there. I thought high value crops, fruit and vegetable. It should be F&B, not F&M. Fruit and vegetable markets. Farmers were not aware that there should be auction in this mandi, that the produce should be sold after some people bid for it. Mandi officer was not even present. The Artiya was doing the auction, if at all you could call it auction. Yeah, 5% commission besides 2% market fee. No receipt given to farmer, only kachi parchi. The state has not conducted elections to this APMC, Agriculture Produce Market Committee, which is supposed to manage the market on a day-to-day basis for the last 40 years. This is the only state in India which has never thought of conducting elections. You come to Gujarat, come to Maharashtra, come to Karnataka, come to any major agriculture state, 5 years, every 5 years, elections are conducted. Whatever democracy you may criticize for, but elections are at least conducted to see who would constitute that committee, which is a multi-stakeholder cooperative body under the State Act, where there are represented, most representative of the farmers, then Artiyas, then traders, then cooperative, then government. Punjab has forgotten to govern these markets. One mandi I saw situated in a bus stand. The building of bus stand is being used as a mandi. High value produce. Buses are coming there and they are also trying to handle that produce. Farmers even told us they face physical risk of loot, of physical harm if they come to these mandis at odd times, early morning or late evening. Law and order we were talking about. So if this is the state of affairs where you want to move, if at all you want to move, then we need to ask questions. Can you please go back to the first slide? Perishable produce markets, I told, poorly regulated. The state's policy is dominated by large farmers. Yeah, you can call them not very large, you can call them medium, you can call them semi-medium, but they are just ruling the whatever the place. The state government's credibility, the poorest ever, especially in agriculture policy agenda. Professor Gill talked about it. It's so shameful that a state tries to frame a policy for 15 years, cannot get a hang of it. 15 years, 3 attempts, full commission constituted with a cabinet minister ranked to the chairperson and all that. You can't go beyond a draft. Is it governance or mal-governance? I leave it to your own judgment. It's even said that state is milking the FCI. All stakeholders, A, B, C, D, E, F, everybody just focus on one thing. Just loot it. It has to come here, just nichod lo. That's what is going on. Yeah. So I think that is not sustainable. Next, please. Yeah. Challenges. What are the challenges? I call it policy paralysis. The state has been a laggard in very many ways, not just policy, but also in regulatory space. Whole of India has moved forward for the last 20 years by now, reforming agriculture market. The state did not touch upon its APMC Act framed in the 1960s, rather 61 to be precise, until 2017. Until 2017, the state didn't look at opening up markets. Yeah. Even after 20 years of contract farming and diversification attempts, Professor Gill shared with you, and finally what they do for various reasons in 22, that they repeal whatever they had done in 2017. Yeah, whatever you attempted after 15 years, you repeal it in one go. Not only that, the state did a very worse thing, very reverse thing in 2013. I don't know whose crazy idea it was. Anyway, Punjab has done many crazy things. I will point out some more also. The state came up with, to protect the so-called vested interests, came up with a separate act on contract farming, with the chairperson of the commission being given the status of equivalent to Chief Information Commissioner of India. But it never even framed the rules, never implemented it. But it didn't amend the APMC Act. And that bad act was picked up with the Union Government of India in 2017. And they made a separate law on contract farming for the whole of the country, which was not needed at all, actually. So Punjab has contributed in a negative way, to be precise. Yeah. Why are you, please, yeah. Not in such a big hurry, yeah. Markets only handle quantity, not quality. Whether dana mandis or sabji mandis. You ask any farmer. I have asked 800 farmers in an auditorium. Does any farmer dry the produce after harvesting? Does any farmer grade the produce after harvesting? Does any farmer bag the produce after harvesting? Does any farmer do any other primary value addition to it? Good, bad, and the ugly, you take it to the mandi, and then mandi board has to put those graders, those dryers, those jharnas or whatever. So if this is what you call is the farming in Punjab, I'm sorry, this is not the farming of the day. This is 30 years back in history. Yeah, what we are doing today. State, now the policy part, forget what people were talking about bureaucrats and ex-bureaucrats and so on. The state has consistently failed to leverage any union government scheme. Either the money goes back year after year, or the state just pushes that money for some silly subsidy. Even wheat subsidy being given today, Punjab, which started with wheat in 1960s, today also you have to give subsidy on wheat seed. Because you can't think innovatively. You can't think beyond what money comes to you, whether it's MIS, market intervention scheme. In fact, this is a scheme which 10 or more states have used consistently for more than 10 crops, perishable crops. Punjab has never asked for it. Not even asked, forget using, not even applied for it, ever. If somebody can point out this, we tried, we didn't get, I will give up. Yeah. NABARD PODF, Producer Organized Development Fund, Punjab has never approached. Warehouse Fund, Punjab doesn't even know, perhaps, if I know correctly. Yeah, there's so many schemes. Simply the state doesn't look at that. Yeah, the poor governance I talked about, that 40-year story. Now, if we are talking about farmer well-being, that's what we are here for, that Punjab farmer is in crisis, something needs to be done. What is that we are thinking of? Offer MSP for fruits and vegetables like Kerala. Yeah, Kerala. If you know, Kerala can't even produce enough vegetables for its own population. It imports from Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. You want that kind of system? You are in that kind of situation. Simply transplanting suggestions and adverse solutions to the local problems is not going to work. What is needed is providing market access. I tell Punjab farmer will be very innovative, very enterprising, very hardworking in the farm. But if you want farmer to earn more, farmer has to step out of the farm. Dab ke baat raj ke kha is invalid. Soch ke ba, soch ke kha. Think before you cultivate instead of cultivating with a lot of physical strength. So that mindset has to set in. In local parlance, I call it, the farmer has to become baniya in a positive sense. How can a Punjab farmer who cultivates the wheat or paddy, which anyway incidentally doesn't have employment of more than a couple of weeks each, yeah, how can he say, jiri suttan ja rahe hain, kanak suttan ja rahe hain, chole suttan ja rahe hain? Who goes to dispose of suttan after 6 months of hard labor? If there is a labor, I doubt whether labor involved there. If this is the culture of the state in terms of agricultural business, then I don't know who can set it right. This is what has crept into the culture of the farming community, that they only go to dispose of. Suttan jande ne, bechan nahi jande, despite the entire dana being picked up by the agencies. Yeah. So I would say that if you want to save farmers, you have to give choices to farmer so that he doesn't wait for FCI or Cotton Corporation India to come to Bathinda to pick up cotton. Incidentally, let me tell you, Cotton Corporation did a wonderful job during 2020. I also opposed the farm laws to thumbnail. But one wonderful thing happened which Punjab could never have done on its own. The CCI could pay directly to the farmers without involving the Artiya, without paying Artiya any commission. Let me tell you, there is a state in India called Madhya Pradesh. They threw out the Artiya in 85 itself. But we don't want to talk about it. States which we call relatively backward, they can do things which Punjab can't even think of. So there's a political economy of agriculture marks in Punjab which needs to be understood and tackled head on. You can't just do goody-goody about it. We know what the problem is. We don't want to talk about it. Contract farming is one channel. Punjab is pioneer in this, especially in perishables. Direct purchase. All the Reliances and supermarkets like Birlas and so on are doing it in Punjab every day. Way to go. Farmer consumer market yard. Punjab had started Apni Mandi. But who is operating there, we know. Whether Ludhiana or Mohali or whatever. But you look at Chhattisgarh, they have created world-class farmer consumer market yards, where even women farmers come and sit there and they sell to consumers directly. We are talking farmers share in consumers' rupee. 100% goes to the farmer, not 85 like a milk fed or whatever, 100%. Yeah, private wholesale markets. That if APMC is not behaving, can we have another mandi set up by another player, whether cooperative or state agency or FPO or any private player, so that there is a competition. Farmer can choose whether to go to APMC A or APMC B. Punjab has banned these things in its act amended in 2017. That in wheat, paddy, and cotton, we will not allow private markets. That's had milking the FCI. Yeah. So these are the malgovernance dimensions of states' agricultural policy and regulation, which we need to keep in mind. Next, please. So if you want to look at policy options, what can be done to develop agricultural markets in the state? Do we ever talk of extension in terms of marketing extension? How long we keep telling her how to grow which crop? I think the Punjab farmer knows how to grow. It's not a rocket science. You give him any crop or hire any crop, they will grow it. But do they know how to sell? I call it GAMPs. Do they adopt any good agricultural marketing practices? I don't. I mentioned earlier the story about it. Crop after crop, they really don't do that. What about institutional diversification? This state has believed that only state agencies can deliver development. Why? Why should state have the exclusive right to do any amount of? We knew that earlier Congress government did this diversification from 2002 to 2007. Yeah, 5 years. It didn't go anywhere through the vehicle of contract farming. Professor Gill talked about Pepsi example. That was also attempted. by the state without involving any other stakeholders, cooperatives or NGOs or whatever, or state agencies and other stakeholders. Yeah. Where are producer companies in Punjab? My friend was asking about FPOs. FPO is the umbrella term, but producer company is the new cooperative company, which I think Mr. Singh was saying that we should have corporate companies. This is a company, cooperative company of the farmers, 10 or more, under the Companies Act, registered where Reliance and Birla and Tata registered their companies. The law is around for the last 21 years. Punjab doesn't even have 6 dozen farmer producer companies. Maharashtra has 2,000. Gujarat has maybe 700. Some other states have 1,500. India has today 23,000 such farmer producer companies. And you have 72, half of them not even genuinely set up, but converted. And you are talking institutional innovation in the state. You want farmers to go forward with what? Where is the platform? So I think we need to ask these questions. Contract farming. Yes, I have also written, my study shows that there are a lot of issues with contract farming. Doesn't mean we throw it, the baby with the bathwater, or we regulate. Today, contract farming going on in Punjab, I can count farms, I can count number of farmers and crops. Who is regulating? Koi mai baap nahi hai. Khula choda hua hai. How can you do this? Then say farmer suffering. The Sarkar, which has come with farmer support, how can it not have a law to regulate contract farming? No law. You can verify. No law. You go any company, you don't even know. The state will not be able to tell you how many farmers, how many acres they are doing contract farming in. That complete lawlessness going on. And nobody questions it. I've written there are problems in contract farming, but you have proper regulation, enabling policy. It can be very good for even small farmers. Provided you have small farmers after 10 years. I think you'll have to go with a microscope to look for a small farmer in Punjab. It will be extinct species if things don't change. Next, please. Way out. What is the way out? These are my last few slides. Chairperson, I hope I have a few minutes. Sorry? Yes. Okay. Processing people talked about. You need investments. Yeah. Both public and private. And even cooperative for farmer investments. Today, why would not a Punjab farmer like to invest 10,000 rupees in creating his own company, cooperative company called producer company? Yeah. Marketing infrastructure. I showed you numbers. Where is it? High value produce handling needs certain markets. Where are the warehouses? Where are the good cold storages? Where are the warehouse receipt system where farmer can keep his produce in the warehouse and take loan up to the 80% the value of the produce without going to the Artiya? No, we say we are already overfinanced. We don't need Artiya is doing good job. Fine. We rather protect that agency. Regulatory environment, which should be conducive, not just clamping down on people, but also conducive that, yeah, do a fair job. We'll be with you. Thorough knowledge of markets and still reputation in markets. Markets value quality. And if you understand market, then only you'll be able to produce and send quality to those markets. Yeah, otherwise you will face problems. You may produce well, but not able to sell well. To me, higher yield, lower cost has no meaning if farmer is not able to sell it and sell it well. Means good price and selling again and again. Institutions for lowering transaction costs in new crops, like contract farming, producer contract. We want to reject it outrightly without even understanding. I can tell you, not many farmer union leaders understand what I mean by producer company. Yeah. Contract farming generally because contract in the name. You have been doing it for 35 years. It was so bad. Why are we tolerating it? We don't want new contract farm to come in, even with the regulation, but your own is going on without any regulation. We need to take a call on it. You can't let it go on, but still also not allow the regulation about it. Yeah. Action taken need to encourage the use of market, not replace them. I'm sorry with some of the speakers who said that state has to do this. State has to do this. State is not able to even manage itself. It's withering away. How can you expect the state that it will do all this business for you? Yeah. So I think we should encourage use of markets by different stakeholders, but regulate those markets. I'm all for regulation, but don't say that we don't want any private market. We don't want anything other than the FCI and CCI. Next, please. Yeah, so regulate contract farming, encourage group contracting. I've been fighting for it at the union government level for the last 20 years, saying, why can't you write in the contract act that there will be group contracts only, so that small farmers come together, have a bargaining power, and transaction cost also come down both for the contractor as well as the farmers. Yeah. Land use planning. Now, if you think that contract farming can exploit farmers' resources, please do land use planning based provision for contract farming. Say that these crops in this area, this cluster, these things you have to do if you want to come there. Alternative channels, yeah. Most importantly, APMC markets. Whatever new channels may come up, you cannot let this institution die. Yeah, but they are not really working. They are captured right now, especially in high value produce markets. Why not give APMC license to FPOs? Let they also have a shop there. Let them buy their farmers' produce, like Professor Gill said. Why not give representation to FPCs in the APMC? If your traditional cooperatives have a member there, give the farmer producer companies also a member there, so that they can see what is going on there and halt it. Yeah. The central law on contract farming also clubs livestock markets along with agriculture. Very bad idea. So Punjab, if at all Punjab framed this law, Punjab should not include livestock sector under the agriculture produce livestock markets act, as well as agriculture produce livestock contract farming and services act, because these dynamics of two markets are very different. You can't club buffaloes, cows, bhed, bakri with wheat and vegetables. They can't be regulated in the same way. So I think that should be taken care of. Next, please. Yeah, I think this is the last one, perhaps. The another crazy idea going on in this country since 2010 from UPA time, that these fruit and vegetable markets are fruit and vegetable produce are very perishable. They should not be regulated. Let them go to the market as soon as possible. Mr. Rahul Gandhi started with this idea, and others just latched on to. 15 states have denotified fruits and vegetables. Punjab has still not luckily done it. It should not be done. It's a bad idea. If you want people to buy without any market fee payment or commission payment, you should say, I will exempt you if you go to the farmer to buy directly or you do contract farming. Then new channels become available to farmers. Now what they are doing, they are not paying anything to the state, but they're buying from the same market. It is not helping anybody other than those guys who are buying. Their cost has come down, but it not led to any improvement in the local scenario. Yeah, APMC market needs a lot of reforms, free licensing for better competition, e-payment of market fee, crop-specific regulations, open auction system has to be ensured, better facility like including cold storage. If you come to Gujarat, APMCs run cold stores. They run warehouses like any agency. So why can't one do that kind of thing? They have that business role as well. And most importantly, denotification of aadhiyas from the mandis. The sooner we do it, the better we can make the farmer in his livelihood. Yeah. Warehouse receipts, I mentioned about it. Yeah. Farmer price risk management and also credit needs can be met. Killing two birds at the same time with one stone. We should proactively, the state government should proactively promote warehouse receipts. It's not even talking about it. Allow APMCs to accredit warehouses. If you think that quality matters, let the APMC say this warehouse is good for warehousing the produce as well as getting the loan against that produce. Yeah. Next, please. If then. This is an innovative warehousing model of all the places in Bihar. I went and saw it personally. Very good example of public-private partnership. One large farmer built this warehouse. An agri startup takes it on lease and says, I will run it, and takes small farmers' produce, keeps it there, gets them loan under the Warehouse Receipt Act from the bank. So win-win for everybody. Yeah. So there are possibilities of this kind if we want to do it. Next, please. You can even link credit to contract farming, or direct, if you think that these channels can help the farmer realize better price, you can also enable them with more reasonably priced credit, specific needs of the credit, larger credit which is needed for high value crops and so on. Most importantly, please remove policy indifference to small farmers. Punjab has a potato board. Punjab has Punjab Kisan Vikas Chamber before the Mohali airport. But we know what it is and who it represents. It doesn't represent small farmer to the extent I know. Yeah. So we need a lot of this policy change and a lot of institutional innovations. What we need is a marriage of cooperation and contract farming. Organize the farmer to deal with multinationals and nationals. Yeah. If one of my friends in Punjab can say, will Pepsi run for its money? Why can't all Punjab farmers say that? Why should only one person have the privilege of saying that? All the Punjab farmers, small farmers should be able to say that. They should get organized, set up producer companies, have group contracts, have your own contract farming arrangements. Bigger companies can have contract farming with their own members and non-members and do all that which company does. Next, please. Relooking at this strategy, prioritizing market orientation and growing market-oriented high-value crops as products, not commodities. Yeah, baby corn being grown for export from Pune by Field Fresh, which started in Punjab and discontinued its operations. It speaks volumes of the enabling environment, the culture of the state, that a company starts its own corporate farm and disbands it and goes to another state to carry on with the same thing. Emerging sectors. FIDA came with a report 10 years back. It had this 4 or 5 products: mango, banana, soybean, and poultry, and Punjab was missing out of it. Yeah. So where are you? Are you with the trend, or you want to be just yourself? One product, one block strategy for cluster-based facility development. Only cluster I found in Punjab which figures in official documents is Kinno. That's it. Take it or leave it. So what we need is planned production and marketing at the state and zonal levels. We need quality, not quantity. We need branded products. Globally, 60% of even banana is branded. And we are not even talking about branding anything which is non-perishable. Learn from Thailand. That country had a 4-sector cooperation plan since the 1990s. They wrote in their national development plans twice for 5 years each, saying we would use contract farming as a strategy for agriculture development, but we'll do it as a 4-sector cooperation plan, which means farmers, companies, banks, and extension department will come together, and we'll only encourage group contracts. Today, you name a crop, it's grown in Thailand under contract farming. So what we need is a lot of institutional innovation within the state as well as outside the state. Without that, you have no way forward. Thank you very much. I think next slide is my book, latest book, just 580 rupees, available in the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sukhpal Singh. Very forceful presentation as ever. She's not there. She's not there. Okay. Oh. Moderator Dr. Nivita Sharma is not available. So the presentation are open for discussion, please. I hope there will be many questions. Dr. Mir Singh.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Good evening, sir. I have joined the session actually. I'm Dr. Nivedita. Although I'm facing some network issues, but I'm sure you might be able to hear me now.
The moderator.
Yeah.
Can you ask us online?
Yeah.
Can you have your video on?
Hello.
Can you have your video on? Yeah.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Sorry,
first of all,
you're not there. Thank you. Please welcome.
Yeah. So actually, I'm little in a chaotic situation today.
Let me introduce.
Okay.
Dr. Sharma is professor at Council of Social Development, New Delhi, and expert in contract farming, has several publications. Please, Dr. Sharma.
So, I would say I'm not an expert in contract farming, rather I'm learning. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to join the session, and I would also like to apologize because I could not join in person today because of some chaotic situation at my place. I would like to thank Professor Vatta and Professor Sukhpal Singh for very insightful discussion today. So I have few clarifications rather than discussing the presentations. As Professor Vatta has rightly pointed out, the persisting agrarian distress in the rural economy in the Punjab, and he also talked about the non-viable, non-farm sector, which has further aggravated the issues of agriculture. So I think rural non-farm sector, so there is very thin layer of remunerative non-farm sector, and majority of the non-farm sector is unremunerative, which has further compounded the distress in agriculture sector. The primary survey of 3,532 rural households is very representative, I would say. And your findings have rightly indicated that the landless and small and marginal farmers are in agrarian distress in Punjab. So, but I just need one clarification that, as you said, that majority of income is coming from farm income, like 60% of the income is coming from the crop sector in your study. But the NSS data indicates that income from crop production has declined over the years from 45.8% in 2002 to 36.7% in 2018. So is it the MSP, is it the role of MSP that is playing here in case of Punjab when we compare it with the national picture? Then as you said, that household income is also highly skewed. So here I would like to say that I think overall rural sector is under distress. And if we talk about strategies here, I think the establishment of agro-industry could be the answer, because this could provide forward and backward linkages. And I would also like to have some inputs from Professor Vatta, like what could be the possible solutions when even the non-farm sector is not providing cushion to the workers. And then I would move on to Professor Supal Singh's discussion. Sir, as you pointed out, the large farmer dominance is there in the state policy, which is very true. And you also talked about the role of RTRs. Then you also said that farmers can do very well without MSP, as it is the case with potato and basmati rice. So I would like to ask you, what should be done when there is a glut in the market? Like recently, the example of kinnus. Like farmers were selling kinnus at just 5 rupees per kg, and we were buying kinnus from the market at 50 rupees per kg. So what should be done when there is, I think farmers are really facing the issues of price volatility. And then you also talked about failed attempts of diversification in Punjab, which is, I think we all are very well familiar with. And Punjab was the first state to introduce contract farming program in 2002. And it was declared closed in 2012, which is very well indicative of the lack of political will to bring a change in Punjab. And we all have been talking about crop diversification since past several decades. So then Apni Mandis, which was also announced by Punjab, but I think didn't function very well. Could you comment on Apni Mandis, why these could not function in Punjab? Then you talked about contract farming as one of the channels which should be promoted. Well, when I did my field survey, when I did my PhD, I found that although contract farming does provide certain kind of price assurance to the farmers, and due to which farmers do prefer contract farming channels, but what should be done when company starts leeching on the prices, when the market prices are less? The companies start procuring the produce from the market rather than procuring from the farmers. So what should be done in these kind of cases? Because there is no legal binding on the companies to buy from the farmers. And I think which is why the farmers right now are protesting. They want legal MSP. I think I would like to have your opinion on that also. And I think there is a larger question of inclusion of small and marginal farmers in the systems like contract farming, because generally companies do not prefer to work with small and marginal farmers due to higher transaction costs involved, which is where your suggestion is quite valid regarding the group contracts, which also I observed in my field study. And it was done informally. A large farmer was taking the initiative of organizing a group of small farmers in Machhiwada district. And he was getting those farmers involved in contract farming indirectly. So I would like to have your views on these points. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Haji, some missing. So here I did. For the benefit of those who
Bhai पे आ जाना, like video में है.
ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਪਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਲੈਕਚਰ ਮੈਂ ਸੁਣ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਚ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ।
ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸਤਜੁਗ ਵਾਪਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਚਾਰ ਸਫੇਰੇ ਲਾ ਟੋਟਲੀ ਇੰਪਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਉਵੇਂ ਵਾਪਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕਾਰਪੋਰੇਟ ਵੀ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ, ਸਰਕਾਰ ਵੀ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਬਣ ਗਈ, ਐਡਮਿਨਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੁਧਰ ਗਈ, ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ, ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਉਸ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਤਿੰਨ ਚਾਰ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਕਸਪਲੇਨ ਕਰ ਪਾਓ ਬੈਟਰ ਉਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਨੰਬਰ 1, ਹੁਣੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀਅਲ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਹਟੀ ਹੈ WTO ਦੀ ਆਬੂ ਧਾਬੀ 'ਚ। ਪੀਸ ਕਲੌਜ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰਮਾਨੈਂਟ ਸੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਜਾਣਾ, ਸਾਰੀ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਫਲੱਡ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ। ਜਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਕੰਟਰੈਕਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖਾਕਾ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੀ ਕੀ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਰਹੇਗੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਨੰਬਰ 1। ਨੰਬਰ 2, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਮੁਕਾਬਲੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟੋਟਲ ਈਵਨ ਮਾਲ ਕਲਚਰ ਵੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਵਪਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਵਾਲਮਾਰਟ ਦੇ ਪੈਰਲਲ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਜ਼ਿਊਮਰ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਦਾ ਵਰਤ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਹੈ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਕੰਜ਼ਿਊਮਰ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ। ਇੱਕ ਮਾਲ ਨਾਲ 1600 ਦੁਕਾਨ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਕੀਤੀ, ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਮਾਲ ਨਾਲ 1600 ਦੁਕਾਨ ਉਜੜੀ ਹੈ ਚਾਰ ਸਵੇਰੇ। ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਦਾ, ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੱਢਣ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜੌਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕੱਢਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ ਦਾ, ਜੌਬ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ ਦਾ, ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਵਾਪਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਪੂਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹ ਡਾਟਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕੋਈ ਨਵੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ। ਤੇ ਥਰਡ ਗੱਲ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਿਊਸਿੰਗ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਿਊਸ ਵੀ ਕਰੇ, ਉਹ ਅੱਗੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸਿੰਗ ਵਾਲਾ ਵੀ ਬਣੇ, ਇੱਕੋ ਬੰਦਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਕਰੇ ਜੇਕਰ ਤਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਕਾਮਯਾਬ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਮਲਟੀਪਲ ਸਕਿੱਲ ਹੈ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਕਾਮਯਾਬੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਤੂੰ ਫਲॉप ਸ਼ੋ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੇ। ਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਕੈਟਾਗਰੀ ਦਾ ਆਦਮੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਹੋ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹਲ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਵੀ ਆਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਬਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚਣੀ ਵੀ ਆਉਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਕੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਵੀ ਆਉਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿ ਇਹ ਐਜ ਏ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਬੀਇੰਗ, ਹਿਊਮਨ ਸੋਸਾਇਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਕਿੱਤੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਆਪੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੰਮ ਦੀ, ਇਹ ਵੈਸੇ ਹੀ ਪੋਸੀਬਲ ਹੈ। ਥਰਡ ਗੱਲ, ਇਹਦੇ ਗੱਲ ਨਾਲ ਦੀ ਨਾਲ ਤੀਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ FPO ਦਾ ਕਲਚਰ ਹੈ, ਫਾਰਮ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਿਊਸ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ, ਜੇ ਇਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਹੀ ਕਾਮਯਾਬ ਹੈ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਲਈ, ਬੈਟਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਦੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਫਲॉप ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਰੋਸਦੀ, ਉਹ ਅਲੱਗ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਸ਼ਾਰਪ ਦੇ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੜਾਈ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ 50 ਸਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਮੈਂ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ, ਉਹ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਐਟ ਪ੍ਰੈਜੈਂਟ, ਉਹ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਵੀ ਜੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਟੈਂਡ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਇੱਥੇ, ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਸਾਰਾ MNC ਲਿਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਟੋਟਲ ਦੀ ਟੋਟਲ, ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਲੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਾਂ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਬਾਕਸ ਹੈ, ਬਲੂ ਬਾਕਸ ਹੈ, ਆਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਸਬਸਿਡੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਇਹ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਦੀ ਸਬਸਿਡੀ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਡੇ ਤਾਂ ਕੱਲੀ FCI ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮਿਲ ਚ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਜੀ, ਪਤਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਤਕਲੀਫ ਕਾਫੀ ਹੈ, ਬੜੀ ਚੂਸੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦਾ ਢਿੱਡ ਭਰਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕੋਈ ਤਾਂ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਨਾ, ਉਦੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਆਦਾ ਚਲਾ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਉਸ ਐਂਗਲ ਤੇ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਟਰਮੀਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਐ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਵਿਲਨ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਸਟੇਟ, ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਚੌਥਾ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਇਸ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਟਰੀ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੀ, ਇਹ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਹੈ, ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਮੇਕਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ, ਉਹ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਮੇਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਸੈਟਅਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਦਾ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਆ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੈ, ਉਸੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਕਿਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਦਾ, ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ, ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ, ਕਿ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਰੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸੈਂਟਰਲਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਪਾਵਰ ਜਿੱਧਰ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੜਤਾਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਹਜੂਮੀ ਹਿੰਸਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੇ ਕਤਲ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਮਿਲੀਟੈਂਸੀ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਸਟੇਟਾਂ 'ਚ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਕਤਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਜੇ ਕੱਲੀ ਉਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਕੱਲੇ ਉਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਕੰਟਰੈਕਟ ਫਾਰਮਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਐਕਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਾਰ-ਵਾਰ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ, ਕੰਟਰੈਕਟ ਫਰੰਟਲਾਈਨ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਸੀ, 15 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਉਹਨੂੰ, ਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਬਦਲ ਗਿਆ। ਇਸ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ 15% ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਔਕਾਤ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਹਾਈ ਕੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਸੁਪਰੀਮ ਕੋਰਟ ਤੱਕ ਕੇਸ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਫਾਈਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ, ਲੜਨਾ ਦੂਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕੰਟਰੈਕਟ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੋੜੇਗੀ ਕੋਈ ਧਿਰ, ਤਾਂ ਦੂਜਾ ਕੋਰਟ ਹੀ ਆਏਗਾ ਨਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੀ ਹੋਰ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਕੋਰਟ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਐਡੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਮਾਲ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਦੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫੇਵਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਬੁੱਕ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਰੋਏਗਾ ਤੇ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕਰੇਗਾ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੰਟਰੈਕਟ ਹੈ ਗੰਨੇ ਦਾ, 1966 ਦਾ ਸ਼ੂਗਰ ਕੇਨ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਆਰਡਰ ਹੈ, ਇੰਪਲੀਮੈਂਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ। ਕਿਹੜੀ ਸਟੇਟ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੇ ਗੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਔਰ ਡਿਪਟੀ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਨੂੰ ਰਾਈਟ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਕੇਮ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਨੂੰ ਰਾਈਟ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਰਟੀ ਪਲੱਜ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਰਟੀ ਪਲੱਜ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੇਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਦੀ। ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੱਸੋ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪੇਮੈਂਟ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ? ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਐਮਐਲਸੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਸਾਡੇ ਮਿਲਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਗਲਗੁੱਠਾ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਲਾਓ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਦੂਗਾ? ਇਹ ਉਹ ਦੇਸ਼ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਲਾਅ ਦੀ ਹੈਬਸ ਕਾਰਪਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀ ਗਈ, 370 ਤੋੜਤੀ ਹੈ। ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਮਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਰੰਤ ਦੇਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਸਟੀਟਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਮਨਰੇਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਹੈ, ਫੰਡਾਮੈਂਟਲ ਰਾਈਟ ਹੈ ਜੀ 100 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ। ਇੱਕੋ ਇੱਕ ਐਕਟ ਹੈ ਕੰਟਰੀ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਬਾਉਂਡ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਆ 15 ਦਿਨ ਨਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ 25 ਪਨਿਸ਼ੇਬਲ ਅਪਰਾਧ ਹਰ ਮਾਮਲੇ 'ਚ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਇੰਪਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਤੇ ਐਵਰੇਜ 30 ਤੇ 35 ਦਿਨ ਨੇ, ਬਜਟ 25 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਵਾਧਾ 100 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਾਅ ਤੇ ਲਾ ਕੱਲਾ ਬਣ ਜੂਗਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਆ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ। ਇਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ? ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਹੈਰਾਨੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ, ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ। ਜਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਦੀ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਅਲੱਗ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈ, ਚਲੋ ਵੱਡੀ ਡਿਬੇਟ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਲੱਗ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਜਾਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਵਾਪਰੂਗਾ ਇਹ ਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਮਾ। ਜੇ ਵਾਪਰ ਜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਵੈਲਕਮ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ।
भाई साहब अपना इंट्रोड्यूस करवा दो, रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहे सब भी इंट्रोड्यूस करा दो अपना नाम।
मेरा नाम हमीर सिंह है जी, मैं जर्नलिस्ट हूं।
Introduce yourself. My question is to Professor Sukhpal. Myself, Manjeet, teaching in DAV College Sector 10, Chandigarh. Professor Sukhpal, I enjoyed your wonderful presentation, but I have two questions. First, I'm not sure, but fair idea that share of income of potatoes in total farmer of income is very less as compared to share of income of wheat and rice in the total income of the farmer. Income of farmers of the Punjab. जिन्हों ने नहीं भी है उन्होंने तो छाड़ी दियो ना। I want my question is the context you asked that your MS you withdraw the MSP. There is no MSP in potato, and that is why potato is being regularly grown in the Punjab, and it is not possible that you withdraw your MSP from wheat and let me. I didn't say withdraw MSP. Please don't put word. No, let me change. Let me change. Not withdraw. I didn't use this word. No. Let me change. Let me put me put. It does not let exist. No. It does not exist. No, let me put. Is it withdraw? Different from not. I don't mean. Let me reframe my question in that context. Let us suppose. Potato is continuously grown in India, Punjab, and is successful without MSP. But wheat and rice cannot be successful without MSP. I'm very much idea that because wherever MSP is not on wheat on rice, for example in Bihar and in many other states, because MSP is available only in Punjab, Haryana, Northwestern UP. You are getting MSP, but farmers in Haryana or farmers in Bihar and in other parts of India where MSP is not available on wheat and rice, they are being exploited. Secondly, very few farmers are growing potato. It is possible that potato can be sown without the help of MSP, but it cannot be possible. Wheat and rice cannot be possible without MSP. Yeah, this is my two questions. Yes, please.
Thank you for the excellent presentations. And after hearing these two presentations, even the morning session also, I'm just wondering what is the penetration of the SHGs in the Punjab rural economy? Because it's in other states, in South India, especially all the states in South India, and many other states, SHGs actually, provided a lot of level playing field for the small farming households. So then, especially on the non-farm activities, and even, it's a last 20 years or so, SHG's performance in many states actually helped them to have more cooperative engagement. For example, Kerala, the group farming is becoming a modern, no, like the last 10 years, 5 years to 5 to 10 years, it's picking up a lot. The background genesis is actually associated with the Kudumbashree, that SG movement in the state. So women can come together like 5 or 10 groups, and then they work and they do things. But I know there is no comparison between what is the production in Kerala and what's the Punjab. This is completely different. I completely agree that. But I'm just curious to know how this movement, because this is actually helping the rural economy to leverage many funds and other support from the various sources, like the central government schemes and state government schemes. This is helping. So what is the source of it? And second thing, it's not a question, actually, some experience related to the FPOs. So like FPOs in Kerala, this one topic, tapioca, it's a GA-tag tapioca product. So there is a FPO is formed on that, and then it's actually helped them to like negotiate and get a better price. In fact, this tapioca is very good for the bubble tea production, because the starch is really good. When from abroad, the manufacturers came to like with a big scheme, but the farmer said, no, we don't want it. You may give it for like, they have to ban it for 5 years to give these people. They said, we won't do anything beyond a year. That's the way they made it, that they ensure they are getting a good price. Then the officers who involved in the process, they said, no, it's like risk is there. But they said, we are ready to take the risk because right now we are getting good price. Maybe tomorrow they have a crisis, then only they want to look into this. But in some other products, like especially vegetables, the FPO didn't work that way. It should have been done in this case. So I know everything is like, from one product to another product and one location to another product location, and even the people who is involving in the process. So yeah, it's like we need to like do something. We need to have more experiments and Punjab, in fact, I was expecting that a lot of success stories to be heard. So then, but here I have to like think twice, like, because I hear only negative stories, especially when I sit in the south about the farming and these kind of activities. Then we were looking into Punjab, then, but little disappointed to know I am not getting any positive story to take back. Thank you.
I want to introduce a correction on the potato cultivation. We conducted a study in 2004-5 on potato cultivators. Potato cultivators are very, very big farmers. Some of the farmers are cultivating 10,000 acres of land. So you should not give example of potatoes for small farmers. Small farmers are out of it because they cannot bear the fluctuation. In potatoes, the prices every 3-4 years, they climb down, they fall down, they crash. And the bigger producer, they have the capacity to bear that loss. So that's why they are continuing. And some of them, they have land leasing contracts with the owners for 5 years or more. So therefore, that market is a different kind of market where you have big players. If you are to involve small farmers in potatoes without any support of price, they cannot bear it. This is one question. Second question is, there's a correction which we need to make in the context of potatoes. Basmati is different. Basmati is different from potatoes, and basmati cannot be clubbed. Basmati is grown by whole range of farmers in a region. In the belt, which is sub-mountainous belt, it started from there and it has spread everywhere. So there, the millers are the buyers who buy it and then export. It has a good market internationally. So there are two different sets of commodity. We should not club them together. Second question, which I want to ask you, that where small FPO are faced by big players like Adani. Adani, what did it on apple growers in Himachal? In 1 year, they paid them very good price. And as a result of that, Himachal government it reduced its intervention in the market to buy those apples. Next year, the Adanis reduced the price of apples to half what it was prevailing earlier. So that's why the apple grower joined farmers movement in 2021. So
when the market is very, very imperfect, and there are very big players and there are small players, how do you visualize that a group of 5 to 10 farmers will be able to compete with them? So without bringing in the market structure, to talk about marketing problem is a problematic. Since in the global market, you have very, very big players, and with the full implementation of WTO, you will be confronted with that. The fruit growers of India will have to compete with the fruit growers of California or elsewhere where the producers are very big and the governments are giving them subsidy in different forms. So therefore, when we are talking about these things, we must keep in mind that kind of variation in market structure. Thank you.
Yeah, in case of basmati, let me add also. Cropping system is different. Fodder is grown before basmati. That's another factor. Hanji, please. Hanji. Please introduce yourself. Yeah, yeah.
The Tribune newspaper, I cover agriculture. I have just one question to Mr. Sopali. Like you mentioned about basmati. Basmati has a very, sir has already told that it could be grown very limited on area because it reduces as per the climate conditions changes. And then basmati is also water guzzling. We can't use it as an alternative to the as diversification of the crops. And like other example, the thing is that the basic problem is where the government is framing the policies for the angle of consumers, not for the farmers. Like there was a crisis in the world of wheat. The world was facing wheat price, and India banned wheat exports. Then there was about sugar. India banned sugar export. Then India banned onion export. Then India put conditions on basmati rice export. Then India totally banned non-basmati rice export. If farmers get an opportunity to earn from the global market and the government intervene and put certain conditions on that, it affects traders, it affects farmers largely, and then this discourages the traders as well. And next year, the traders do not show interest. Like, for example, I would like to add one more thing here. In the case of mustard, in 2021, mustard's prices were in private market, not about the MSP cropping. Farmers were selling it around 7,000 per quintal. Then government intervened, and lots of palm oil was imported. It was also imported. Now the mustard prices come down to 4,000 per quintal. It is the government's policy which is harming the farmers indirectly, and there's some intervention which should be on the part of government so that the farmers could also be protected. It should not be only for the pro-consumer policies. This is my summation, sir, and thanks a lot.
A very small query to Dr. Vatta. You mentioned about the income generation from non-farm activities. It is a natural process. When the agricultural development takes place, it is supposed to encourage the non-farm activities, and the farmers are supposed, or the villagers in general, in the rural areas, they are supposed to get income from others. But unfortunately, you see what has happened is that, many non-farm activities, what are those, especially in the rural areas? It is either the agricultural markets or the brick. These are the two major things where the people get the non-farm employment. Other than that, Manrega and the rural employment guarantee schemes, they were integrated under Manrega, and it was thought that they will provide, a very regular income, especially to the landless rural workers. Because of the non-performance of this, we cannot say that the agriculture or the crop income is the main culprit in worsening the income inequalities. Rather, it is the other way around that, the non-farm complementary activities have not flourished the way they should have, and they should have supplemented
the agriculture. No, but I didn't say that the problem is that kind of stuff. I'm talking about that the rural areas, although Marega is one sector where a lot of employment is generated. So I'm talking about that in the absence of this inequality is worsening. That is one story. Another thing is, it is not that we can only confine to Marega. There are opportunities probably which may not be. We need to create job opportunities near the rural areas. I think skill development we are very weak. So ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ remunerative employment generation ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ skill development ਕਰਨਾ ਪਊਗਾ। ਇੱਕ transportation cost ਬਹੁਤ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ rural area ਤੋਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ job ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ expensive part ਹੈ। ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ salary ਦਾ 60% ਤੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ transportation cost ਚਲੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ। So that is a big hindrance in people resorting to these kind of activities.
Any other question? Yes, please.
There was a study by that was sorry.
Introduce you, brother.
Manjeet. Well, I'm Manjeet Bhatia. There is a study by Professor Lakhvinder's Center for Economics, Innovative Economics, and they say that 70% of the labor which is coming to cities is not coming from the rural area. So if there is so much of distress of non-farm situation that labor is not getting enough money, then why are they not coming to the cities for jobs?
The major reason is the transportation cost. I will tell you. So you see, I said that if you see that maybe you have to travel a lot of distance, which you probably cannot travel by bicycle. So travel cost is a major hindrance, I will say. This may not be a very good example, but we were having data collection assistant paying them 12,500 rupees. और वो डॉक्टर साहब 55 किलोमीटर आप ते 55 किलोमीटर डाउन करता सी मोटरसाइकिल तो तकरीबन ਵੇਖ ਲਓ ਵੀ ਉਹ 100 ਰੁਪਈਆ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਰੋਜ਼ ਵੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ 100 ਤੋਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਦੀ ਫੇਰ ਪਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜੀ 2 ਰੁਪਈਏ ਲਾ ਲਓ so 200 rupees per day and then that guy left the job and he said ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ 5-6,000 ਰੁਪਏ ਵਾਲੀ ਕਰ ਲੂੰਗਾ ਜੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਮੈਨੂੰ this is a major problem. People are not able to move to that much distance. So then that void is filled by some urban people and migrant workers because they are very close to city, but their life quality is also not very good. So जिथे रह रहे हैं जो साथ देना है।
I will reframe. It is aspiration of Punjabis, not travel cost. Even DPL, Delhi paid labor, which is coming to PAU, they come on motorbike and with the I will say costly mobile than mine. Yeah. As you wanted to say something, that's just.
In fact, if you are to look at the pattern of non-farm employment, you have to study the different layers of the rural areas. For example, along the GT road from Amritsar to Rajpura, you will find a large amount of non-farm employment, and there is no city of Punjab which is 10 kilometers from the urban areas. 70 kilometers is not the target. Generally speaking, people travel 10 to 15 kilometers and the cost is not very high. The problem is that in urban areas, the jobs have also vanished. Earlier, people were working in the urban areas, coming and going back. So that part is getting closed because Mandi Gobindgarh is closed, Patala is closed, Phagwara is closed, Ludhiana is in crisis. So industry, since it's medium and small industry has been hit very hard. That's why non-farm income in the rural area has gone down because earlier people were coming from rural area, working on those centers and going back. This aspect you must keep in mind. If you study Bathinda areas, Faridkot areas, in that case there is no non-farm employment because industry is not there, even small scale industry is not there. So where the GT road belt from Amritsar to Rajpura, there was large number of activities and people were getting large amount of non-farm income. Now that has suffered in the recent period.
Any other question, please?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I'm Rakesh, I teach in JNU. It was a super, from morning first session to your session, we have seen a spectrum. It started with state being seen as a developmental state in the 40s, 50s, the 50s, 60s, and then it's being gradually securities, law and order state. And then the cry in the afternoon was about bring the state back in to do its role. And if I'm not wrong, you correct me if I'm not wrong, your presentation is depriving the citizen of the state being a buffer. Am I getting it right? Because in the framework where the market, like in the 70s, there was a debate between, say, one of our teachers, C.P. Bhambre and Rajni Kothari. Professor Rajni Kothari would come and said, state versus CSDS position, state versus democracy. We would argue, no, state and democracy. So your presentation is market is the rescuer of freedom. The state is the location, and let the state get out of it. You know, I'm putting an extreme version of where I can take you to heck and all. So, and you know, my colleague has actually given the entire 5 points rebuttal. So, if it has to be a regulatory state, don't we know that the Home Minister is also the cooperative minister? Don't we know this? And you come from the same state. We are facing a state which is integrated in the global economy because of a pre-wedding that the schedule of a test match is kept in such a way that people enjoy the pre-wedding and then the captain comes to play again for the country. So, state, so therefore, when others were talking about from morning, they had a political economy in mind. But in your, I think slightly we are actually surrendering political economy. Am I wrong in assuming that?
Any more?
We have to think it more openly.
I will add some question to both of you. First to Doctor. In the slide, when you said you did regression analysis, you put gender at number 4. Was it according to the contribution? Just otherwise, I was surprised. Then once we did some very rough calculation and our non-farm information was 10%, now same thing, this is your structured study. And Haryana was 24. What is the major reason? Is it only nearness to Delhi and Gurgaon? So maybe later on. Now let me have some. First, my request. Don't think that I am provocative. And if
you have the right to do it.
And
I will not get.
And then you will say that please withdraw. I will not withdraw anything. If I say, just excuse me for that.
You will have to.
Okay, okay.
You can't put words in my mouth, sir.
Okay.
My freedom.
Okay. So you gave very many suggestions and we have been interacting long time. What do you feel about your suggestion in the light of, first of all, I don't believe that there should be only APMC, I mean, official markets. I believe in mixed system. It should be mixed on private and both should be there. Failure happening mandi. If that failed with the farmers, how the, ma'am, you asked about civil help groups. नहीं मैं उधर ही जा रहा कि वो भी फेल हो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप एफयू पंजाब च फेल हुए
कोई नहीं बने कितने से
बने कुछ रातों रात फेल हुए देयर इज स्टडी बाय सिद्धू मैडम सिद्धू सेंड पब्लिकेशन एक्सटेंशन होम साइंस एंड सो उस हिसाब ਨਾਲ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਪਰ ਉਧਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਟੋਟਲੀ ਫੇਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਚੇਂਜ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਨੰਬਰ 1 ਨੰਬਰ 2 I do agree with you ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਵਾ ਅਬ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟੈਕਸ ਲਾਇਆ ਜੋ ਵੀ देयर वाज ऑफर फ्रॉम द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट आई कन्वेड इट कि ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੀਏਯੂ ਲਈ ਉਹ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਨਵਰਟ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ objection ਕੋਈ ਸੋ we will not decrease Bahugana was secretary at that time I got together so I had a personal relation with so there are certain possibilities but ਆਪਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਾਟਨ ਦੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆ, ਲੇਬਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵਾ, ਨੰਬਰ 2 ਵੀਟ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਕਰਨੀ ਦੀ ਛੇਤੀ, ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਧਰ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ, ਪਰ ਡੋਂਟ ਵਰੀ ਇਟ ਵਿਲ ਟੇਕ 7-8 years, ਵੀ ਆਰ ਨਾਓ ਜਰਮ ਪਲਾਜ਼ਮ, ਪਰ ਵੈਰਾਈਟੀ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਚਿਰ ਲੱਗਦਾ, 7-8 ਸਾਲ ਲੱਗਣਗੇ। ਦੈਨ ਬਾਸਮਤੀ ਦਾ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਪੋਟੈਟੋ ਦਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਫਾਰ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਹਾਂ, ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਹੈਲਥ ਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯਾਰ ਪੈਸੇ ਲਏ ਅਸੀਂ,
ਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ,
ਹਾਰਟੀਕਲਚਰ ਮਿਸ਼ਨ, ਹਾਰਟੀਕਲਚਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਹਾਰਟੀਕਲਚਰ ਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਹੈਲਥ, ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਪੈਸੇ ਲਏ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ। ਦੈਨ ਹੁਣ ਵੀਟ ਸੀਡ ਸਬਸਿਡੀ ਆ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅਨਦਰ, ਯੂ ਸੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਇਹ ਆ ਕਿ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਫੂਡ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ। ਵਾਈ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਸਕੀਮ, ਐਂਡ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟਡ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀਟ ਸੀਡ ਦੀ ਪੈਸੇ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਿ ਹੋਰ ਪਾਸੇ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਲੈਣੀ ਸਬਸਿਡੀ ਮਿਲ ਜੂ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲੂ। ਤਾਂ ਵੀਟ ਸੀਡ ਦਾ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਨਾ, ਵੀਟ ਸੀਡ ਸਬਸਿਡੀ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ, ਦੇ ਸੈਡ ਨੋ ਇਟ ਹੈਜ਼ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਵੀਟ ਸੀਡ। ਸੋ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਚਲੋ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ, ਉਹਦਾ ਉਲਟਾ ਅਸਰ ਦੀ ਆਪੋਜ਼ਿਟ ਇਫੈਕਟ ਐਡਡ ਇਫੈਕਟ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਦੇ ਗੇਵ ਓਨਲੀ ਫਾਰ 8 districts or some districts out of 22, not for all. Sada Hamir Singh may be doing better than me, now I am forgetting. So ਬਾਕੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਟੇਟ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਦੇਣੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਸਬਸਿਡੀ। ਹਾਂ, ਇਹ 10 ਜਾਂ 8 ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੁਛ ਹੈਗਾ। ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਟ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਗਿੱਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਵੱਡੇ ਗਿੱਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਕਿਹਾ ਵਾ, tell something about ਬਿਹਾਰ example also. Bihar example, everything is gone there, everything is just like what is happening, but same thing has happened. And then ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ mango, banana, soybean, poultry, sorry I'm responding to some of the observations, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ PhD ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ, ਸਾਰੀ ਉਮਰ ਲਾਈ ਆ ਜਾਂ ICR 'ਚ ਕੀਤਾ। ਮੈਂਗੋ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੀਨੋ and guava, they are doing much better, and certain regions, given region ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮੈਂਗੋ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸੀ, ਸਬ ਮਾਊਂਟੇਨਸ ਰੀਜਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉੱਥੇ ਲੀਚੀ is doing much better. ਸੋ ਮੈਂਗੋ ਪ੍ਰਾਇਓਰਟੀ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ, ਪ੍ਰਾਇਓਰਟੀ ਬਨਾਨਾ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਕੀਤਾ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਕਾਲਕਟ ਨੇ, we didn't succeed. ਬਨਾਨਾ we didn't succeed. ਸੋਇਆਬੀਨ 'ਚ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਕੀਤਾ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਕਾਲਕਟ ਨੇ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਜਾਂ PA ਕੋ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ, we didn't succeed, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਵੀਟ ਸੋਇੰਗ ਲੇਟ ਹੁੰਦੀ, ਵੀਟ ਦੀ ਯੀਲਡ ਘਟਦੀ। ਦੈਨ ਪੋਲਟਰੀ, ਹਾਂ ਉਧਰ ਸਕੋਪ ਹੋਊਗਾ। FPO ਦਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਕੰਟਰੈਕਟ ਫਾਰਮਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਪੋਟੈਟੋ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਪਾਮ ਆਇਲ, ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਰਕ ਪੈਂਦਾ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸ਼ੰਕਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਰੈਵੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ, ਰਾਈਟ ਵਿੱਚ ਕ੍ਰੋਪਿੰਗ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਨੇ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਨੂੰ ਐਡਵੈਂਚਰਸ, ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨੇਚਰ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਨਿਕਲ ਗਈ। they are happy, that's one reason, that's why they don't want to do experimentation. I agree on that point also. FPO ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਹਾਂ, ਪ੍ਰੋਡਿਊਸਰ ਬਾਬਤ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਸੀ, ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਕਰੂਗਾ। ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸਿੰਗ ਬਾਬਤ, ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸਿੰਗ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ what is difficulty, ਪਲਸਸ ਹੈ, ਛਾਣਨਾ ਮਾਰ ਲਓ, ਜੇ ਵੈਕਿਊਮ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਸਿੰਪਲ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਜੇ ਵੈਕਿਊਮ ਬੈਗਿੰਗ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਤੇ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਮਾਲ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੰਡਰ ਇੰਪਲੋਇਡ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ MSP ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪੈਸੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ। ਇਹ PhD ਦਾ ਪਬਲਿਸ਼ਡ ਵਰਕ ਹੈ। ਪਲਸਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ, ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਪਲਸਸ ਦਫਾੜ ਕਰੋ ਨਾ, ਸਿੰਪਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਦਾਣਾ ਵਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਛਾਣਨਾ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਬੈਗਿੰਗ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ। ਮਾਲ ਕਲਚਰ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਸਰਦਾਰ ਹਮੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ। ਚਲੋ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ, ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਬਾਲ ਇਨ ਯੋਰ ਕੋਟ ਔਰ ਰੀਅਰ ਕੋਟ ਇਧਰ।
So I'll answer. I think I studied these SFC long time back. The question on self-help groups. So I think should be. Yeah. So what I feel is that as Professor Sukhpal also mentioned, that self-help groups are not very effectively working in Punjab. So that's the problem. Usually. FPO also said the same story.
That is our in the modern Sardar Sahib said attitude.
It may be a cultural issue or something.
Attitudinal issue. We are not that good.
Actually, many states has the same problem, but it's like almost more than 20 years the SHG model is working. So a lot of ground, civil society organization worked for that. How was that? Because I don't know about the ground reality.
I thought you saw the female, they were participation in Punjab.
That is what very free and all. That's what I asked.
Female, actually, one thing you gave the examples of self-help groups and females working in agriculture. If you see the female working in agriculture in Punjab, it is almost not in any wheat and paddy, or maybe a little bit involvement in vegetable. Is that?
Dr. Walter, if you're using the concept which is NSSO uses for workers, so feminists have really criticized that the kind of concept that NSSO uses is actually, they are actually overlooking the women who are working on their own farms. And that is not, they're not considered as workers.
So even females, if you see the activities on the farm, you will not find many females working on the farm.
In their own farm?
No, yeah.
No, I will add to it. In Amritsar district, I don't know what is the reason. I was discussing yesterday also with senior colleagues. In Amritsar, farmer wife doesn't work in the field. Landless labor. But if you move to any direction other than Pakistan, I don't know. You go to north, you go to west, you go to Himachal, you go to Haryana, you go to Rajasthan. Ladies, huh?
Yeah.
Small, no. I'm talking Amritsar. As you move away from Amritsar, then things vary. I don't know what is the reason. I don't know that.
But they didn't do any kind of off-farm activities also.
They do, there were some self-help groups in that Kandi area, northwestern Punjab. But I don't think their performance also was very good. So more number of self-help groups on the paper and not actually. But I saw in Jharkhand also, we were working in 40 villages, and in some villages there were around, everybody was member of a self-help group on paper, but it was not functional.
Yeah, that's many
So
places.
you will find 10 self-help groups in a village. They got that 25,000 rupees of subsidy from the government, and then nothing happened.
No, that's
But in Punjab,
it's like 4.5 million women are part of the food industry. But out of that, maybe like 1 to 2 million will be like actively involved. The rest of them like very, what is a passive or inactive kind of members. But that's 1 million, 2 million is sufficient to like bring some kind of changes in the ground.
But I studied it very long time back, but didn't find it. Yeah. And it is true even now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
But he's also working in some of the southern states only, and not nowhere in the north.
No. Yeah. It's actually Bihar.
What kind of business activity is
Within Srinagar,
building in Kerala?
See, now it's varying from many things. When they do proper industrial activities, micro, small manufacturing things, even off-farm activities, even food processing. So even weaving to like fashion design making, everything like they expanded like anything. It's not one. And then these Kudbashris cafes are also now becoming very popular. Like many places when government also took a lot of initiative that they are giving in the government premises. The canteens are run by Kudbashri, even colleges, universities, even private institutions. They are inviting these Kudbashri women to run the cafes and restaurants, plus even print out, photostat shops and everything is done. Even DTP, they are doing it. And I know some units, they are producing small micro manufacturing things also. So assembling also there. It depends on the education level, skill set, and then one woman, 1 or 2 will be like taking the initiative. Then they are bringing others. So that's happening in some units, like evolved into the next level of them. They moved from like to 5 women to like 50 women and all. So it took almost 20 years to like reach into that level. It's not like one day activity, but yeah, that's happening. And then group farming is another thing. And group farming, they are like leasing out the land from other people, and they are cultivating it. It's not only group farming, the agricultural products, even the fisheries, the poultry, all these things are coming. And the government is also having a lot of schemes. This is actually they are aligning with many of the central schemes and NABARD schemes. So then half of the fund will be like managed. Maybe that's the one thing Kerala success in managing the finances also, because they take whatever the sources the central government is bringing it, that they are contributing it, and they ensure that it's going to the field. And now with some of the things, the PPP model is also evolving. That's also can see. And then another one, the very recent is actually during the COVID and the post-COVID is agro-tourism. So when they are doing leasing out the land, especially on the urban, semi-urban, fringes area, they're converting when agriculture and not cultivated land, they're converting into the agro-tourism place so that people can come and spend some time. They can also pluck from there and do it and go back. So that's also successful in certain localities. So yeah, various options are coming up, and I think the exploration is taking place. I think the innovation and the creativity, that's all happening. Played a great role. Yes,
May I
definitely
explain the absence of women from village farm work? The single reason is that paddy and wheat cycle has left no work for the women in the
No, no,
field.
no, no, no. When
No.
this was not in 60s, in 50s.
No, no, this is
Yeah, in 50s, 60s, no.
92 days in paddy, 11 days in wheat, I can give
But-
you data.
Oh, no,
But-
that is right. But no, he
Yes,
is not.
but that is-
Question is not. He is not discussing that question. He's saying why women in Amritsar. He belonged to Amritsar. No, not because of that.
So
When,
no work for
when rice
women.
was not cultivated, rice came to my village, my house, with grown more food. We are not cultivating. We are simply growing little bit of basmati. No,
No,
you
the
don't know.
entire
I'm older than
process
you.
is mechanized now.
उससे क्या होता है सर, उससे क्या है?
हाँ,
Entire
नहीं?
process is mechanized.
But I don't think you, but I know
So-
today.
Okay, you know better.
We cannot name a single farm activity today
Any
which can be done by the women.
Huh?
Not a single farm activity in wheat and paddy cycle.
Field activity.
Field activity.
In the house, they
Except a paddy transplantation which is done by migratory, but not by the Punjabi women. In extremely rare case.
ਉਹ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਹੀ ਮੈਕਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ
ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਲੇਡੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਨਾਨ ਫਾਰਮ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਨੀਵੇ ਮੈਮ PAG have given large number of maybe in lakhs trainings in weaving, in knitting, in fulkari making, in tailoring, honeybee production, mushroom production, pickle, murabba, etc., many things. Only thing which is reasonably picked up is honeybee, where ladies are involved. Some individuals and some you can say group, self-help groups in both ways. Then something in tailoring and fulkari also, there are some examples, but the expected impact is not there. Expected outcome impact.
Honeybee actually in Kerala, it is not a women activity. It's actually part of the
No, we have major activity, honeybee production is otherwise, but ladies are also. Please, Dr. Bhatta. Please.
So I think Nivedita first asked about the declining trend in farming income on the basis of NSS data. And I just want to mention that this is one-time survey, so I cannot comment on whether the farming income has declined, but I don't expect that the farming income has declined. ਉਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ the proportion of income
ਲੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਇਨਕਮ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨੇ ਇਨਕਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਡੇਟਾ
ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਡੇਟਾ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ ਚੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਸਕਦਾ and she talked about skewed income. Why I wanted to talk about skewed income was that majority of the household, they have below average income levels. This is one issue, and I just wanted to highlight that if we look at the distribution itself, then we will find that there is a lot of stress lying between the already lower level of rural household income. So that was the reason, and she talked about agro industry, and I agree with that employment opportunities near the house will help to improve the non-farm employment access to the rural household.
Okay, I think there are a lot of questions. Let me see how I can cover most of them. First, the discussant or moderator's questions about glut in the market, Kinno. But please remember, Kinno is 30-year-old crop. Even if one glut, okay, and I know why glut happened this year. And there are many explanations. I don't want to, I just give two aspects of it. One, policy that government of India could not get a country to remove import duty on Kinno. So India lost that market. Otherwise, C and D grade Kinnu goes to that country. Big market. This time we lost that market. Second, there was overproduction to the extent of 20 to 30% because farmer didn't do what is called thinning. Yeah. So there are such phenomena which can explain why it happened. But even if it happens once in a 30-year-long crop, I'm not too worried about it. It's okay. It's okay. Like Professor Gill said, potato farmers are large. They can take the risk. Kinnu farmers are even larger than potato farmers in most cases. I will stop there. Second, when we say contract farming or crop diversification, it is not that only corporates are being talked about. Who stopped any other player? Who stopped the state agencies to do contract farming? We went to that area. Punjab Agro is buying directly from farmers, but not getting into contract farming. I asked why. No, we don't want to engage with farmers. Well, how do you stop halfway? Why can't FPOs do contract farming with their own members and non-members? So let's not look at contract farm only as corporates, multinationals coming and landing in Punjab and therefore taking it away. That's not the whole story about it. Yeah, contract farming is a mechanism. You can use it in certain crops, in certain situations, for a certain time. It is not forever. It's a response to market failure. If your market failure gets removed, you have better players coming in, open market start behaving, contract farming will wither away. So let's not look at a lifelong problem that once somebody starts contract farming, we have seen already, Gill Sahab told that Pepsi came, shut down that plant, tomato contract farming over. Pepsi is doing potato contract farming today, but very little. There is somebody else doing beetroot, somebody else doing spices. So contract farming is only a response to market failure. Don't be afraid of it as if it's some tragedy going to fall on us. And you have mechanisms in place. If this is a tragedy, you nip it in the bud. You have a law. I will come to that, what law you can have. So when I'm talking about all these mechanisms, I have three things in mind. I have policy in mind, I have law in mind, I have stakeholder collectives in mind. All three have to be in place in the state to get things going. Without that, we're only talking in the air. Like you said, I'm talking in some Wonderland or Disneyland or whatever you mentioned. Now talking about Apni Mandi, why it failed, we all know. The Punjab farmer thinks that's below his dignity to sit in that patada. Whether in Mohali or Ludhiana or Amritsar, he goes offloads and our friends from Bihar and UP take charge and sell to our brothers and sisters in these mandis. Yeah. So we know why it has failed. Cultural problem, not that the mandi has some big insects or some pesticides are sprayed there that you will die there, otherwise no such issue. Then we created, please remember, Punjab was the most innovative state which created this institution which others have copied. You go to Andhra, there is a right to bazaar. You go to Tamil Nadu, there is other bazaar. You go to any other state, they are copying your model and you are leaving it and saying, no, it doesn't work for us.
Professor, may I intervene?
No, I please.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Just on Apni Mandi. Apni Mandi was started by us in 87, 80.
Yes, yes.
Dr. M.S. Gill was at that time Financial Commissioner Development. I was Secretary of the Mandi Board. My understanding of failure of Apni Mandi, of course, this is a factor. You see, the attitude towards commerce and business of farmer, that is a very important. But main reason why it failed was that when a customer goes to a mandi, you see, he's buying not only vegetables, he wants lasan also, he wants pyaj also, he wants a tomato also, the entire range of vegetables. The problem with Apni Mandi is that our farmers, when they go, they do not have the range of all what is wanted. As a result, they started bringing in, traders, as we were saying, ready wale.
They mean who brought?
Farmers inducted it. If I grow just gopi, you see, and go to the Apni Mandi to sell gopi, and a customer comes and asks for tomato, you see, what do I do?
No, but you gave them license, sir. How can somebody bring somebody else?
No, listen to me, please.
Who are
regulated? What will regulator do?
And what you are officially standing there every day. I've been there, sir.
I
think
the reason why it failed.
You are unnecessarily defending what you could have done. Sorry to say.
All right.
Yeah.
You can blame us. That's the point. But I am giving you the rationale why it failed.
Yes.
The reason was that all the products which a buyer comes to buy at a particular point were not available from one farmer.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
मेरा experience है यार मैं पटियाले की मंडी
अपनी मंडी रेगुलरली जाना 50% sellers are farmers.
Only 50, no?
50% is not a small number.
It is a small number. No,
Because
I think 10% is also very good.
Look, the Compose community and Sani community, they are very active in these markets, and they have not that kind of ego which you blame attribute to jobs.
If this is successful, Nivedita's question is also invalid. So I will not even answer that. If you're saying they are not failed, very good. Let's celebrate it. Fine, thank you. Now let me come to what should be done when we are doing contract farming promotion. She said defaults. Now defaults happen from both sides. Farmers also default when open prices are higher. Companies also default when they get cheaper. But that's why I'm saying let's have regulation. Let's have groups. Let's have all the terms and conditions specified in the thing. Then I will come to Hamir Singh's question, how to handle that. That is a very good question, but there are a lot of aspects we need to be talked about there. So if I just jump into that straight away, the APMC system, you are saying how can farmers go to courts? I don't think any farmer in this country ever has gone to court or needs to go to court. This country has laws in place, systems in place. Earlier under the APMC Act, APMC used to resolve the disputes. Under the Contract Farming Act, there is again system which under the APMC Act, which resolve disputes. Now, if there are no farmer going to court, doesn't mean disputes are not being resolved. Next question now is federal concern. I think you raised a very important point. I just read one thing from you. Now, if we all agree, we are sitting discussing Punjab. If Punjab is very touchy about federal concerns, I know state agriculture is state subject. Agricultural markets are subject. I am great votary of that. I defended it 2020 lies that you are to make laws on state domain. Now I read you what one state has. Then I read you another state if you want. APMC Act can have, Punjab's APMC Act can have a provision which I'm reading now. It shall be the duty of the market committee to make such arrangements and to take such steps as may be prescribed to prevent purchase of agriculture produce in the market area below the support price fixed by the government. Tell me what Punjab government has done to prevent any sale of any produce under MSP. This state has a law, the state called Maharashtra. MP has a law written in their APMC Act. आप अपना काम नहीं करते हो और दूसरे को blame करते हो, that will not work. Can you put in your APMC Act? I can leave a copy of this with all the provisions stated here. You should have the guts to put it in the APMC Act. If you think farmers should not be allowed to sell below MSP, I'm all for it. And let me also tell you, since we're talking about MSP, I'm all for legal guarantee for MSP for all. If now I am coming to that I proactively going to where you are coming from. If you say that there should be legal guarantee for MSP, I'm all for that, but not the way farmer unions are asking for it. I'll tell you the difference also now. I am saying, who announces MSP? Government of India. 23 crops, they announce season after season, somewhere 12, somewhere 7, whatever. Now, is it fair to ask Ratilal, who is not part of government we at all? He is some local baniya sitting there, doing some chakki atta or some rice mill, that he should also not buy below MSP. He never made that promise. Promise is made by the government of India. Ask the government of India, make a law where government of India commits to make sure that the farmer doesn't get MSP, the government will make it good. Either by buying directly or buying deficiency price payment or by doing market intervention. What? No. Farmer union, no. Farmer union saying nobody should be allowed to buy below MSP. किताब भेज दो मेरी तो किताब से लिखा मेरी किताब से लिखा है मैं कहा ये हो सकता है. I'm saying legality is possible, but the way I'm saying, not the way unions are saying, you can't tie the private trade to this condition.
What happens in Maharashtra if anyone sells it below MSP?
वो भी दसना सुनो ना वो भी को पता की कितना ना नहीं. Good that ask you what they did. It's a very live example. They did in fruits and vegetables. They came out saying nobody should be allowed to buy below MSP. All the traders went on strike for 1 week. The state assembly took back the act within a week. They withdrew. No. सुनो ना सुन तो लीजिए ना आप. So that's the political will of the state. It will. That's why what will not work. Why are you asking for that? You know it will not work. Why are you asking for it?
Then why do you?
No, I'm recommending only for the government, not for every buyer. Some asking, sir, please. You are not understanding the fine difference I'm making here. I'm saying, I'm saying, don't tie every buyer to it. Tie the government of India to it.
Friends,
Okay.
permit me to
That's
intervene.
the point.
Permit me to intervene. Permit me to intervene. Let us, no, well, I'm not. Let us be clear. Ramesh Chandra Singh and Bhagwan Singh Man. So next time we should have Bhagwan Singh Man here. Grill him here. I mean, he is no longer at power. So I think he is nowhere responsible. So we shouldn't embarrass him that in Monday you did not do this or that. So we should.
How is it possible for farmers to buy? Professor Gill and I have been saying this for a long time that unless farmers take control of different stages in the value chain or whatever produce or crop you're talking about, they cannot hope to make a livelihood which is reasonable. So individually, I agree, no individual farmer can do all this. That's why I'm recommending collectives. Come together, set up your own companies, set up your own processing plants, set up your own mandi shops. That is the way to go. If money is not in the field, money is in the market. Don't talk of producers and consumer. It's an outdated idea. Theoretically also, in the subject also. Dr. Bhatta also agreed in the morning with me that we should not talk about this anymore. Earlier, I used to talk about it a lot. So let's look at new ways of measuring farmer benefit in value chains. I'm with you. It's possible. Let's be optimistic, not pessimistic. Farmers can make a difference. You look at Gujarat, you look at Amul, you look at Telangana, you look at Karnataka, you look at Kerala, she was talking so much about. There are people who are farmers, smaller farmers than Punjab farmer, are doing things, are succeeding. Let's not say it's not possible. Open your mind. Let's try it out. Let's innovate and make it a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're very right. We should learn. We should try to adopt whatever is good, but at the same time, we are a very diverse country. There is nothing common between South India and Punjab. Let us keep that thing also in mind. Nothing is common. Anyway, I take this opportunity to thank the organizers. I will say first time opportunity to have such a diverse group. Otherwise, we just talk and discuss in solo. And I also congratulate the organizer for arranging something discussion on Punjab in a wider group. And in nutshell, I will say that we should rationalize subsidies, cooperate for mechanization and marketing at least for and try to increase net profit by grading productivity and processing wherever possible, maybe one or different groups and export also. And for that, something should be done about the export market also in Indian outside India. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
I think it's my duty to thank you all. I must tell you, it's a very, very lively discussion, which I rarely see. And I hope this pattern will continue tomorrow. If you have a look at the program tomorrow, there is a validity session which starts at 6 and will be over at 7:30. Hopefully, it will not be over. It will go over to 8. So I encourage you, those who join the validity section, they are invited to join us in a celebrated dinner. Give us your sort of option with if after validity session, you'll stay so that we can book a dinner in the private dining hall. This is my request. And then please reach in the morning by 10 a.m. so that we can start the program on time. And Manjeet, where is Manjeet now? What with your open house? What are you planning in the open house?
Well, as I said in the morning, that the open house is actually the session in which we are expecting that lot of discussion, dialogue, and insights would emerge. So those who are not here and they cannot be physically here, I wonder I'm talking to them or not because I don't know whether they're online. So if they can also join online and participate in that discussion, we are really looking forward to such discussions which create debate and dialogue.
Thank you, Professor Dhillon. We thank all the speakers and the moderator, Dr. Nivedita. Thank you everyone for your patience and questions today. We carry on tomorrow, and I hope all of us will be engaging in equal spirits. Thank you very much.